on 10:30, so we'll make a start. Do we have any apologies, Mr. Crichton?
Morning, Chairman. Confirm, yeah, I've got two apologies this morning. Councillors Carson and Councillor Dykes. 16 members present.
Move on to item 2, declarations of interest. Councillor McComb.
Chair, I am the Secretary of Wigan and Bladnoch Football Club. Our club have not been involved in any bid for 3G pitches. We have not campaigned either for or against 3G pitches. I have taken advice on this and I feel comfortable staying for item 6. Item 7, sorry.
Right. Councillor Nicholson.
Item 7, season ticket holder at Palmerston.
Councillor Smith.
I'm a season ticket holder at Palmerston as well. So I decline interest in item number 7, but I don't believe that impacts on my ability to take part in the debate and the decisions.
Councillor Collins.
Chair, agenda items 4, 5 and 8, due to my appointment to Swestrans, but I don't intend leaving the meeting, and also agenda item 15, as I am a member of another golf club, but don't see that that should impact in any way on my taking part in the debate.
Councillor Geddes.
Thanks, Leader. I also am a member of Swestrans, and again I would like my position noted in relation to items 4, 5 and 8, sir. I would intend to stay and participate in the debate.
Councillor McGregor.
Item number 15, I'm a trustee of both Lockerbie Trust and Lockerbie Common Good Fund, a member of both of which give funding to Lockerbie Golf Club, and I think I will leave the debate for that. Obviously, any decision today could have an impact on any future decision of the Common Good or the Trust.
Councillor Crothers.
The Swestrans interest, Leader.
Councillor McClung.
In common with Councillor Collins, I'm the member of another golf club. However, I don't think that debars me from item 15.
Councillor Nicholl.
Yeah, I'm a substitute for Swestrans, but I don't intend to leave the room on those subjects. Also, I'll take Gurn's advice, but I'm council representative of Newton Stewart Golf Club, and I don't know if that debars me in any way from sitting on the Lochmaben one.
Happy to provide advice. Chairman, confirm that it's another golf club you're a member of, so therefore, ultimately your decision, but on the basis of what you provided.
I'm not a member, but I'm a council representative on the committee.
No reason. No.
And Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. I'm also a substitute member for Swestrans.
And myself, I'm also a season ticket holder at Palmerston Park. I won't be leaving the room for that one. Right. Any other declarations of everybody so far? Item 3, minute of meeting of 26th of February 2013 for approval. Take it no dissent as agreement. And we'll move on to item 4, ICT Business Systems Asset Class, proposed 3-year capital plan, 2013-14 to 15-16. And we have the report in front of us. Is it Mr. McAlorum? Have you anything to add to the paper?
Just to outline to members that this is the first report, or the first time we've actually brought a report for the ICT Business Systems Asset Class before members. And it basically sets out funding for the next financial year and the subsequent 2 years. The expenditure plan is based on a combination of our ICT asset management plan and the service team and business planning process, which looks at new developments and improvements. Because of the allocation, which was short on the demands, we had to go through a prioritisation process, which is the scoring for that's outlined in Appendix 2. Table 1 is the resulting proposed expenditure plan, and it's I think it covers the vast majority of business needs.
Members, any questions? Councillor Geddes.
I do indeed, Leader. It's paragraph 5.2, sir, at the top of page 26. There's reference there made to CES, Business Plan Performance Targets, and there's one in particular there, in fact, where it's shown that the third one, BTS KPI 9, percentage programme projects completed on time and budget, the target is 85% and our performance is 63.3%. Now that's a significant and concerning disparity as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion. Can I be given the reasons as to why that should be the case, Leader? Thank you.
An awful lot of the projects that we are currently undertaking have been delayed, primarily because we've been undergoing a major restructure, and there's been a lot of time spent doing that at the expense, unfortunately, of some of the projects. That performance indicator is now beginning to pick up again, so I would expect it to be on target within the next 2 or 3 months.
That's helpful, Leader. I'm reassured by the last comments in particular. It will be on target within the next 2 or 3 months. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Chairman, there's a kind of general point that we've got 24 items on the agenda today, and I just think it's appalling that we will not be able to do these items justice and give them the proper scrutiny, because so many have been actually brought to this single meeting. I can't get my head around why we agreed the asset classes in October 2012, and it takes to 2 weeks before the beginning of the new financial year to actually discuss them. And I don't know why it takes 5 months to do that. And if members did have any changes to these today, we wouldn't be able to make those changes in time for the new financial year to start. So I think it's a serious lesson to be learned about actually agenda management, and when we actually get reports forward, we get reports time and time again where we basically have to agree them today because we've got no choice because we're running at the last minute. And I just don't think we can give justice to a lot of detailed reports that are on the agenda with 24 items. Just on the specific report we've got today, can you explain the connection between the actual scoring system that you've done and the actual allocation of funding? Because we've got a scoring system that prioritises things 1, 2 and 3, and then we've got funding just allocated. But how do you calculate what funding goes to which particular project? Is it category 1 gets 100%, category 2 gets 50%? But how do you actually allocate? Because I can't, from looking at the report, work out what the connection between the prioritisation scoring you've done and actually allocating specific figures to each of the different items.
All of the bids into the fund were, as you say, prioritised. That scoring was based on corporate priorities, consequences of not proceeding, and improvements, and what was in business plans and so on and so forth. That list, as I say, was created as a prioritised list, with some of the projects being categorised as priority 1 because the scoring was above a particular level. And all we did was allocate the fund on, if it was prioritised as category 1, then it was 100% funded. And similar, I think, with 2 and 3 as well.
It was 100% funded for category 1 and a percentage for category 2 and 3 as well?
Yes.
So what was the percentage for category 2 and 3?
It was 100%. The bids into the pot were costed beforehand, so we knew we knew the total of the allocation that we had, so we matched that allocation with the total of the individual bids.
Don't understand is what the prioritisation system is then. If all the bids are being funded, why are we categorising things 1, 2 and 3?
All the bids into the fund were not funded this year, and some have been placed back until next year. Those in category 3, 4 and 5 are in next year's expenditure programme.
Mr Haswell, with regard to Councillor Smith's other point, when we come to actually firm up on future years, could we have an earlier report rather than 2 weeks before?
Yes, Chairman. Members recall, I do take the point, it's some 5 months since the Council actually sat down and agreed its capital investment programmes. Can I remind members that you changed your method of allocation of capital considerably. Many of the programmes here were already on previous capital programmes. What we've done is we've reallocated it through the various classes as members agreed. This was all part of a work undertaken by a working group to improve how we address capital expenditure and capital programming to make sure that we were reducing slippage insofar as was possible. And I think to date, from monitoring reports, that has proven to be the case. I do take the point it's taken officers some time to disengage the previous capital programme in the way of the methodology adopted in allocating resource and to come back to members with an allocation. Can I assure members if there's something that you're unhappy about in any of the reports, it can be removed. If you want something put in, we can look at putting it back. What we're trying to do is to get an overall capital programme going forward here before the beginning of the new financial year so that we can actually get the work started and not be coming back to you 6 months down the line saying, I'm sorry, there's been slippage. That was the entire reason for bringing this methodology forward to members.
Councillor Maitland, was your point answered?
It was the same point as Councillor Geddes'.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. My point was different. Okay with the actual report. We used to have a member of the working group that it established previously in regards to new technologies, and we're looking more at full council. I wonder if we could have re-established that member officer working group, looking at possibly a pilot project with new technologies in regards to members, even as a pilot. I still hear a lot of grumblings from members in the rooms. That was the basis. It was looking at smartphones, stuff like that. I wonder if we could, on the back of this, set up a new member officer working group to look at that and possibly taking forward the members as a pilot project to see how that could advance through the council.
Mr Haswell.
Chairman, yeah, that was the ICT Information Board, the ICT Board. I think, yeah, we can bring that forward. I'm looking at Mr McAlorum. I know that members have a lot of interest in new technology and the different forms of new technology which are now available, and there should be member input to that. So we will re-engage that if we get that instruction from this committee today.
If that's okay, Leader, I would ask that to be added to the recommendations, please.
Councillor Nicholson.
Chair, I don't think iPads for councillors are is a high priority for this council. At least I hope it's not. I'm not against new technology moving forward, and we do that. But I know, IT have certain obligations as well. They have certain standards to upkeep, and that technology can only be implemented when the security, for example, and other things are put in place. So I don't see what benefit a working group for to get an iPad for a councillor would benefit. I think we do need reports back from IT on how technology is moving and how that can be best served, for councillors and others in the council. And they have made steps forward within that. For example, the care services now use different technology to manage their time, etc. So, but all that's got to be done within a certain criteria and certain standards the council's got to keep to.
My recollection of the last one, which I sat on for a while, it was looking at all ICT across all services. Can't remember. There was a programme just before the last election, I think, to look at what members had as a device. But the ICT board that was established was looking at operational things across all areas to make sure that we were making the best use of ICT. Mr Nicholson.
Yeah, I think you're right. But one of the things that last group did, and is before the last council finished, was, for example, an app for your own phone, and I think that had its problems with the security and that, but I think that's been overcome now. And I think that will be part of the solution, if you want, which will become to members pretty soon after a trial period, for example.
Mr McAlorum.
Yes, certainly we've had a restructure recently, and we're now putting a lot more focus on engaging with customers and the likes of members. So I think we would get our business development team to re-engage with members and take that forward.
With that, we've had the recommendations moved. Any member otherwise minded? Councillor Crothers.
So, I asked for it to be added earlier. I haven't got a seconder, certainly, but I still think a member officer working group would be appropriate to take this forward as we did last time. I still see it as the right way.
Councillor Collins.
We have a subcommittee that's actually meeting to discuss how we take the business forward on the council, and I would suggest that suggestion from Councillor Carruthers be incorporated into those determinations.
Right, with that, we have agreement on the recommendations. Move on to item 5, vehicles fleet asset class, proposed 3-year capital plan, 13-14 to 15-16. Mr. Thompson, have you anything to add to your report?
Eyesight is going. Chair, very little to add. The report sets out the basis of the allocation. The proposed programme really prioritises the older vehicles on the fleet. There is a division between replacement of buses and replacement of other assets, with the historic allocation to buses being broadly maintained. Members should note that although the assets are prioritised in terms of age, it may be that certain vehicles may not be replaced on a like-for-like basis, depending on whether they are required to be maintained on the same basis. A vehicle bought 15 years ago may not be the most appropriate for function in the future, so we will engage with the user departments at the point of replacement. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Geddes.
Couple, sir, if I may. Paragraph 4.4, significant proportion of the council's fleet is funded from the relevant service accounts. This element, how big a proportion, Leader, are we talking about? And paragraph 5.2, there are various performance indicators detailed there. There are 3, in fact, targets, but it would be helpful to know just exactly what our performance is currently in relation to the fulfilling of these targets. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Chair, in terms of the proportion funded from revenue accounts, it's roughly 50% are funded from revenue, and as opposed to the element of the fleet that's funded from capital. Some are procured on a lease basis, and others are funded from capital, but through the prudential borrowing mechanism, therefore they're funded directly from the revenue account. In terms of performance against target, it does varies from month to month. At the minute, the percentage of vehicles serviced on time, if memory serves me correct, is around about the 95% level. Numbers passing MOT first time. I would have to come back to the member on the exact performance there. And PRS's, the performance has been broadly at 0 there. I think there may have been 1 or 2 in the current year.
Thanks, sir. I'm grateful to Mr. Thompson for his response. Can I say that as a matter of course, in future such reports, that, where they're talking about targets, we get an indication, of the performance in relation to these targets. If we're serious about performance management, we should be doing precisely that in all such reports. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. One of the points has been covered. The other point is, in addition to that, the performance indicators that's used at the moment. I know you said that the vehicles passing the MOT, for example, you don't know, it could be about 90%, it could be anything like that. Why, I've got to ask, is why is that not a 100% target? Are we accepting that 5% of the vehicles that the council run are not roadworthy because they're not up to standard for the MOT? So why is it not the target, not 100%? Because why the 95% never accepting that, the 5% of the vehicles aren't roadworthy?
Chair, we'd normally try and build some tolerance into performance. So setting a target at 100% everybody would love 100% performance. There has to be some recognition that we're dealing with humans involved in systems, and there will be some level of failure normally built in. Industry average for these types of vehicles is sits at about 74%. So 95% is a very high target.
I do understand that, but it doesn't stop us our target being 100%. You know, it doesn't stop. I understand the aspects about everything about, but we probably wouldn't get 100%. But we've got to strive for 100%. We can't strive for 95%, and we can't strive for 5% of the vehicles being not roadworthy.
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, appreciating what Councillor Nicholson says, Chair. If we achieve 100%, then we will be more than happy. The reasonable target established within the system at the minute is 95%, and in terms of tolerance, there's a percentage point or two down from that. It will show green if it achieves the 95%, and it will show green if it achieves 100. So 95% is judged to be a reasonable target.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted we're going to try and replace some of these buses, because I have to say from time to time I look out of the windows or indeed stand at a bus stop and think that we are in a 1970s time warp. Our buses are really rattly, drafty, not comfortable. I would like people to look at the Commission, which says quite clearly we are trying to make these positive experiences of public transport in an early age. So it's really important that they are comfortable and that they're attractive to look at. And I would suggest that putting people in buses which separate them from the general public. You know, the general public, for example, a football bus is not painted red and yellow. It's not. It's sleek. It's glass, it's clean, it's modern, it's altogether streamlined, and it looks quite an attractive vehicle. And we must make the same effort with respect to our vehicles, which is why I would like us to make an effort to have corporate colours livery and not things that say, look, this is a public service bus, it's not comfortable, and you're doing it because you have to. So I would urgently and really earnestly ask the committee to insist that we have corporate colours and that an effort is made to make these places and things look comfortable.
Note some of the funding that you have been putting out through Sederunt has been that sort of off green and purple. Maybe that's something that we could roll out across all of them if it's easier to do that.
Chair, two different sets of buses being procured by Sederunt and by the council. Sederunt's buses are not featured in this programme. It's a separate programme within the capital class. The buses procured by Sederunt are liveried up with Sederunt's colours, and they are leased to public service operators to put on the road for the public transport system. The buses procured by the school are used for school services, with some public services running on the back of those school services. And we have had a programme in place for a number of years to replace those buses, and gradually the older buses are being taken out of the system, appreciating it does take some time to achieve that. But certainly the buses procured last year I think, would meet with Councillor Maitland's approval in terms of their functionality and their comfort, and the livery is much less obvious in terms of the red and yellow colouring. A lot of the smaller buses now are very much in line with those community buses. They're white. They don't distinguish as much as the old buses do.
Councillor Smith.
I'm surprised to know that I quite like red buses, but you said in the report that buses are obviously replaced based on age primarily. I'm just going to notice, looking at the report, that you've got a 24-seater from 1995 not being replaced, but you're replacing a 24-seater from 1998. I presume that's just because the condition is worse in the 98 one than it is in the 95 one. One of the issues that we've got to decide, obviously, going forward is whether or not we allocate sufficient funding to each asset class and whether one should go up and one should go down. In terms of what you're proposing in this package here of £660,000, is that going to... I'm not going to ask you, is that enough, because obviously you'll be tempted to say no, but is that going to increase the performance indicators based on last year, or do you think that you're unlikely to increase your performance based on last year's performance as a result of this package you're putting forward?
Councillor Smith is probably correct in that I would be tempted to say it's not enough. So I'm glad he didn't ask the question. In terms of performance, there's obviously a number of factors will affect the KPIs set out in paragraph 5.2. So age of vehicles will affect the ability to achieve MOT pass first time and affect PRSs in terms of presentation at the station. Performance of vehicle maintenance service will also have a bearing on that. The replacement programme outlined should enable us to maintain performance. I wouldn't suggest that it will enable us to improve performance in terms of the assets, because as you will have noted, there are a number of very aged vehicles still in the fleet and not scheduled for replacement. It's not 100% going through the replacement. It's not 100% those oldest being replaced, because in some cases requirement will have changed. So I think in the case of the very oldest bus, there is no longer a requirement for the same number of vehicles at the same size. And we do make reference in the report, I think, at 4.1, I think it is, to the need to review the replacement programme at the point where we know what the school numbers are going to be after the summer, for instance. We don't have that information until round about the Easter holidays. So at that point we can make a clear decision on the bus replacement programme, because numbers change and we will need to review the size of fleet that we maintain for the school bus service.
So basically, if you look at Appendix 2, there's a possibility you'll be reducing the size of the fleet.
Typically what we'd be looking to do is to reprofile potentially the size of the fleet dependent on the numbers, and I think we make reference to that in the report, in that should a vehicle not required to be replaced, then we would go to the next one down the list that we can replace within the overall budget available. There's no point in replacing a vehicle at the top end if it's not required, so we would then move down to the next one on the list. There's some flexibility with vehicles, unlike with other asset classes, in that the lead-in times for vehicles, whilst it can be four months, we can still be quite flexible within the financial year and achieve the spend.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the bottom of page 45, the reference to speed limiters and airbags. Do we still have vehicles without airbags?
We don't.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just looking at the page 46. It states that we have 408 items which the council owns, and 139 of the vehicles are over 7 years old. It does talk about actually reducing it based on maybe sharing vehicles within departments, but there's nothing there to state whether or not the case is for leasing more vehicles as opposed to actually replacing them. There must be a case that in some instances to lease would be cheaper and better value than to actually buy.
Chair, members may recall that last year we had a significant proportion of the fleet was due for, the leases were due to end, and we did undertake an exercise at that point to establish whether leasing or funding through additional capital borrowing funded through prudential borrowing was more cost effective. Where it was more cost effective to go down the capital route with prudential borrowing, we did so, and where leasing was more cost effective, we did that. So we do keep it under review. Appreciate there is a limited amount of capital funding allocated to vehicle replacement, but and also that there is provision with within some of the revenue accounts for funding those capital items. So we do keep under review whether leasing or outright purchase is the most cost-effective way forward.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. It's just, I'm wondering where the pool car sits in the asset class. Several years ago now that we had yourself giving us a report on moving towards pool cars for staff that had, for put it crudely, the petrol money taken away, or was it preferred users? I can't remember the terminology now. However, there was questions asked on the back of that. Now, I've never seen a report coming back on particularly the pool cars, because there's questions about the cost per mile and the two battery-powered cars, the two Nissans, because they're leased, and you lease the it's a 5-year life on the batteries, and the batteries are actually leased as well. So I just wondered where that fits in the asset class and where that would be reported, Harry.
The pool cars are not part of this asset class for capital funding, as they are leased. There was a report went up as part of the budget savings in February. There was one of the measures is an increase in the pool size to achieve savings. Included, I think, within that report as well, there was reference to the cost per mile of the pool fleet.
Yeah, fully appreciate. I did see that in the budget papers and the fact that we're looking to increase the size of that. However, the breakdown and the detailed report doesn't seem to come to any particular committee anymore. And that's something that I would like to see. I don't know whether it comes here or where it would go. Because it used to get reported, well, I can only remember one report, a detailed report. Okay, there was some basic information in the budget setting, because it was tend to be top-line stuff. So I just wondered where it will go as a report, a more detailed report, usage, who uses them, cost per mile, if a member uses it, what's the cost to him or her? Because these cars now must be 3-4 years old, and is it the Greenleaf? The two Nissans, they must be at a point now where we either get new ones or we look at the long-term viability of them.
Chair, the Nissan Leafs are, I think, 2 years old, as just coming up to their second anniversary, and they are on a 5-year lease. The majority of which is funded through the Scottish Government. So we would obviously take a view at some point towards the end of the life of the vehicles as to whether or not there's a case for expanding. In terms of electric vehicles, obviously the technology is new, it's relatively untried, and that's part of the reason why the Scottish Government was putting funding into electric vehicles, was to enable public sector organisations to make them visible to the general public, as well as allow staff access to them. In terms of a report on the pool, I would take advice as to where that should go, whether it should be through Planning and Environment Service Committee in the future, or through Policy and Resources. The service is based within Planning and Environment Services, but clearly it is a corporate resource, so with members' permission, I would take advice on that and look to bring a report forward.
Could I ask the officers to actually determine where it should go, and we could have a report as soon as we can after the end of the year on previous year's performance?
My recollection, and I can be corrected here, is that there was an internal audit report produced last year on the performance of pool cars, etc., etc. I think the members are looking for a report to come back. This would be the appropriate committee to bring it back, and we can certainly look at that. But I know that the internal auditor did a fairly major piece of work and reported back to the Audit and Risk Committee, and that committee was satisfied that we were getting value for money from the pool cars, and in fact recommended that we increase the usage of pool cars, and that's where I think Mr Thompson's alluding to bringing more pool cars in. But we can certainly take that away and come back to members.
Councillor Geddes.
The issue's already been dealt with, Leader. Thank you.
With that, we have the recommendations at 2.1 and 2.2. Members agreed? For that. Move on to item 6. Property buildings, non-schools asset class, proposed 3-year capital plan, 13-14, 15-16.
Chairman, in line with the previous two reports and the one following, this is the basis of taking forward the capital investment programme for the next year and the subsequent 2 financial years on an indicative basis. There's nothing really to add to the report. Mr Nelson hopefully will be able to answer all the relevant questions in detail. Thanks.
Councillor Dick.
Thanks, Chair. Just to ask why the Forest building is costing so much and whether there are any alternative accommodation.
The Forest building has been on the go for some time, and basically the roof has seen past its sell-by date. We now have a number of very important items stored within that building, and because of the roof being in such a bad condition, we will be looking at that, replacing that roof and improving the environmental conditions inside the building because of the, I hate to use the word artefacts, but the archive material that's in there.
Thanks, Chair. So have we actually looked at any alternatives or not?
We do have other assets we've been looking at, but the Forest building is by far the best asset at present to use and to focus on, and as it is potentially sustainable for not only for the current time but for future as well.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, it's in respect to Appendix 1. Whilst I welcome investment in buildings within my own ward, and we did get replacement windows programme within Annan Library. There's a scheme here for this new financial year of 50,000 for roof repairs and insulation. I know there's a problem with Annan Library building, but the budget proposals this year within that is to integrate Annan Library back into Victoria Halls, and I'm just wondering why we're spending 50,000 this new financial year when there's going to be a relocation of the library.
That is correct. We do have that amount of money set against the repairs building, but there are other proposals underway, as Councillor Marshall indicated, and if that was the case, this project will move within the programme and something else will slip in. These programmes are dynamic, they're not fixed. Things tend to emerge, things change, and in this case, as you indicated, things may well change very shortly.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Leader. Just on the Forest building, £800,000 is obviously a substantial sum of money, particularly given the fact that we are developing, apparently, proposals to build a new archive centre. And why are we spending £800,000 on a building when we've actually got a proposal, hopefully coming forward, to build a new archive centre in future years? On that particular issue, Chair, I have to say that I'm a wee bit concerned that the last this committee ever heard about the archive centre proposal was in December 2011, and there appears to be a lot of work going on behind the scenes, but as the committee responsible for that, we've never had a report on any of that work for some time, and I know that in the State Area Committee I've never had a report at all on the development of an archive centre, yet there appears to be lots of work going on about potential sites, and I do think we need to be updated on that, but I'm concerned we're spending a lot of money on something that we're actually going to replace it in the longer term with hopefully a new build. The other issue I want to raise is it says in the report that for years 2014-15 we effectively allocate 75% of funding, and that gives members flexibility, but if you look at the report, for future years you've only allocated £1 million and you have an asset class of, is it 3.7 million, so that's way below 75% in terms of what's been allocated for future years at this stage. And there's also a reference in the report that talks about the fact that you've allocated projects to the value of 4.1 million for an asset class, obviously, that you've got 3.7 million to spend, and understand because you're going to have slippage, it does give you some reserve projects. But you then go on in the report to say that you want to increase the number of projects, and it actually says in the report to avoid slippage. Now, I can't get my head around why, having £3.7 million to spend, you then allocate projects of more than 4 million, and that actually helps slippage. Presumably it actually means more slippage, because what you're saying is the projects will slip, so you'll have to bring others forward. I mean, surely we're not being asked to assess slippage based on whether or not you get given 3.7 million and you spend 3.7 million. And it doesn't matter if you've got £500,000 worth of projects slipped. I mean, how do you actually assess slippage? Surely we're going to get it on an individual project basis, not just whether or not you've managed to spend all £3.7 million that's been allocated.
I'll try and pick all of those up in order. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. We are looking at a potential archive centre for the future. But if you were to look at page 57, the Farris building is not just used to archive, to store the archives that would be located there. It's used as business continuity. There are a number of other purposes, and also stores social work files. Maybe I shouldn't say that out loud in here, but there are a number of filing, statutory filing systems in there which are securely stored in cages, basically. Those will be retained there in perpetuity, and that's one of the reasons why we must improve the building condition and its usage. With regard to future programmes, if you looked at the second recommendation, I believe, we are looking to come back to you in September. We would be looking for further strategic programmes, which is some of the work we're actually working with all the services at present to make sure that the information we have is as up to date as possible. And if I was to refer you to page 56, we look. One of the things we don't seem to have done very well in the past is produce reserve lists. So what we're actually looking to do is to advance a number of proposals and have them, and I hate to use the phrase in the drawer, but the idea is to have a number of projects that if anything does change, we can bring them forward. It's just kind of common sense, really, to have information that's available. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I agree with the issue of a reserve list. I think shovel-ready is the phrase, and no doubt we'll hear lots about that later on, but you know, we're the only council that has shovel-ready projects that don't start till 2015. But what you seem to be saying is that you in the report specifically says to assist with slippage. You almost imply that you'll assess slippage based on whether or not you've fully utilised your 3.7 million. Presumably every single individual project will get reported to this committee, and if there is slippage, that we're going to assess slippage on that basis, project by project, not whether or not you've utilised your 3.7 million. But I agree entirely with reserve list, and I think there's another issue that's a wider issue, is how, if a department actually works within its asset class, how as a council we then prioritise whether or not Peter's allowed to bring forward a project in his asset class, or whether actually, if there is slippage in excess money, we actually bring something forward from another asset class. I think that's an issue that's never been resolved, but just on that specifically, we're going to assess these based on individual projects, aren't we?
Yes. If you were looking at cross-sectors, cross-asset class, there is a capital investment strategy group that would allow that to happen anyway. There was the need to move money from one asset class to another. That can happen through that strategic group.
And that'll be reported through committee for member decision. Councillor Geddes.
It was issues I had about the former Farries, or the Farries building, so they will already been adequately trailed by Councillor Nick Smith.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at Appendix 1 here, and the list of properties that we intend doing in year 2013-14. Looking down the list, I see Ashwood House on the first reference to that, and it's accommodation improvement links to CSC, etc. And then further down, there's another reference to it, Ashwood House, and it's the redesign of their main reception hall, both totaling £360,000. Attached to this, then further up the list, we see investment or capital spent on aired unit offices in Stranraer. And this is office relocation linked to AMP efficiencies, which comes then to a total of £405,000. And further up again, we see library CSC integration projects and programme of projects commencing with Stranraer Library at 266. which has taken us over £750,000, that not being identified as how much against Stranraer Library. All of this, you know, if we take the 2013-14 moving with some haste, and yet we hear by the day, no later than Friday, that the print unit is being considered to be moved somewhere in Stranraer Academy to a classroom. We see here a reception area to be improved, altered, and similar to other places like the moving of planning out to our unit, etc., etc. Yet the area committee has not considered what is in the best interest, and indeed whether it's value for money that's being considered here for spend, given that our registrar received indeed a great deal of expenditure in the past to bring it up to a standard, and now we're spending even more to move. From an area committee perspective, we have not had this discussion yet. If we read this document under Appendix 1, things are moving on at a pace with what I've identified somewhere in the region of £750,000 spend, not knowing how much is being spent on Stranraer Library, but definitely over £400,000 in Stranraer. Now, I'm not again spending money in Stranraer, but you know, it seems that we as members are not being consulted and agreeing what we want to see where and when in terms of this so-called integration. And indeed, what the people of Stranraer have voiced in terms of the consultation as to where they want to see certain aspects of the service delivery. And I just wonder at what pace it is moving ahead and whether it's got the approval of the members at local area.
Understanding that was the report that came to full council, we've taken a budget decision that these would be the areas that we would look to improve to allow service redesign. Are they moving ahead?
Yes, Chairman. You'll recall that you identified a number of revenue savings across the piece in terms of, I think the terminology that was used by the council was pure and better assets. What officers are doing is identifying those assets which are best value to improve. We are undertaking a number of office moves in Stranraer. Those office moves are being looked at in line with the services. We are reducing the number of buildings that we occupy in Stranraer by reducing those buildings which are the least cost effective to run. My understanding, Chairman, is that you took a decision at full council that we were to proceed with those. In fact, the council's budget is based on a considerable amount of saving across the piece in buildings across Dumfries and Galloway. The templates were there before members. Members agreed those templates. Officers are obtempering those decisions. There are areas where there will be consultation with local members, particularly where community facilities are affected. That does not form part of this proposal whatsoever. What we are doing is we are taking forward a number of decisions taken by the council, not only in the last budget setting process, but unfortunately in the previous budget setting process, where we have not been able to move things forward as quickly as we'd like. But members were, I'll look at Mr Nelson, I'm told that members were advised what was happening. There was consultation, not at area committee level, because you removed delegation from the area committees when you took that decision, sir. What we are doing is carrying out your instructions, which is to make the best of the buildings we have. Where we have buildings which are not cost effective to run, we are doing our best to transfer staff, getting better use of the existing buildings and moving things forward. I'm quite sure that Mr Nelson could get into the detail. There are a number of issues there which have clearly been raised by Councillor Scobie, by individual members of staff. I don't have the full detail in front of me. What I can say is that we are obtempering the Council's decisions on the February budget setting days.
If I could come back to Chair, I was of a clear understanding that there was a caveat attached to that budget savings, and that indeed the area committee would be consulted, notwithstanding what Mr Haswell has said in terms of removing delegated powers. Area committees never had delegated powers in the first place, but nonetheless it was following that there was to be consultation, and that is long standing, or rather outstanding in terms of the consultation. And I don't want to expand this. I'll leave other members to speak for themselves. But that was the clear understanding again in Newton Stewart, in terms of the community centre and integration as well, that was to come back, you know, and members did not agree with that particular issue of the closure of that. So there are issues in here for me as a local member in terms of the consultation and the way that things are moving ahead. I would have thought it was a matter of course should there be efficiencies in the moving of staff. But this has implications in spend and whether it's the best use of public money in terms of the service delivery, which the people have been consulted on in Stranraer and have voiced their opinion. Is this yet again another time when the voice of the people is going to be ignored?
My understanding, these have been brought forward through the better and fewer assets. That is why I'm quite happy that these are the best value that we can get, and I'm happy with the spend on those. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. I want to revisit the Farries building again. You know, taking away the new archive centre and apart from that, this, it seems, you know, £800,000 seems an awful lot of money for a building that eventually won't get sold. I think there was a decision taken in 2007 that the building, 2007-8, that the building would be sold. The decision on 6th December 2011 then said that the council would retain the use of the TC Farris building for essential use in the short to medium term. Now, are we paying £800,000 for essential use of the building for the council in a short-term period, and will that £800,000 be reflected in the eventual sale of the building, and you know, will it be reflected £800,000? And how long is short to medium?
Short to medium term tends to be 5 years. That's the process we talk about programme, talk about the use of the building in excess of 10 years. With regard to the Farris building, we have used the building a lot more recently, and for good effect, which allows us to use it for, as we talked about, business continuity, which is quite an important element of the council. It hasn't been really picked up in the past. We're doing quite a lot of work on that. So the front office on there will always be available as a first office of any other office. Down, fire, cease to operate. We also are storing quite a lot more information there. And of course, if the building was in a better state, it would actually be more attractive to any vendor.
What I was trying to get, we've only recouped the £800,000 when it's up for sale. I'm thinking about Cargan Bridge as well. You know, that when we spend money on buildings that, you know, and we don't. Sorry.
Chairman, I think what we're doing is we're saying that there was a decision taken some 7 years ago that we would sell TC Farris. What has happened is it's been increasingly of beneficial use for storage, for business continuity and for other areas. Members have mentioned the Archive Centre. The Archive Centre would not house some of the documentation that's in TC Farris because it's not of archive interest. It's documentation that we have got to keep as a council and which would not be readily available to the public in an archive centre. Yes, if you spend the money on replacing the roof of TC Farris building, in the end of the day, after the short to medium term as described by Mr Nelson, when you put it in the market, it's far more marketable. If we don't replace the roof, we're going to have to move out and nobody's going to buy it. So the intention is that by replacing the roof, the building will become wind and waterproof will become more suitable for the council's own purposes, and when you eventually go to sell it, it will be a saleable asset. So that the expenditure will be reflected. Whether you would recoup the whole £800,000, Councillor Nicholson, I've got to say I don't know the answer to that, and that would depend very much on the market at the time. But we're talking in terms of, I think Peter's it's suggesting 5 to 10 years from now. So I don't know what the market will be like then. But certainly, if you don't spend the money on the building, you're going to have to eventually, short-term, vacate it, find somewhere else to put all the stuff that's currently in it, put it on the market with a duff roof, and at that point, I can virtually say to you, you'll not recoup what you would like to recoup from the sale of the building. So I'm afraid you've got to spend money on your assets to make sure that they're fit for purpose, and also that you can take it forward. I mean, members have in the past suggested that we don't spend money on maintaining our assets, therefore they fall into disrepair, and then you've got to spend lots more money on them in the future if you want to continue to use them. The short answer to Councillor Nicholson is yes, we would intend that we would be able to recoup as much of that money as possible, but we're talking in terms of longer, 5 to 10 years time, and I don't know what the market will be like. But if we don't spend the money, we're going to have to eventually empty the building of what we've got and then put it on the market, and will we get anything for it at that point?
Councillor McClung.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It's page 61, the Raggett Village Hall. Does this seal the final fate of the hall, or will there be a further report coming forward for us to make a final decision in this?
Currently, this asset is in poor condition. The decision has been previously used to not use the building at all. It's one of our assets that we don't actually require. It's surplus to requirements, and we would be looking to dispose of it.
So does that mean if the recommendations are followed through today, that's the decision now taken? To demolish it?
The decision would be to remove it from to make it that site and that building surplus to requirement. Whether we demolish it, or whether we sell it as a decision. More likely we'd actually sell it.
Quite specific in that, it says it's for demolition. Move over. Right. Councillor Crothers.
Pick up on it. It's been 2.2. Can we just make sure that when it comes back, the report comes back, we have a clear reserve scheme? Because I assumed that Annan Libraries would fall into a reserve scheme, and it isn't absolutely clear within the report. Now we're spending 860k, is what's saying in the report on Paris. That's a big roof. That's a humongous roof. There's a lot of money getting a roof. So I'd like to see further detail on that. I mean, I'd like that to come back. See, because is it just the roof? Is there other things we're spending money on? I'd like to see further detail before we agree in principle today, but I'd like to see that coming back.
It also includes the heating system way past. So there's an environmental issue. We don't do something with the system and the water ingress very soon.
I understand that, Leader. I take that on board. But I wonder if will we see that detail? I mean, I thought we'd see the detail of what's actually happening there at some point.
This would come to you through the normal monitoring report with some detail.
Councillor Maitland.
Well, I think everybody's getting the general gist. We're a bit iffy about this this roof, £800,000, and I rather agree. I mean, the question is, what could we do for £800,000? How many files could we store securely, and how many bits of electrical office equipment could we recycle? And I just wonder whether it is best use of that money. So I think I add my chorus of or my voice to the questions that are being voiced by other members on this one.
Could I propose that we provide a business case on why we're doing this and the reasons for doing it, and the reason it's not just the roof, it's actually environmental areas as well. And that would also include, if we had to go somewhere else, how much would it cost per year to store whatever is in there.
Councillor Geddes.
Delighted with that suggestion, sir. It should improve and enhance scrutiny by this committee as a consequence. I would like to go back to the point that Councillor Scobie made. And let me say that I agree in principle with the issue of this council rationalising its property portfolio to result in fewer and better facilities. No problems with that. I do have some concerns, particularly in a Mid-Galloway and specifically a Newton Stewart context, with the way this process appears in fact to have started off. I think the process, the consultative process has got to be transparent, it's got to be robust, and it's got to be inclusive. And I think we still have a wee bit work to do in that. And I think it's absolutely imperative that we achieve these objectives. But the specific question I would like to put to Mr Nelson, through you, sir, relates to Penningham Centre at Newton Stewart. Now, I assume since we're looking at the rationalisation of the council's property portfolio in Newton Stewart, that we're not, it's small beer compared with the £800,000 for the Farries building, but it's £40,000 nonetheless. And I assume then that we would not be spending or expending this amount of money in these particular premises and then running the risk, as it were, of sort of looking at coming to a decision or a conclusion and saying, well, these actually, in the wider scheme of things in Newton Stewart, are surplus to requirements. I think we've got to ensure, in fact, that we're quite clear as to what, at the conclusion of the transparent, robust and inclusive consultative process, just exactly how many assets are going to be left within Newton Stewart, where they will be, and I wouldn't want to be spending £40,000, on an issue or an asset, rather, which we might be sort of looking ugly at in its future. So I'd be grateful for a comment or a response from Mr Nelson in that regard, Leader. Thank you.
The information here with regard to Penningham Centre is to do with, again, to the environmental conditions of the building. The building is actually over, it's something like 120% over capacity. There are more desks than the building can actually cope with. So we are looking to do some rationalisation, which would include working in other towns like Leicester. We are working with social work services, and if, as is potentially the case, this building is surplus to requirements, that money would not be expended again. It's only if we actually retain that building, and if we go down the route of better but fewer assets. So we have fewer but better assets. So if we do have an asset that we're going to retain, we improve its environment.
I'm grateful for the response, Leader, but for the record, Peter, I prefer to use the phraseology better but fewer assets, no the other way.
Councillor Nicholson, did you want back in?
Yeah, sorry, I meant to mention it when I was speaking earlier. It's in the Council HQ campus. It's the old IT store demolition car parking potential. I take it that's the building just at the back there, the wooden one there. It is, yeah. Is it in a dangerous condition that it needs demolished? Because I kind of loath to spend £60,000 on car parking spaces when there's other priorities instead of that. And, if that building could be utilised for something else, if it's in a condition that it can be utilised, perhaps archives even.
It is a building we have looked at, and if you go and look at it, the timber part particularly is in very poor condition. We are looking at an alternative to that site rather than actually pure demolition and car parking. This would actually come back to this committee again. We've looked at this, and potentially we have a listed building issue with the sandstone section. So we may end up retaining it and using it in a slightly different way. Not for potentially some archiving, but not for the main archiving.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. In December last year, Wigtown members were given a briefing by Mr Nelson about property rationalisation in Stranraer. Am I to believe that the options then proposed are now out of date?
That is correct. There have been a number of small adjustments. The assets we've been talking about remain the same, but the actual services within each asset have changed slightly. And I'm sure with Mr Hassel and myself can update members.
Chair, an update would be very much appreciated, as indeed would be the business case for the rationalisation.
Councillor Dick.
Just on that point, I think the business case was actually the budget. And we're expecting a report back on progress at the future area committee. Can I just ask about the Gracefield Arts Centre, 80,000 for the kitchen facilities? What are we doing with that? And does the council generate revenue from that facility? Why are we spending 80 grand?
The kitchen facility itself is in rather poor condition. It's been there for well over 20 years. I have looked at replacing that kitchen, even though an outside body currently uses it, an outside body. But we may well decide that we have done some minor work to keep it going. We will eventually have to replace the kitchen, but it's actually when. We've looked at it here at the moment, but we may well, if other emerging issues come in. So it's not fixed yet. That's why we want to come back in September with a further report, which provides a lot more detail as to business cases.
With that, we have the recommendations with the added caveat that we bring back the business case for Barry's building for members' consideration. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, on 2.1, Chair, I would like to add a further caveat that the issues identified in Appendix 1 referring to Ashwood House, Air Unit and Stranraer Library be the subject of a report to the Wigton Area Committee for further discussion. It ties in with what Councillor McComb was saying in terms of the Area Committee and only some members availed themselves of that, the briefing, but it requires further discussion, and I understood that's what was to happen, not, and it wasn't just on the budget case that we are waiting on a progress report, but on the whole issue. So on that basis, Chair, I would like to add that caveat to 2.1 along with the farriers.
Councillor Smith.
I'd also like to add in an update on the Archive Centre. I don't want to see another report that happens time and time again. We get an officer's report stuck in front of us saying you've got a month to agree this, we're going to make a bid, here's your only option. I mean, I think that we should be properly consulted and properly involved and actually bringing forward what we think should actually be developed as an Archive Centre, not what we get handed to us a month before we have to put a bid in for funding.
I'm happy to move the recommendations within the papers with caveat regarding the business case for Faris come back and to include the points that Councillor Smith raised here, have a future report back. Get it?
But surely, Leader, that it would be right and appropriate, apart from anything else, to inform respective area committees as to the conclusions and the decisions and the outcomes being reached by this, by this consultative process. Because otherwise, how are members going to pick it up from SharePoint? Come on, we owe our area committees a much better standing than that.
Chairman, yes, we have an outstanding report to go back to area committees, advising them of the moves that are being made. The intention is that over April there will be meetings with members of area committees, ward members at a ward level, where we will bring forward the proposals that are coming forward. There's a lot of work being done. It's not just a case of saying we'll move that there and forget about it. The intention is that we will appraise local members of what the proposals are, make sure that they're comfortable with them. I think the terminology used, Chairman, to me, Leader, to me, was give members a heads up, make sure that they're not surprised by their constituents and that something happens in a constituency that they're unaware of. Yes, we will be bringing those reports back. There will be a series of meetings led by Community and Customer Services in early April. I think the first meeting scheduled for the 8th or 9th of April. They will bring forward detailed proposals which will have meaningful proposals as to where alternative accommodation can be made available, what the cost of that would be, etc., etc. So that work is in hand. I can reassure Councillor Geddes and indeed Councillor Scobie to that effect. There is also an outstanding report requested by Wigton Area Committee at the last meeting for a report back on what's happening in relation to the rationalisation of office accommodation in Stranraer. So these assurances are given, sir.
Colin.
Thanks, Chair. Just to second the proposal from yourself to go forward with the recommendations as amended. As you...
Councillor McGregor. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, you know, and I'm looking at there are 6 members of the area committee, at least Wigton area committee. I'm happy to move the caveat that I've referred to, so there's no dubiety that the caveat, with the caveat that the issues identified in the Appendix 1 referring to Ashwood House, Air Unit and Stranraer Library be the subject of a report to the Wigton area committee for further discussion. It has been referred by Mr Haswell that there's an outstanding report. I appreciate the information, but you know, so that it's a matter of minute, I would ask that and move that be included in 2.1, Chair.
Councillor Dick.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with the assurances that the governance officer gave in response to Councillor Geddes' question there. I don't see the need for any caveat. The important thing, basically, is that we continue to provide the services. Where exactly they are, I think, is much less important in the current climate, because I wouldn't want to see a situation where it's bodies go before buildings. And that's the absolute caveat of the budgetary decision.
For the mover and seconder of the recommendations as amended. Other motion? Going to item 7. Land asset class. Proposed 3-year capital plan 13, 14, 15, 16. Greaveson. Mr. Herriot, have you anything to add to your reports?
Nothing to add to the report, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Personally, I don't have a problem with the recommendation at 2.3. I don't know much about the Blairmount Park at Newton Stewart, but I assume it's been through the proper tests. So as far as Palmerston Park goes in Dumfries, I think it's probably the outstanding site, not only in Dumfries, but in the entire region. And bearing in mind, this council has assigned Concordat with Queen of the South, signed about a decade ago by the then convener and then chairman of Queen's. I think the officers involved at that time would be the late Stuart Atkinson and Dick Shaw at Palmerston. So there was already a cooperation agreement between the club and the council. I think, again, the fact that floodlighting there lends itself to being used 7 days a week from probably 8 in the morning till 10 in the evening, which wouldn't be the case with certain other sites, I would argue. I think, again, the fact that the council is actually the second largest shareholder in Queen of the South should have some bearing on that situation as well. But I would point out, if we were to go down this road, I think we need to have service level agreements signed between Queen of the South and the council, and signed between the users of the park at Newton Stewart and the council, and them to come back to this committee for approval. And I would certainly suggest that happens regardless of what happens. Another part of item 2.3 there, play areas, playing fields, that refers to Appendix 3, and although there is nothing in it for me in terms of the Abbey ward, I'm quite happy to go along with it. I do note in the Stewart side just about everything's in Kirkcudbright, and something in Castle Douglas, but nothing in the Dalbeattie area. So, from a personal point of view, I see nothing wrong with recommendation 2.3. I think it ticks all the boxes, satisfies all the criteria.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, sir, we've got this windfall via the Barnett consequentials, or whatever terminology you like to use. By my computation, leader, it's £890,000. And as I understand it, the purpose of it would be to accelerate the delivery of various projects across Dumfries and Galloway. I don't like the term shovel ready, for the record. And as far as I'm concerned, one of the major proposals or projects that we should be looking at is that the necessity to improve the provision of playable football facilities across the region. Now, we have a strategy, leader, which has already been, it's been designed to look at that. And I would have to say, in the interest of equity, that that strategy clearly shows that it's the Stewartry district that should be the next area for the provision of a 3G pitch. Now, the report today identifies a second 3G pitch in Dumfries and a second one in the Wigton area, and I have no problems, obviously, with either of these. I think it's also worthwhile, Leader, pointing out that we're hoping that with the new Dalbeattie Learning Campus that there will be such a facility incorporated into that. But that is for the future, and there is simply no way, Leader, that that provision could be, or any such provision in Dalbeattie could be delivered by the 31st of March 2014. So, going back to the strategy that I've already alluded to, sir, and in line with it, I would move that this Council proceeds with the provision of 3 3G pitches. One at Blairmount Park in Newton Stewart, one at St Cuthbert's in Kirkcudbright, and one also at Palmerston Park in Dumfries. And this, by the process of simple arithmetic, if I've got it right, would leave a balance of approximately £140,000 to develop play areas and playing fields in line with our existing strategies. And I would move that, sir, with a further caveat. I think it's absolutely imperative, in fact, that these 3 schemes are completed by 31st of March 2014. That's an absolute time, really is of the essence in this instance, Leader. And as a consequence, I would suggest, in fact, that we should put in place a rigorous and unremitting monitoring process to ensure, in fact, that that objective is met. And I would cite you 2 analogous examples, if I may. One, for instance, relates to the finalisation of the Common Housing Register, which is under the aegis of the Housing Subcommittee, and where, in fact, there is a report on that to every meeting of that subcommittee. And the other one has been the report on a monthly basis to the Wigton Area Committee in relation to the utilisation, etc., of the existing 3G pitch in Stranraer. So I have already moved the motion, sir. I would want to add that caveat that it's, since time really is of the essence, it's absolutely imperative that we put in place rigorous and unremitting monitoring arrangements to make sure, in fact, that we meet these timescales.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. Leader, I am very, very grateful for Councillor Geddes' remarks, because, in essence, it leaves me nothing else to do, really, than to agree with the terms of his motion and to second it wholeheartedly. As you know, the Stewartry Area Committee did a lot of work on this and tasked officers with coming back with shovel-ready projects. And it is perfectly clear to me, having requested information from officers, that that's exactly what is going to happen. And it is shovel-ready within the Stewartry, and I suppose, from what is being said in this report, equally well, it will be shovel-ready in Palmerston Park and Blairmount. So I'm very happy to second these proposals.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. Obviously, happy to agree with Geddes and Maitland with regard to the other 3. I'm pleased to see that Lockerbie is on the strategy into the future. I think it's essential at some point, but understand that we do have some ongoing discussions with both Mid-Annandale Football Club and the common good issues to solve. And I just take note at page 77 that we do give assurances that drainage and infill works will be done in the interim, and maybe a possible timescale for 3G in Lockerbie.
Councillor Smith, and then the officer to comment.
Yeah, Chair, I mean, there's 2 parts to this report. I mean, I appreciate what people have a big debate about 3G pitches. It's an important part of it, but to the extent that we completely ignore the rest of it, it might have been helpful to take it in 2 parts and actually go through it. I mean, I've got lots of questions about the 3G pitch issue, but I've also got lots of questions about the rest of the report as well. And it just seems that we're rubber stamping £500,000 worth of spending. It was a good diversionary tactic to stick a 3G pitch in every report, and then we'll never debate the rest of the report. So, I mean, I think we should look at these issues and go through the report as it's set out, not just jump onto one particular issue. I want to focus first of all on the issue around the shovel-ready project thing that the administration put in their budget, which was to allocate £450,000 for shovel-ready projects in 2014-15, which is a hell of a long time to stand holding a shovel. But I see in the report we're actually bringing £200,000 of that forward, and the actual report says this won't require any compensatory amendment to the overall approved capital investment strategy. I'd quite like an explanation as to what that actually means, how we can bring forward funding without it having any impact at all on the overall capital investment strategy. I think I would like some clarification on that and why, frankly, it's only 200,000. Why we're not bringing the whole £450,000 forward as well and actually getting some of these projects off the ground. I'd quite like an explanation on that. The issue around Station Park as well, this council has a pretty appalling record when it comes to bidding for heritage lottery funds. We're the only council in Scotland ever to be turned down 3 times when it came to bids for townscape heritage funding. And I'm concerned that, and I appreciate this is a parks funding one rather than a townscape one, but I'm concerned in the Station Park issue that we haven't, are we going to be successful this time? Because previously we weren't successful and actually we're not very good at bidding for contracts, or sorry, for funding from heritage lottery. And I'd like an assurance as to what work has been done in recent months to improve our ability. We had one recently turned down when it came to English Street in Dumfries. It's the 3rd one. As I say, we're the only council in the whole of Scotland ever to have 3 bids like that turned down. We're not very good at this, and I'd like an assurance that we're actually working on how we improve in that particular aspect. There's an allocation of funding for allotments as well. Now, the biggest allotment in the regions in my ward, in Kingham, there's 29 allotments there and a big waiting list to use them. In June 2010, this council carried out a consultation around an allotment strategy, and that seems to have disappeared. And I'd quite like an update before we allocate funding as to where we are with an allotment strategy that went out to consultation more than 2 years ago and has never came back to any committee. So that's on the first side of things. In terms of 3G pitches, I know I'm quite happy to get answers to those first 3 things first, because I've got quite a few questions around the 3G pitch issue as well. I don't know if you want to ask them all just now or get answers to the first set of questions.
The first one first. With regard to the HLF funding, there was a meeting last week between myself and Chairman, Chief Executive, and 2 officers, 1 officer and a board member, with regard to the points that you raised that we don't seem to be successful. So there's work to be done in that to actually make sure that we do take forward bids in the future, and we'll be looking to see, I think there's a report going to CMP later, to make sure that there's actually in place a strategy for taking this forward and possibly source that strategy. Forward commitment, point on that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. With regard to the issue regarding the reference at paragraph 3 to the acceleration of funding into financial year 12-13 would not require a compensating amendment to the remainder of the capital investment strategy. That's because we're talking here about the acceleration of approved funding rather than any additional funding. The allocation is 200,000 above the approved level 13-14, 200,000 below the level approved for 2014-15, so it's fully compensated. And we can obviously, given the size of the capital programme, the size of the loan charges budget, at that level of only £200,000, be able to accommodate that in the overall strategy. So I don't think there's a need to adjust any part of the capital investment programme.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't get my question answered.
I'm going to ask Mr. Reid to go with the other points that have been raised, because if we actually bring in the motion just to make sure everything's in the motion we can deliver on. I'm going to get, well, I've got Councillor Smith who wants to come back again on 3G issues. I'm going to get the questions that have been asked so far and then allow the other members back in.
Thank you, Leader. In terms of the question regarding the funding and deliverability, I think it's fair to say that in terms of Sport Scotland capital funding, this council has always punched well above its weight in terms of accessing capital funding from Sport Scotland. In terms of deliverability of this 3G pitch programme, that this too would require further discussion and dialogue with Sport Scotland. But if members wish officers to submit 3 funding applications together with a time-bound commitment towards future development at Lockerbie, we're very pleased to take that forward in partnership with Sport Scotland.
Councillor Smith, you had some other points on 3Gs.
Yeah, I've still got an outstanding question on the allotment strategy, but I'm not sure who's qualified to answer that, and I'll maybe get an answer in due course. I waited 2 years for the consultation to take place, so I could wait a wee bit longer. I'll dig deeper, yeah. On the issue of the 3G pitch, can I go through the actual report? It makes reference to the facilities planning model recommendations. I don't know if anybody else has ever seen this, but I've never seen this facilities planning model, and I don't know what it says. I've never been able to access it, and I certainly tried to access it in SharePoint. I certainly couldn't find it there. I don't know what this is, and I would have thought that when it comes to making a decision to spend £890,000 worth of taxpayers' money, we would actually have the full information in front of us, and I don't know where that recommendation, where that actual information is from. And therefore, I don't actually know why the 3 sites that are in front of us today were actually selected as priority recommendations. Now, we did have, at my request, a document circulated to members, which was a scoring criteria for the assessment on the 3G pitch, for example, in Dumfries. And I would like to know when that criteria, first of all, when that assessment was actually carried out on all the options for Dumfries. My first question, I can come back on the back of that depending on the answer.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, in terms of the facilities planning model, facilities planning model is a tool to inform capital investment considered best practice driven by Sports Scotland, encouraging every local authority to go through a facilities planning model process to inform A, the Council's future capital investment in leisure and sport provision, and B, Sports Scotland's investment in future capital investment in leisure and sport in any one given region. It's not something that we would present as a strategy to members. It's a tool that will help us to inform the development of strategies and investment moving forward. That exercise has recently been completed and forms 3 elements: swimming pools, sports centres and synthetic grass pitches. So that will be something that will certainly form and influence the forthcoming leisure and sport facilities review exercise. In terms of the information that was shared with every elected member following the request from Councillor Smith for further information in relation to the Nithsdale facilities, that, as I explained to the Councillor Smith, was an exercise that we'd undertaken previously when the high school 3G pitch at Dumfries was taken forward. What we did as officers was update that previous exercise and include elements of new information together with the Palmerston Park option, which was developed following representation made by the Chairman of Queen of the South to the Council to develop a partnership that would replicate the best practice that we're now delivering and sharing with Annan Athletic and with Stranraer FC.
Sorry, Chair, before Councillor Smith come back in, can I just get clarification of what Richard said there regarding Marks High, and when did talks take place with Marks High to update the information of Heston Rovers?
Chair, talks with Max High nor Heston haven't taken place. As members will be aware, the fast-track approach in terms of this capital funding was agreed by committee on the 26th of February, so we've had to move very quickly. We have updated the information available. Clearly, that works both ways. In terms of the Max High option, we've had to amend that because that previously included the partnership with Queen of the South. That no longer would be the case because Palmerston Park is being developed as part of that proposal. So no specific dialogue, further dialogue with Max High in terms of the sports hub nor Heston.
I'm concerned that we've been told it's been updated. I've read this report. It's not been updated at all. I mean, there are some serious issues with additional information we've been given. I'll just give you one example. On the information, it talks here about access issues at Maryfield and the problem associated with the fact that it's a private road. You access along Westfield Road to get onto Maryfield. And the report even says today the club proposes to circumvent this by building a new access road into Maryfield in summer 2011. Well, I'm sorry, but this is actually 2013. That road was built more than a year ago, but we've got an assessment criteria being carried out that effectively penalises Maryfield and penalises Heston Rovers on the back of not having a road that was actually built a year ago. Now, if that's been updated, then frankly, that's a serious error in the information. I can go through numerous errors within the information on the assessment of Maryfield. And we're supposed to make a decision based on what information we've got in front of us. We're supposed to have the fullest information. And frankly, we've got inaccurate information, and we're being asked to allocate thousands of pounds worth of taxpayers' money based on a report that, in my view, is absolutely flawed. Now, I declared an interest at the start as a season ticket holder at Palmerston. I have absolutely no problem at all with the proposal for Palmerston. I mean, we could have a debate about whether or not, frankly, football should be played at that level on 3G pitches or on grass. The fans, I presume, are being split on the issue. We can have a debate also about the fact that the criteria currently means that you couldn't play in the Premier League with a 3G pitch, and you know, somebody that goes to Palmerston every week, I want to see Queens playing in the Premier League. That may or may not change. None of that's contained within the report. I'm happy to accept the fact that at the end of the day, it's up to the Board of Directors to put forward a particular proposal. They've chosen to put this forward, and we have to go on the basis of that as a bid by the club, and I have no problem at all with that. What I have a problem with, in my view, is the manner in which we're treating both the Maryfield playing fields and also another football club in this region, and they're being penalised, and we have a report here that in my view has been skewed to get an answer, and information has been missed out that should have been contained within that report. We have issues raised in the report that talks about problems with the facilities at Maryfield, yet if you look at the rest of the funding being allocated, there isn't a single penny being allocated towards actually improving the facilities at Maryfield. We've got a fence that's fallen down, we've got, it looks like a building site at the moment. This council does absolutely nothing to support that pitch as things currently stand in those playing fields, yet at the same time it discriminates against the club on the basis of the facilities aren't very good, but we'll do nothing about it. And I'm seriously concerned that we have a double standards taking place when it comes to this particular report today, and we're being asked to make funding allocations on that basis. I'm also slightly concerned that we're being asked to take £250,000 out of play parks and other playing fields as part of that motion in order to have a third 3G pitch in Kirkcudbright. I'm not against a third 3G pitch in Kirkcudbright, but I'm concerned that what that will mean is the list of projects here in playing fields right across the region won't now take place as a result of that. And if we are going to go down the route of an additional third pitch, which appears to have came up with the blue and with no idea what Sports Scotland's answer to that actually is, then should we not be looking to bring forward the funding, the rest of the £450,000 funding that was allocated 2014-15, bring that forward in order to make sure that other areas are not being penalised.
Thank you, Leader. Take on board Councillor Smith's comments. In terms of the criteria, the previous assessment that was undertaken that criteria was agreed with Sports Scotland. We took that forward in good faith. We've updated that. Obviously, there's the element of the access that we should have paid more attention to. That's not to say that in terms of the key strategic criteria of evidencing strategic need, the operational partnership, the solid infrastructure, the potential additional capital investment, deliverability by the 31st of 3rd, 2014, curriculum and community usage, football development pathways, elements of management, schools, community use infrastructure, of either achieving or not achieving, and adding information where we know there are ongoing issues. That was done with the best of intentions in terms of presenting the most up-to-date position that we've got, and we're confident, having discussed that with Sports Scotland and the SFA, including issues around SPL regulations, etc., that the recommendations before members in terms of taking Queen's forward as the preferred site in Dumfries are competent and deliver on what we're hoping to achieve.
The Harriet allotment.
Yes, the allotment strategy that was referred to earlier. DG First in the past have taken forward a certain amount of work in terms of the strategic approach to the public realm assets, the burials, the public conveniences, and the kind of public open space. With the commissioning model being developed, there is a requirement to take forward and develop a strategic commission for public open space, and we're anticipating doing that and reporting that back to Planning House Environment Service Committee, hopefully in May, when we're bringing the updated and refreshed strategic commissions for the year ahead. What we'll do in the Public Open Space Commission is capture that outstanding action, that incomplete package of work on the allotment strategy, and see how we can take that forward with DG First. It's not dissimilar to picking up the work that they've done in the past on the burial strategy, and that has been progressing within P&E, and is certainly progressing as part of the Strategic Commission, and hopefully will result in a report back to Planning House Environment Service Committee sometime in the next year on the burial strategy, and we'll need to look at the timeline within the Commission for the Public Open Space Commission on the allotment strategy and how that's taken forward, given there's been a certain amount of work done in it and it's already been consulted on.
Councillor Dick, then Councillor Marshall, then Councillor Scobie.
Just a couple of things. First of all, could I ask whether it would be possible to bring forward the 450,000 to assist with the programme?
The second thing, my understanding, and hoping for clarification here, is that the council took a decision that the Stewartry would have a priority as being the only one of the 4 areas in Dumfries and Galloway which currently didn't have a provision, and recently agreed to look at Mid-Galloway as a matter of some priority. As far as the additional one, if we're able to provide funding for an additional one in Dumfries, I would have thought very much that would have been welcomed by the Dumfries members.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Just to go to the recommendations, because on each one I've got points I'd like to raise. On 2.1, I'm just wondering, where are we with regards to Dumfries and Galloway Council with regards to tracking policies and decisions taken within this council? It's in respect to, if you look at Table 1, there's a proposal to allocate 250,000 to Station Park, Moffat. And understand, the history behind that and the work that's been done. But this council, and it was Policy and Resources, took a decision a year and a half ago that we would actually commit to 4 flagship play parks. And I can understand why Dock Park is being developed, because one of those flagship play parks is within there. But the one for Arndale and Eskdale was decided upon within Annan, and I can see nothing within the 3-year programme to address the actual policy of the 4 flagship play parks. So I'd like to know where that policy is. I'd like to see where it is in Covalent, but certainly, there's an opportunity here to develop that, but I don't see it anywhere within the proposed 3-year spending. With respect to 2.2, if you look at the appendices and all the projects in Appendix 2, we've seen previous reports where it actually identifies the costs, etc. There's no reasoning behind this, the priority for these. There's no costs, etc. So again, I feel as though the report is flawed, that we don't have the detail and the prioritisation, the scoring mechanism as to how these projects have been selected. With respect to 2.3, I'm quite surprised by one of the other councillors actually suggesting that we remove 250,000 from play parks, because Councillor Geddes, I know for years on community resources, we were trying to get more funding into play parks, and to actually, you know more information than me, but I don't even know if there's a site identified at Kakubri. There's no information that I've got that, Kakubri is ready as a shovel-ready project that could be done within the financial year. So I'm concerned we're making decisions here where we don't have the fullest of information. And for example, the funding that was going to be allocated, the additional play area funding, was 390,000. That's got to be reduced by $250,000. Now, we had a report to Arndale and Eskdale Area Committee, and basically to stand alone with the replacements that we require on play park equipment across Arndale and Eskdale will cost 490,000. And I'm concerned as well with regards to the prioritisation of all the play parks at Appendix 3. I mean, when we got that report, the only 2 pieces of play park equipment had been removed was at Eastriggs Play Park, which is one of the largest settlements in Arndale and Eskdale. But there's no plans for that equipment to be replaced, but there's other ones that are actually ahead of that. So I'm concerned on all 3 levels with regards to the recommendations in this report.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, it's really just to seek clarification. I note in 3.9 and indeed in the recommendations, this would be 890,000 extra funding, and it's been suggested that indeed we allocate some 750,000 of that, if I heard correctly, for 3G pitches. It's undoubtedly the case if I go on the Stranraer 3G pitch that they are very popular, and Councillor Geddes has been consistent in terms of the Mackers, the Mid-Galloway in Newton Stewart. So, from what I heard him say, he would then have 140,000 if it's agreed by the committee that we do go for the 3. That would leave 140,000 surplus over and above the 3G pitches at 225,000 each. And if I heard him correctly again, he was referring these to go to sports pitches for further development. No doubt you'll clarify at that point, because I'm looking at the sports pitches under 3.8.4, and 150,000 has been spent on this current year, and again 250,000 as is identified in Table 1 for the second part of the programme. So would that 140,000 be an additional 140,000 for play pitches? Because in many of the communities, the play pitch and the sports equipment are the only things that are available to the communities that don't have a 3G pitch, or indeed some of the other facilities and amenities that we've got across the region. And no later than last night, not trying, wishing to be parochial, but you know, Swalt came up, and it's one that the kids can't play on. Not, you know, even against the fact that we've just drained it. And that's the same for King George V and others in the Wigtown area. And yet in the appendices, I don't see any moves to improve the grass pitches, you know, up to a standard. It's constantly being raised in the Wigtown area that we have grass pitches that don't meet the standard, and yet we continually have to we hire these out. And the facilities are abysmal. So while I support the 3G pitches and indeed the expansion of the 3G pitches, given where we were at almost 2 years ago, then as I say, I support that, but it shouldn't be to the exclusion of the other developments. And we have tables or appendices here that identify the replacement of all sorts of play equipment. And have we got enough money, you know, in terms of the allocation to provide that? So it's really that clarification, Chair.
If we can get the answers to those three sets of questions. There was one from Councillor Dick with regard to the 450,000. Could it all be brought forward?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, as it's been reflected in the discussion, you've already accelerated 200,000 of the 450,000 into financial year 2013-14. You could also look to accelerate the remaining 250 into 13-14, but you'd have to look at table at paragraph 3.82, because it would need to come out of, not talking about additional funding, you're talking about acceleration of approved allocations, so you need to take it out of the allocations that are reflected in that table.
There was a point Councillor Marshall raised, flagship parks policy. My understanding and recollection, that didn't find favour with members.
Again, I think it's something I'll need to check with colleagues on. I think there's probably been a number of departments involved in that project in the past, and I can maybe check where we are on previous commitments given to that and delivery of those commitments. Could I take the point on the scoring and the prioritisation at appendix with relation to recommendation 2.2 and appendix 2? We've pointed out in the report that there isn't a detailed prioritisation process. We have done for other asset class reports, been able to make a kind of comparison, and certainly I compare this to the infrastructure asset class report that we took to Planning, House and Environment Services last week, then went through committee. And what we did there was we looked at a prioritisation process to allocate funding between programme headings, not between individual projects, of which there were several hundred within that report. What we've said in this report is here that there's a kind of lack of information on the asset management side to be able to quantify fully what the requirement is. And Councillor Marshall's pointed out that there was a recent report to the Alestial Committee that identified that the replacement costs in that area alone for even just the play equipment was about £500,000. We're asking DG First to take that forward in terms of the assessment of play equipment in other areas, just to get a handle on what the kind of total requirement is. At the same time, it's going to take a bit of time just to work up our ideas on the other public open space areas, the allotments, the play fields without equipment, and the burial grounds in terms of the demand that's been placed upon them. So if I think the question was raised was, was there enough money there to fund all of that commitment? Like any of the other assets, there's a number of reserve schemes, and even beyond the reserve schemes we've listed in this report, there are schemes that in the short term or the medium term that would need to be taken forward. But what we're saying is that within those programmes for these allocations, that these are the projects that have been prioritised, along with our colleagues in DG First, in terms of safety issues on equipment or drainage issues on some of the play areas.
Accept that, but I think from us as members, we need to actually, to see some sort of reasoning behind that prioritisation, because we're going out to the communities to explain why some will be getting replacement play park equipment, others will not. And also, there's no kind of detail on the costs. We got costings to Andy and Estilaria Committee. There's no costings within here. So, I mean, I think that should, if it's not going to come at this committee, obviously not, but further down the line, we have to get a report on the reasoning behind the prioritisation and the costs.
As similar to the infrastructure class, asset class report, we didn't have costings against individual projects. We had costings at programme level, and what we were doing was looking for a list of schemes to be approved within the budget that was indicated at the programme level, with a list of schemes within the reserve schemes to be taken forward that we would work up and plan for, and to be taken forward if further funding was made available. So the individual costs are not shown. We do have indicative costs from our colleagues in DG First, as well as the prioritisation, and that lets us work out how long the list should be for the funding that's set out within the programme in the report. In the outturn report, we would report in terms of capital monitoring. I would anticipate that we would be coming back with more detail on the actual costs of projects.
Thank you, Leader. I agree entirely with Councillor Scobie's comments. We have significant challenges with our grass pitches. It's one of the reasons why we engaged a sports pitch specialist at the start of this last financial year and invested the 150k this year and the 250k for next year, which is in addition to the monies that we're talking about in terms of 3G. Indeed, King George V in Stranraer, we managed to allocate additional funds from our PH&E colleagues to address that. And there's an ongoing commitment of 75k per annum to continue to keep on top of our grass pitches, where we know we've got some challenges around drainage and usage, etc.
Councillor Lever.
Thanks, Chair. Touching on what Councillor Marshall said about the scoring system for these improvements to the children's playground, etc., I would like to see more information on what basis it's been made. And can I cite the particular instance of Kirkton playing field there? One of the local residents, Catherine Leesk, as a memorial to her son Sam, who died, I think it was last year, has been working with the local community to raise vast sums of money to refurbish and restore the playground there. And within the last 4 months, I think they've raised something like £15,000. I think that shows a real commitment from the community to work with the council. I think that does need to be recognised in terms of that. If we've got local groups working hard to do this, that's something which we should encourage. I think that needs to go into the weighting system and be given the high priority. And I've got no problem with another football 3G pitch for Kirkcudbright, but there's no business case with this, and I'm not prepared to agree to strip out £250,000 from the play areas and playing fields in order to support a scheme for a new 3G pitch at Kirkcudbright at this stage in the cycle. And we've got no indication of any commitment from Sports Scotland in terms of that. So I don't think anyone seconded Councillor McCarthy's proposal regarding 2.3, but I'm quite happy to second that at this stage.
Councillor Geddes, then Councillor Maitland, and then we'll pick the points up.
Well, it was going back, sir, to the point that was flagged up by Councillor Smith and answered by Mr. Garrett. I would have no problems. I'm interested, obviously, to hear my seconders' view. I would have no problems, in fact, to amending the motion to the effect that rather than leaving us with £140,000, we accelerate to £250,000, which would give us a grand total of £390,000 to deal with the other asset classes. Mr. Garrett, if I understood him correctly, has indicated that is doable. As I've said, I have this authority, Leader, has an obligation, a duty, call it what you will, to provide services from Langham in the east to Dromore in the west on a consistent and an even-handed basis. And as far as I'm concerned, if that goes some way to meeting that criterion, I have no problems with it. But as I say, through you, sir, I'd be interested Councillor Maitland's views.
Councillor Maitland.
Well, I have no particular difficulty with that notion at all. I'm perfectly happy to add that in. I wanted to pick up on a point that Councillor Lever made, which is, my point was the same. I wanted to speak on it, which was about community involvement with play parks. I do not think that we should ignore or not harness the opportunity we've got to use community goodwill, because it's when we do things to communities, they don't value them. When they do them themselves, they do. And I think that we should have a capacity for recognising that. So I hope that when we do get some costings back, we will think about that particular issue as well, with respect to how we harness community goodwill. The money issue I've dealt with, and the issue of the business case, I think I would remind members that in fact actually the business case has been dealt with through the area committee a year ago. Exactly a year ago today, there was a business case brought carefully to the Stewardship Area Committee, and all that we had to do here was agree to go along with what the Council's agreement was, which was the next place to put a 3G pitch was Stewardship. That's all we're doing today.
Councillor Ogilvie, I'll give you the opportunity to ask your question, and then we'll get that.
Thanks. I'm a bit, well, just listening to Jane, I'm a bit more confused. First of all, I've got to say I'm appalled that they're going to strip out, more or less decimate the budget for play areas. I personally think that the younger you get kids into the activities, the better. And I've said that along with Councillor Marshall at a local level, and identified award money to go towards play parks. It's only a smaller sum. The question on that is governance. Can we just move 250,000 without any papers or anything? I'll ask the governance officer, Derek, maybe. Is that a competent thing to do? That's my first question. The other question is, under burial grounds, we've got indicative sums for 3 financial years, but at the budget process, you slash the area committee budgets to put an extra 100,000 onto that. Is that reflected in that sum? Is that added up or cut down? So would it have been 350,000 for burials, and now it's topped up with 100,000 that was area committee money, or is that additional? So it would be 350,000. So that was the 2 questions. Thanks.
Someone want to pick up those points?
Thanks, Chairman. Happy to confirm clearly the report before members today sets out the land asset class. There's clear indicative budget figures. The Finance Officer, Section 95 Officer, has indicated we've already carried forward an allocation of money. The indication is that with members' agreement, that could be further carried forward by an additional £250,000. And I've just asked the Section 95 Officer to confirm that his acceptance of that.
Confirm, yes, that's in line with my earlier advice, but also said at the time that that would be acceleration rather than additional funding. So we'd need to revisit table at paragraph 3.2 to identify where that acceleration would be accommodated.
Right. 3 further speakers, and then I think we'll try and move to the recommendations after that. Oh, burial ground.
Sorry, yes, the 250,000 reflected in this report is wholly additional to £100,000 reflected in the revenue budget. So it's wholly additional to the additional 100,000 that is reflected in the revenue budget. Aye, exactly.
Right. Got Councillor Smith. You want to?
Chair, I mean, I have to say I take great exception to Councillor Dick saying that any member of Dumfries was somehow opposed to a 3G pitch in Dumfries. I don't know what meeting he's actually been taking part in, but certainly not the same one as me. I think there was unanimous support from everybody here about the proposal for Palmerston Park. I don't think anybody's saying otherwise. What my concern about is the double standards we've got in terms of the way other clubs are being treated by the council. We've got proposals on the table today to spend money on a range of playing fields in Dumfries, and none of them is Maryfield, yet we've got a list and a document of problems at Maryfield and no proposals to actually solve any of those particular problems. And that's what concerns me, is the double standards we've actually had in the report today, so that's my particular concern. Are we clear that the figure for a 3G pitch in Kirkcudbright is £500,000, because we've got a kind of random £250,000 being allocated towards it, and presumably the aim will be to get match funding from Sports Scotland to the tune of £250,000. So is that I mean, I haven't seen a business. I don't know what the proposal is for Kirkcudbright, but presumably it must cost £500,000 if that's what's been allocated towards it.
Chair, the indicative figure for Kirkcudbright is circa £500,000. Sports Scotland would potentially contribute, subject to the application process, up to 225, which would leave a funding gap of 275 in relation to that.
To where are we proposing another £25,000 comes from?
Get that clarification from the mover and second. Councillor McCaughtrey.
Just a bit of clarification from the mover and seconder of the motion. Are they happy to include in that the service level agreements between Queen of the South and the club in Newton Stewart to come back to this committee? So I think it's vital we ensure there's community usage there. Well, some supportive of Queen of the South, not everybody in Dumfries is. And the bit of publicity that appeared in the newspapers on Friday, there were people who raised with me the issues of public access by schools, other clubs, etc., using Palmerston Park. So I think it's vital that that would come back to us for our scrutiny at a future meeting. Is the mover and seconder happy with that?
Right, both of those questions sort of to do with the motion. Councillor Geddes.
Yeah, with your leave, Leader, I'd be delighted to deal with Councillor McCaughtrey's question. I think it's a perfectly valid question. You'll recollect that some time ago, during the consideration of this item, I suggested, in fact, that we subject, these three, hopefully three, the development of these three projects on an accelerated basis to ongoing and unremitting scrutiny. I also cited, the example, for instance, of the Housing Subcommittee. And I would like to see, the issue of the scrutinisation and the monitoring of the development of these projects coming before this committee every time this committee meets. And yes, I would expect that such as service level agreements will form an integral part of that process. I have no problems with the point that Councillor McCaughtrey is raising, and indeed I would commend him for it. Thank you.
Councillor. Follow up.
I'm happy with that, but obviously I still want to stick to my amendment, because I still have concerns about us losing the amount of money allocated towards the play areas and other parts of the region. Now, we're talking about bringing money forward from following years, but that still creates a problem about what do you cut from that year's budget in terms of your capital expenditure. Is it not easier, because I think we've got scope, is it not easier to increase this year's capital expenditure? If we borrowed another £250,000, for instance, the revenue consequences of that would be £18,000 for this financial year. Is it not possible to do that and then try and find £18,000 of additional revenue for this year to pay that £250,000 additional borrowing?
To Garrett.
Councillor McCaughtrey's calculation is correct. However, what I would stress is that we're only looking at one of the 7 approved asset classes. Here, if we're talking about additional funding, rather than accelerated funding, it should be a prioritisation between those 7 asset classes on a corporate basis, rather than within this asset class.
Councillor Crothers, then Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Leader. I've just got to hope we move to the roll call, but just for clarification, on 2.3, we're now agreeing to, just for absolute clarity, 225 for Palmerston, Blairmont Park, 275, 250 for Kirkcudbright, and 390 for play areas, play parks. But we need to just, is it 3.8.2? Do we need to identify that funding today before we move on, or where that's coming from? Is that what we say?
You don't necessarily need to identify that today, but what I would stress is that there needs to be a clear understanding that that would be accommodated by a reduction in some of these indicative allocations for 14-15, because otherwise you'll be looking for additional funding, which is not what we're able to approve.
Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. My question has just been answered.
Right. Go to the recommendations. I think we'll go one at a time because I think 2.3 there's a difference of opinion. 2.1, we're asked to agree the funding allocations in the land asset class programme for 2013-14 on an indicative basis for the subsequent 2 financial years as set out in Table 1 of this report. Councillor Marshall.
That's on the basis that there's a number of issues that's been raised with regards to additional information to funding, and also with respect to the issue I raised, which I still believe is a policy, which is the 4 flagship play parks.
Happy with that information to come back for future year. Yeah. Right. 2.2, the list of priority and reserve projects for 2013-14 as indicated in appendices 2 and 3. Point on clarification on the sort of prioritisation. Right. Councillor Ogilvie.
Maybe a daft question, but if we agree 2.2 and it has all these lists of things which include drainage of pitches and such like, and then there's we alter 2.3 for whatever reason, would that have an effect on 2.2? No. Tom's saying no, I take Tom's word.
Well, if you take it under 2.1, it's indicative anyway, so these are indicative.
Okay, that's just a clarification, thanks.
And I think we have a difference of opinion on 2.3.
Thank you, Chairman. Where you have agreement on 2.3, I understand, members, is that there's an acceptance of the need for there to be rigorous monitoring of these projects and these to be subject to future reports to this committee, and that there should be service level agreements in place with the respective football clubs. I think you're all in agreement on that. I'll just check with you. Thank you. Okay, therefore, the motion from Councillor Geddes, seconded by Councillor Maitland, is in effect that the Council agrees to put in place 3 3G pitches, firstly in Palmerston Park, secondly Blairmount Park, and thirdly in the Stewartry, that's the Cuthbert Wanderers, the cost of £750,000, and that £390,000 be allocated for play areas, playing fields, that being the £140,000, as well as the £250,000 being carried forward.
There's a funding gap there, though, based on the information we've been given. We're told that the cost for a 3G pitch at Kirkcudbright was over £500,000, but we appear to be allocating not enough. So where's the money coming from? Is that going to get cut from the play parks budget as well?
Maitland.
Well, could I point out that this is actually a block allocation, and you have cheerfully, in the past, just in the last report, agreed extra money to go into 3G pitches at Dumfries and in Livingston Ra, which you have made up out of the residual projects. That's what you agreed it through. You maybe didn't know you'd done that, but that's where it came from.
Didn't answer my question. Where is the funding gap money coming from? Is Councillor Maitland now saying it will come from the other 2 3G pitches? Where is the money coming from to fund 3 3G pitches?
Councillor Geddes.
The monies will come from a combination of allocation from this authority, sir, as I understand it, and also grant assistance from Sports Scotland. All 3 of these proposals are predicated on that basis. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I would suggest that the question be now put, Leader.
Councillor McGregor.
In agreeing with Councillor Geddes and Councillor Maitland earlier on, Mr Greaveson indicated that discussions would begin for the 3 pitches that we will potentially agree, but with the caveat that they would also enter into negotiations about Loughborough as well in the future. Now, do we need that embedded in the recommendations, or is that implicit?
Cover that, Chairman. Confirm paragraph 3911 relates to Lockerbie for a costed plan and funding package. Again, my understanding was that was agreed and acknowledged by the committee. If I understand, Chairman, the motion, as I say, 3 3G pitches, Blairmount, Palmerston and St Cuthbert's, £390,000 for the play areas, and the £140,000 from the balance and the 250 being carried forward, noting the indicative sums attached to this. The amendment from Councillor McCotry, seconded by Councillor Lever, is to in effect agree recommendations as they stand in paragraph 2.3. Members happy to go to the vote, Chairman?
Sir Garrett.
Can I maybe just in terms of the indicative cautions that are provided, we're talking about accelerating here £275,000 worth of funding from financial year 2014-15 into 13-14 based on that proposal. Can I just make sure there's a clear understanding that that will be balanced off by amending the allocations currently shown on the table, and we'll do that in a further report?
I mean, we have £750,000 allocated for next year. £250,000 is on Station Park in Moffat, so the other £275,000 has to come from those other budgets. Is that what people are actually proposing? Because I mean, I find that astonishing that we've got a budget as small as £75,000 and £50,000 in some areas, and we're going to have to find £275,000 from that to bring forward. I mean, the reality is we're going to have no budget for play parks next year.
Chair, point of order. My understanding was that the question had been put.
Yeah. I know you don't want to answer the questions, Councillor Dick, but these are valid questions.
Happy to go to the vote, Chairman. Councillor Hislop. Councillor Collins.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Dick. Councillor Geddes. Councillor Lever. Councillor McGregor. Councillor Maitland. Councillor Marshall. Councillor McCotry. Councillor McClung.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Ogilvie.
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie. Councillor Smith. Decision of the committee is to agree the motion with 11 votes to 6. Thank you, Chairman.
I notice we're now on item 8, which is the graduate programme review. I would propose to take this report, as we do have some graduates present over lunch, so that people can have a bit chat to them to see how they've benefited from this.
They were watching on the television. I think they've all left now. They've had enough.
Yeah. If we take the report, then we can break for lunch after that. We've had the report agreed with. Yeah, anything to add to the report, Mr. Clarkin?
Chair, I'll ask Chris Branney to introduce the report, if I may.
Chair, the funding for the Graduate Experience Employment Programme was approved in February 2012, and 1 year on we can now reflect on significant progress with the 2012-2013 programme. The programme itself consisted of 10 six-month placements. We started, as you would expect, with the recruitment process, and we developed a quirky prospectus document in-house which outlined our commitment to our graduates. An assessment centre day was set up, and 78% of the graduates invited attended this event, and from this group we selected the best candidates for the placements on offer. The details of the placements are set out in Appendix 1, which you'll find on page 89. The commitments we made to the successful graduates were that we would offer meaningful employment related to their degree studies. We would offer a range of learning and development opportunities. We would agree and set personal objectives from the start of their placement, and we would ensure effective mentoring and coaching arrangements were in place. To ensure success, a suite of development and review documents were created to support our graduates and their managers throughout the programme. These documents set personalised objectives and regular reviews, and were scheduled to ensure that they were kept on track and that support was being offered. We've now reached the evaluation stage of the project, and we're already documenting the success of the programme so far. This includes the good news that 2 of our graduates managed to secure full-time employment with companies in our region, with another graduate recently securing a further 9-month contract with our council in a technical role. And we will maintain contact with all the graduates to monitor their progress on leaving the programme. The programme has been a great success, and we're now busy planning the 2013-2014 programme and building in what we've learnt during our inaugural programme. And as you've noted there, there's going to be an opportunity to meet the graduates over lunch. and I would be happy to take any questions. Chair.
Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. I think this has been a great success, and I do look forward to it being continued in the way that we have planned. The only thing that I would ask is about the parameters and the advertising. I think it's really pretty important, if we can, to make certain that we give ample opportunity for those who are in higher education in Dumfries and Galloway. So I think that we must make certain that happens, and I would like to be assured that the way we advertise it and the way that we plan the placements and the offer will actually ensure that that happens.
And I take your point on board, and it is one of our lessons learned from last year that we're going to be quicker off the mark this year and actually attend the local university campus. And I've also built good relationships with a gentleman called Colin Dewar. He's the careers advisor on campus, and we're going to work with him to try and target the programme more so at local graduates up at our own campus.
Councillor Geddes.
I would certainly echo Councillor Maitland's sentiments. This has been a splendid success, and we can only go on and build from there. I have a question, though, Leader. It's paragraph 3.18, sir, and it's the last sentence. Key to this is an effective evaluation process, and a programme of internal and external, i.e. independent evaluation is planned over April 2013, April of this year. Could perhaps have some further information, sir, as to what's envisaged in that regard? Thank you.
We've actually engaged a lady called Chris Bayshew, who's an external learning and development consultant. She has an excellent track record with a lot of big private sector companies in delivering graduate and internship programmes. So Chris has already been in touch with myself, and she's going to be in touch with the graduates and their managers. So she's going to do a complete overview of the programme. And although we have recorded our own lessons learned, she will be giving her professional input based on her experience as well.
Thanks very much, sir. Very grateful.
There's no other questions. If we move to the recommendations, we're asked to review the uptake and development of the 2012-13 programme. Note that results from the internal review and any future external evaluation will be embedded within the 13-14 programme approved by full council as part of the budget. And note the opportunity to meet and discuss the programme with graduates over recess at this meeting. Right. With that, I would propose that come back at 1:30. That'll give members opportunity to meet the graduates. If there's any awkward questions you want to ask them, or easy questions, or might be some awkward questions they want to ask us. So, yep. Right, so 1:30. Yep. 1. So I think we are core it. Mr. Marshall.
But we've all had a chance to speak to some of them on apprenticeships, students that have taken that, the graduates. I just wondered if we could have a couple of minutes just to feed back on some of the observations.
Could we do it under item 10, which is the delivering an enhanced modern apprenticeship programme, and we can cover both areas in that so that we can keep going through the recommend. Right, move on to item 9. Re-engagement following retirement due to voluntary early retirement, voluntary redundancy. Mr. Clarkin.
Chair, I'll ask Stuart Clanahan to introduce the report. Thank you.
Clanahan.
Thanks, Chair. Members are asked to consider the introduction of a policy to restrict re-engagement of employees who retire from the Council on the grounds of voluntary early retirement and voluntary redundancy. The report highlights that the Council does not currently have a policy in place that restricts re-engagement of employees who leave the Council on an early retirement basis. In light of a review of this and following some research and extensive consultation with the Joint Trade Unions, Corporate Management Team, Corporate Business Support Group and the Financial Challenges Working Group, a restriction on re-engagement is recommended. The decision behind that recommendation to support a restriction was based on the following key factors: the potential impact on equality of opportunity and the consideration of any employment law issues in terms of no restriction, temporary restriction, 6 months to 2 years, or a permanent restriction. Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs introduced regulations around the taxation of certain pension benefits for under 55s for a period of 6 months from the date of retirement. The potential to provide greater opportunities for others in the community to secure a job within the Council. Whether the existing arrangements had the potential to lead to a serious loss of public confidence when re-employing ex-employees who are already in receipt of early retirement benefits. Recognising that over a period of time that some ex-employees should be able to return to the Council to provide practical solutions, knowledge and expertise to workload or project needs. And the need to seek agreement in writing with the employee prior to an acceptance of an early retirement request. Also that the recommendation is consistent with the benchmark information of other councils who actually have a policy position in place. Members are aware through previous reports in terms of pension regulations and the discretions that authorities have in relation to the application of compensatory added years. The regulations allow employers to grant up to 10 added years for early retirement benefits. However, on the 16th of March 2010, members agreed to restrict the number of added years from 10 years to 4 years, and that's currently still in force at this moment in time. In addition to that restriction from 10 to 4, there were further restrictions placed on the number of added years that we apply, given the level of service that employees have accrued to their date of retirement. So in effect, what our scale says, that you have to have 30 years in the pension scheme in order to qualify for 4 added years. Some data from the last 2 years of early retirements in terms of the number of added years as an average that the Council has granted through the process. And the number of added years that we've applied is on average 1 year, 152 days, in addition to main scheme benefits through the early retirement scheme. I don't want to say too much more about that at this stage, but I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. I welcome this report and I'm supportive of the recommendations. We'll wait to see what other members say in regards to is it actually long enough. 6 months maybe is absolutely fine, maybe it needs to be extended a wee bit further. In regards to, there's a couple of cases referred to within the reason it was brought here in front of us today. What is there's a perception out there that this could be actually rife throughout the Council, but what is the actual reality of that? Have we got any cast iron figures in regards to how this actually affects the Council, please?
There's no cast iron figures as such, but in 2009, members took a decision to change the policy on abatement of pensions, which was put in place to restrict the level of earnings that employees could earn post-retirement. And because of that, then there's no requirement or any need for us to carry those metrics forward. We do, however, know from experience that it's a relatively small matter, and the 2 individual cases, it's not one case twice, it was 2 individual cases that was brought to our attention. No other cases have been brought to our attention.
Councillor McCaughey.
Thanks, Chairman. Personally, I think if somebody gets retirement, that should be retirement. It shouldn't be back at all, quite frankly, unless it's maybe in a temporary contract because of illness or supplies, like supply teaching, short term. 2 things. I think it sends a bad message to the public, or the public perception anyway, that folk can get off on early retirement and then come back and get another job. And I don't think it does very much for staff morale either. When somebody's maybe celebrating the fact that, oh, I'm getting early retirement, I'm getting X thousand a year off a pension, I'm getting big lump sum, and then a couple of months later they suddenly reappear back in the same department doing another job. So I think, I realise legally we can't do it now, but I think that once folk retire, they should be retired and shouldn't come back. Whilst maybe we can't put anything into a policy that we can shackle people, I think managers would be advised that we wouldn't encourage them to rehire anybody who'd been given early retirement, except on a supply or temporary basis. I mean, we can't make it a legally binding policy, but I think a bit of guidance there that managers pay a bit of attention to the public perception of issues and a bit of attention to the feelings of the fellow employees, that it would not be in their best interest to hire folk who've already taken retirement.
Yeah, I'm very well aware of the legal implications of doing just that. I'm more concerned, or I'm concerned about the point in 3.5 where you talk about the advice from on implications notified from HMRC. Were we not aware of these implications when this the RVS first started? Were we then, or are we now providing advice to those who go on the tax implications? Because it sounds by the reading of 3.5 that we've only just become aware of this, and people have been going and presumably falling into the tax trap before that.
Thank you, Chair. We became aware of it through the ERVS process and also the consideration of the re-engagement restriction. We are giving guidance. We don't give advice as such. That's a dangerous place to be. But we give guidance that people should take personal tax advice. But we certainly make them, every single retirement below age 55, aware of the potential pitfalls that this HMRC rule has brought in.
Sorry, have we been giving that advice right from the first such case?
The moment that we were aware of that, then my team put in process changes to ensure that that was a mandatory part of the process, that all employees that were retiring below the age of 55 had that information.
Councillor Smith.
I suppose in the back of what Councillor McCarthy says is a 6-month period a long enough period? I mean, if you, in a senior position, take early retirement after working for the council for 20, 30 years, then you probably aren't going to be in a rush to come back anyway within 6 months. You take a break and you then come back within 7, 8 months, and how does that look to the public? We're allowing that to happen. So it's why 6 months? Why not extend it? I wouldn't like to. Well, I think sometimes you maybe have to distinguish between early retirement and voluntary redundancy as well. Somebody who's a part-time, low-paid job doing a few hours a week takes, because we're cutting back on certain tasks, maybe takes a redundancy package. That are young, you know, they might come back if it's a full-time job, for example, and they apply for that. So I think sometimes voluntary redundancy and early retirement should be distinguished. But I'm just intrigued as to why we're limited to 6 months. It almost seems like a kind of token gesture. And in terms of the 2 cases that were highlighted, did those people come back within 6 months, or was it 2 months, 3 months, 4 months?
Thank you. In terms of the 6-month period, obviously through our research, we could see what other authorities were doing within the discussion that we were having in the various forums and with the trade unions. We were taking legal advice as well to see where there was a potential safe place for the council to be. And through that discussion, the periods that were considered was 6 months to 2 years. And through the various debates and discussion about what was right for the council, the workforce, bringing people back in to do the best project work that we were looking for, then obviously we're at the front of the queue in terms of where other councils are, and that's where the 6-month was created from. In terms of the 2 cases, with no policy in place, so therefore they were free to rejoin at any moment, and I believe it was certainly within the 6-month period.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I fully understand the principle behind the move, but we take a specific in terms of, let's say, teachers who retire, and in the west of the region, we are finding it literally impossible, or there's a huge demand for supply teachers, and sometimes we look for retired teachers to come back to fill in the gaps. So when I say I totally understand and endorse the principle of what we're trying to do, is there any discretion in it? You know, is it going to be a rigid policy where there is no discretion? and the instance I quote, the kids suffer. Our school children suffer as a result because we can't get a particular teacher post filled, and you know, we've restricted ourselves to 6 months in what could be available in that respect. I know that head teachers have used supply to indeed or not filling posts, and indeed that's germane throughout most of the departments. They don't fill the post, and that's where they accrue their savings. But in certain instances, it may be that individual or an individual is needed in terms of supply. But if we keep rigid to the policy, then that could not happen, at least for the 6 months, if that's what we agree today. I just wonder on the discretion and flexibility.
I understand that has been built in with regard to supply, but you could maybe answer.
I think in terms of the actual application of the policy, we would have to apply a rigid stance on the 6 month, but obviously we've tried to build in the arrangements for supplying casual work, which we understand are sometimes on an urgent need to have basis, whether it's, you know, in leisure facilities or whether it's in schools. So very much support that principle, and that's why we've built that into the recommendation.
Councillor Geddes.
Point's been dealt with, Leader. Thank you.
Take Councillor Lever as the first time.
I seem to recall that the Education Committee agreed that retired or teachers who were given early retirement would still be looked at as a source of supply teachers, but it would be a last resort in terms of allowing newly qualified teachers to gain some experience. I think the 6 months is a good starting point in terms of this, but possibly it'd be worth having a further report back in due course just to see how effective it's been, whether we do need to go back and look at it again.
Councillor Smith.
It's just in the back of Councillor Scobie says, I think supply work's obviously is excluded from it, and that's fair enough. But what about something like maternity cover? I mean, there is a real issue in some parts of the region attracting teachers. And if something like maternity cover, would that be classed as casual work or supply work? Or would that be covered by this? Because actually trying to get people to cover for maternity work, for example, is quite difficult in some schools. I'm sure it's probably particularly bad in the west of the region. I'd be worried that you were excluding somebody on that basis. I was wondering if something like maternity work would be covered.
I think that's a very good point. A maternity cover would be regarded as a temporary employment, not because we have a fairly clear minimum period, so we would have to apply our rules on temporary employment. I think given the particular nature of that request in terms of maternity, we would want to seek to ensure that we weren't flying against legislation or indeed the need to make sure that we've got those maternity provisions fully covered.
Councillor Cochrane.
Yeah, I think apart from our own employees, because currently police and fire are employees of this council, but they won't be after April, I think it should apply to them as well. Particularly policemen. I was really astounded to find that Edinburgh City Council, when it appointed licensed standards officers, actually appointed a couple of retired police inspectors. Now, considering the kind of pension these guys would be on, absolutely ludicrous when you've got unemployed folk out there who do the job equally well. I mean, I think the other thing, with Report 8, they're commending ourselves in our graduate trainee programme. We've got the next report, Report 10, commending ourselves on our modern apprenticeship programme. If we're going to pat ourselves in the back, we don't get any brownie points for employing folk who've left with handsome lump sums and pensions. I'm quite happy to go along with the recommendations here, provided personnel put a nod and a wink out to all managers saying, look, don't employ anybody who's got a pension unless it's a last resort. Right? That's not a policy, but it's a nod and a wink. Because I think the amount of trouble that causes within the workforce, bringing people back, and that the message it sends to the public, it does not portray us as good employers.
Chairman, as the councillor's monitoring officer, I've got to say to you, you will not give officers a nod and a wink on any employment law issues. The issue is that you will adopt a policy. If you adopt the policy set out in front of you, it will be applied rigidly. However, appointments by this council are done on the merits of the individual applications, on the basis of an application form, an assessment, an interview and an appointment. I'm sorry, I must ask members not to think that officers will give any nods or winks to anyone. My apologies, Councillor McCauley. I know you know where I'm coming from.
That was as good as a nod and a wink to a blind bat. Thank you, Mr Haswell. Now, I sense what I'm saying is I would expect managers to show a degree of common sense and a degree of acknowledgement that the public have perceptions about this. I shall say no more. I trust managers to be very good in this respect.
Right.
It were best left unsaid, sir.
I should have reminded everyone we are being recorded. Councillor Nicholson is the first time speaker now, and Councillor Geddes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know where we're all going without any nods or winks. We're trying to not have any jobs for the boys is the perception of the public out there. And I think it's mainly higher salaried jobs rather than the 1 to 9, for example. Some of the Councillor Smith, I think it was about voluntary redundancies. I don't know whether we got an answer regarding that, because there are, as he rightly says, jobs in that kind of category that perhaps are, there's been less people employed in it, so they take the chance of the voluntary redundancy. Would that, in effect, stop them from applying for other jobs, not the same job, but other jobs in the 1 to 9 within the council for a period of 6 months?
Obviously, in terms of the redundancy, the principle behind that is that the original post would disappear. And given that the restriction is about early retirement and voluntary redundancy, then the same principles would equally apply.
Councillor Connors previously felt that 6 months. I would have to. One thing not used to say in Ayrshire junior football circles, sin die, no way. But at the end of the day, if he's prepared to ask that that be perhaps extended a year, I'd be prepared to support that.
Councillor Nicholson.
That was me getting surveyed in me, it's unclear about that point. It's how, I understand where we're all coming from and understand what's behind it. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to penalise lower paid workers that perhaps, if there's 20 people in a job and they're looking for 10, they're cutting it down to 10 and then 10 then to voluntary redundancy. I wouldn't like to see them being put out of work, an opportunity for working within the council for a year before they can come back and another role. So it's trying to get the balance between what we're trying to achieve and protecting those in the lower pay scale.
Coming back on that, Chair, just to give reassurance. When we talk about in the recommendation about similar or comparable, a number of factors that are involved in that, and I think you mentioned band 1 to 9. Salary is only one component of that. So I think within that definition, we've got some flexibility there. Make sure that we're being as flexible as we can whilst applying the rigour of the policy.
McGregor.
Because they have such a large breadth, that would that apply casual sort of banner or not? Because again, we don't want skills and not be able to no longer want to do the job and quite right have retired, but still have an awful lot to do. So, if we do have project work.
I think on that basis, to give reassurance on that as well. We're talking about similar or broadly comparable work. I think project work's usually discrete. It'll be different from a head teacher's responsibilities. So I think from that perspective, it would be outside the restriction.
Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Leader. Can I just have clarification that if someone takes early retirement from a teaching, this proposed ban on re-employment does not cover in that case, I would be sympathetic at the moment to wait for it to be evolved to 12 months.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks. Going back to pose my first question and to see what other members were saying and possibly thinking. Question was answered. Say there's been a couple out there at the moment, but there is a perception out there that we're actually giving people time out of a package of some sort, and within a month or so they're coming back and flipping into a job there. And it comes from McCock to picked up another point, so we've got to pick up on regards to the previous item, the graduate programme and modern apprenticeship programme in the next one. We want to gain, we're a really successful teacher refresh programme, that's worked very well. But from the answer that I got, I feel it's more of a perception than a fact. So I suppose going back to the point that to do extend the year. I mean, I'm happy so long as we get a review in a year for actually some kind of trend, so we can actually see, because the facts are actually there at the moment, they've obviously haven't been getting collated. If we can get a review back in a year, I'd be all right to leave it at 6, get some trend information at that point. Year's time, are we actually doing that? Because if it is just a perception, it's better.
Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Smith.
I was going to say that if we did go to the year, then we do need to get a report back on the implications of this. I mean, that comes back again to the point that Councillor Scobie raises about some of the specialist employment, social workers, teachers in certain parts of the region where we have difficulty sometimes filling vacancies for short-term temporary contracts. I mean permanent contracts, because there's usually a lot of applications for that. Short-term contracts, you know, a long time I was teaching at Academy, but I do remember even then difficulties that people had filling a maternity contract at a school in the west of the region. And if you have somebody retiring and then a maternity post comes up and we have difficulty filling that, then you kind of causing ourselves difficulty. So I would like to see it being monitored to see what the implications are, and particularly in the specialist roles like social work and teaching.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Yeah, from personal experience, when you go through a programme like this, there's clearly two things. There's early retirement, which is then you access your pension if you qualify. If you're under 55, I thought the rules changed. You couldn't access pension or taxed. The other part was the voluntary severance. Now, my experience, you have to go through certain checks and balances to make sure that you're not letting key people go from your organisation. So it's within the gift of the managers to say, no, you can't go, but you could go. But if you go, your job's gone. So, that's the whole point. So there wouldn't be a job for them to backfill. You wouldn't pay the money up front. So the checks and balances that managers take in each department, I'm sure is there, and HR will probably advise on that. So that individuals who put their hands up are then going through a process. Now, we had quite a rigorous process at Charles Cross for these two groups of people. I see they're nodding, so I'll take advice off them.
Thank you, Chair. Just for information, whilst the law of the land is age 55 as a minimum retirement age, within public sector pension schemes there's various protections put in under statutes, so that still allows existing scheme members to retire before age 55. New starts coming in now, 55 is the default date for them. And it's fair to say, in full agreement with the member, we do have a very rigorous process of early retirement consideration, and it goes through a number of scrutiny processes before it's agreed.
Well, if we go to the recommendations, I'd be quite happy to go to 6 months. I think we're covered with the maternity option, aren't we? Yep. Right. Move on to item 10. delivering an enhanced modern apprenticeship programme for Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to skip the planning programme plus programme.
Plan
The report that members have in front of them is an opportunity for you to progress on the implementation of the plus programme for the year. Members previously agreed to invest £1 million per year over 5 years to provide enhanced modern Galloway for young people aged 16 and 19-year-olds, which allowed them up to 3 years employment with additional specialist training provided. To date, there's been 93 posts advertised, and all those posts are now filled across all departments, across all geographical areas of the region, as set out in the appendix report. The report also sets out the broader development in the programme, including the mentoring programme that was established and also highlights about 30 officers that are currently
The Marshal.
Thanks, Chair. I did raise when we came back in that probably if we take an item 8 after lunch, then we could have given a little bit of feedback from the graduates we're speaking to. So I'll hopefully could do this under this report and hopefully take on board some of the feedback. Certainly the 4 graduates that I spoke to on the graduate programme felt it was a very valuable and worthwhile experience. And I think it's true to say that all 4 of them are leaving next week, and they're quite sad that they are leaving, partly because they enjoyed the work, but partly as well because there's no opportunity for work either with the council or in the foreseeable future for those 4. They did find, though, that it was a very worthwhile experience, but they felt that the 6 months was too short. I think it took them 2 months to kind of get onto their feet and get to know the council and the department they're working in, but they felt the placement was too short. So I think if we are reviewing it, I would like maybe to take into consideration that this could maybe be extended the graduate programme to a year. They feel that would be a lot better, and it might actually allow them to contribute more because they felt they were making a worthwhile contribution after the 2nd month. So therefore the council would get value for that 10 months. They also felt as well that a little bit more training would be applicable, if that could be built into the programme. And I think as well, they're all given a project to do, but they didn't have any funding to do the project. Some of the projects were an informed piece of work that would help the department. So the only other thing they kind of mentioned is that they thought it would be helpful at the start and maybe at the middle of the process and at the end, just to get together the 10 graduates, just to share their experiences, which would be good feedback to the people responsible for taking future programmes forward. The one thing I would note that all 4 actually studied out with the region and made a conscious decision to come back in to Dumfries and Galloway because they wanted to actually work here, and they found very limited opportunities, which we know about within Dumfries and Galloway. So I think if we are embarking on review to the graduate programme, that we look to see if we can help them more in actually getting work locally, because we've had issues before with social workers, teachers, etc., where we've had to kind of introduce market scarcity allowances to entice them into the region. And here we've got people that are willing to come back, young people, so we should do our utmost to actually try and get employment for them locally. Turning to this, I mean, what's welcome about this report is the fact that it's a 3-year programme. So, it's more than the 2 years, but it's true to say when you look through this that some departments have embraced the modern apprenticeship programme, and there's been lots of different opportunities, and the 2 probably to note are the Chief Executive Service and Community Customer Services. And there's also 2 that probably you would expect more opportunities in the first year, 2012-13, and that's Planning and Environment and Social Work Services. I'm glad to say within the report, that there is extended opportunities. One thing I would like to see offered, though, is with respect to the new role that's coming into place, the Community Enforcement Officers. I think we have an ideal opportunity, and I wonder if we could progress it through the programme to try and encourage to get some more modern apprenticeships into there. I think it would be ideal from maybe a platform if they are considering a career in the police force, etc. This would be experience. So, I would like the fact that, if we could actually try and get some modern apprenticeships, apprentices into the new service that is going to hit the streets shortly. The only other thing that I've got with regards to this is, I know we're making quite good progress, and I just think we need regular reports, because we do have we do have a policy that actually states that we want to get 250 people through this programme in 5 years. And I think we need to know at an early stage if we're not going to hit those targets. And I think there is some things that we maybe have to look at if we're not going to, and we maybe have to cross them when we come to them. But that could be about looking at working with our Tier 2 partners within the council to extend that opportunity to some of our Tier 2 contractors.
One of the things I got fed back, whether it was from the first, the lack of had that gap, but that time 2 weeks back now.
Just to answer Councillor's question, the 2013-14 opportunities that are listed, one are currently up back to the relevant department and look at the communication of and in terms of the communication issue, the first intake to the programme was done 55 opportunities, advertised at the same time, recruited as a big recruitment intake, which meant all the then inducted at the same time, which meant, depending on the timescale of the department, shortlist, etc., was quite a time delay for some posts. We learnt our lesson from that when we did the second round of recruitment, and we were rolling programmes so that young people could be shortlisted much quicker.
Yeah, Chair, what I've got to say is I was pleased to see that the 2 Stranraer modern apprentices, such as one works in Dumfries in Laura Denman. I think we've got to recognise the commitment there, and I'm sitting looking at Alex and then looking across at Stuart, and really what local boys and lasses can achieve, coming from Stranraer. And in that respect, when we take Laura as an example, Laura, she was telling me during lunch that she actually travels every day from Stranraer in a bus, and I'm sure kind offers could be made if that's in order for people who are travelling, Alex in particular. That's a kind of commitment, but Laura does Friday in Stranraer, and always kid her on about sitting in the boss's seat that's like hot seat that just moving. But she's always pleasant and jovial, and I'm sure she's effective. Similar to any other modern apprentices that I've come into contact with, they normally set in and they're quite shy to begin with, reserved, and take I think Sean referred to it there, a couple of months to settle in. And Sarah McDougall in Stranraer, it's unbelievable how quickly she's picked up on the obvious environment. So they are a tremendous asset to the council. And I would hope, in the passing of time as they go through their apprenticeship, their modern apprenticeship, that there are opportunities, as we have discussed in the previous report, for these young people, because they are of tremendous benefit, and more so if they settle in quickly, as Sarah has in that respect. And I'm sure many other local members could speak of their own experience and coming into contact with the modern apprentices, but they have been a credit to the authority, and I would like many of them go on and do secure employment with us, and indeed can aspire to the posts that I've referred to earlier. So I think we should welcome that. But in the development of it, and I spoke during lunchtime, you know, I was looking through where we do employ some of them, economic development and tourism, if you like, and the direct input there, and what developments are in store or in mind for that, because they're coming into contact then with business connections and making their faces and names known. So there could be opportunity there for our young modern apprentices, private sector as well, and experience would be good to that field. Tourism does play a big part, and yet don't have anyone in that kind of field, and I would like to see that developed as well, along with the usual craft. Takes a different to what I can do, but yeah, it's tremendous. Kids do as well, young people.
We're working quite closely with colleagues at Jobs Plus and other private sectors, aware of what the local demands are. So not only looking at succession planning internally with the authority, but what the employment opportunities in the private sector are also going to be, so preparing them for opportunities and in the private. Part of the enhanced programme that we're offering here is that we're hoping that most of the young people will qualify and experience 2 years, and in the third year strengthen the relationship we've got with the private sector, and hopefully put mechanisms in place where we can place the young people in work experience in the private sector, so a widespread work.
You know, it was remiss of me not to mention, because you mentioned the private sector, but we've also got the voluntary sector. One of the areas we are looking at in terms of welfare reform and punishment that the coalition government is going to impose on us, or the people out there, then perhaps the voluntary sector, credit unions, likewise, area that expand into modern apprenticeship. Looking at private voluntary, the voluntary sector, there's opportunities there, young people, also given the bedroom tax and universal credits and all the rest.
Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions I want to ask. The first one's simple. On page 111, it gives you the sort of timescales of recruitment and advertising. Is the advertising done in schools? So that's one question. And the other question is on mentoring. From experience, I used to sit on the apprentice board at Chapel Cross. And if you look at the report here, at the end of this programme, 250 apprentices. What mechanism there, you know, for mentoring, for that kids are doing their core work, you know, and they have to do their written work. We had a quarterly meeting where, as overseers, make sure that the departments were making sure that the young people were getting up to speed. So, do we have plans for an oversight of this rather than just leave it to the departments? Because this is a huge new group of people. It's new to us in this number. So I don't know if you thought about an apprentice board or using your mentors as a sounding board to make sure that whatever department they're in, they're making sure that they're completing their work on time for their SVQs and their modules.
To answer the first question around advertising, once the definitive list of 2013 is available, we will share that with all schools in the region and Year Service Skills Scotland, as well as Scotland. There'll be a huge range of mechanisms in terms of getting those opportunities out to all young people. We're also planning and working quite closely with a range of services, specialised educational services, so particularly those young people that are further removed from the labour market in terms of after people and disability, vulnerabilities. They're also getting access. In terms of the mentoring programme, each young person will have a direct line manager responsible for the basic line management workplace. They'll have an assessor who's separately responsible for a and in addition to that, they will all allocate from workforce. And we have pulled together what's been known as the N plus reference group, which will be a sounding body that we spoke about by we'll look at reviewing the mentoring programme, we'll look at reviewing succession planning. And it may be that we can settle.
Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Sean that it probably would be a good idea to actually have met the graduates before we agreed the graduate report, but I'm sure the points that are raised will get picked up. I think the two issues that were raised with me were the fact that the 6 months was a short period of time and the amount of work they could do was quite restricted as a result of that, and a longer period of time would have A, improved their CV and B, allowed them to do maybe a bit more work for the council. So the 6 months was short, and the other issue of course was the lack of opportunities at the end of it in terms of employment opportunities. I think we knew that there was no guaranteed job when they came to do the scheme, but you know there did seem to be very limited opportunities at the end of it after the 6 month training programme in terms of the graduate. In terms of the apprenticeships, well, obviously the biggest issue that was raised was obviously the relatively low pay that we do provide an apprenticeship with. It was quite low, particularly I suppose added to the fact that even after the 2-year period, we can't obviously give a guaranteed job, but there was real uncertainty whether or not at the end of that 2-year period there was a reasonable chance that they may actually get kept on by the council at the end of that period. We won't know obviously until the programmes run 2 years, but that was a significant concern. So not only were we paying relatively low wages for an apprenticeship, we were not able to give any sort of indication as to what the opportunities would be at the end of that 2-year programme. That was a concern amongst a lot of the apprenticeships. I mean, I agree in terms of the expansion of the private sector. It was a real frustration of mine, I have to say, in the budget that the administration did not look at not only apprenticeships within the council, but how the council itself could support apprenticeships out with the council, i.e. in the third sector, providing subsidies to the private sector to take on apprenticeships as well. I mean, we've got a jobs crisis in this region when it comes to young people. The youth unemployment rate in Dumfries and Galloway is 9.2%. The UK average is 7%. I've never known until recently that youth unemployment in Dumfries and Galloway was so far above the UK average. We've got a real problem in this area with youth unemployment, and that really should be a priority for this council to tackle. And we should be looking at how we can support the private sector and the third sector to bring on apprenticeships and not just look at our own limited job opportunities within the council.
The pay is set nationally. In terms of guaranteed jobs, quite correct, it's not guaranteed jobs. But because we're identifying mechanism, we would hope that the opportunities that are available means that there's a high chance that opportunities will go out to advert at some point based on the succession plan arrangement.
Brothers?
Had a discussion one time. Spoke with 3 modern apprentices, one from CRD, one from Legends, one from Rangers. 3 months time. And that was, I think, compared to the gain, the 3 years. But other than that, they're all very positive about it. 2 graduates, one was the comms, DG first. Again, one the graduate comms, he's gained employment. So the one out with the out with that, the 2 graduates, one within the sustainable development, gained employment as well. He wasn't here the day. And but still enjoyed part of her life. Well, I'm absolutely delighted with the report. Happy with that. But don't let it, it's been touched on already. 93 against 250 modern apprenticeship. Are we confident that we'll get every place for
Yes, we've got, as an example, first job, I worked at 5 jobs in a high for that majority. We are confident that work at school, other employments or organisations will continue.
Nicol.
Chair, I think I probably was speaking to the same person, the same young person, John, but 6 months was flagged up as a problem. Maybe we're looking at 2 years. Sorry, 12 months, doubling the service there. But I can see the pros and cons of that. Con being cost to employ them for 6 months. You might get more back out of it. I don't know. So these are things I've got to look at. As far as the mentoring is concerned, before I became a councillor, I was a mentor for the council with apprentices in building, well, all horticulture, building, in Wigtonshire, and I had 14 apprentices. I think they found it very useful because we liaised with the college, we liaised with the customers, being whoever they were working for, and also with their bosses. Good to bridge that gap. I found it very, very helpful. There used to be a thing called an employment exhibition, and I don't know if that still takes place. And if it is, if it does, do we participate in that? It used to be a thing that was held in Hall, and employers, potential employers and employment organisations went along, and they did there, and the kids came from school. It was for school leavers. Kids came along and saw what opportunities there were. And I just wondered if something still happens, and if it does, do we participate?
There's an annual jobs fair initiative, which we'll have done and we will be part of. And there's also a national which was referenced before, plan to do something about that. We opportunity to go to and work with schools.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sure other members, I got an email maybe a week or 2 weeks ago saying there's going to be an event in DG1, youth employment, something or other. I can't remember exactly the title of it now. But that's happening within the next couple of weeks. I'll check my diary and I'll get back. I'll send you an email and maybe you can share it with everybody. Because there is definitely an event for young people, and I can't remember who's doing it or what, but I certainly got notification of it.
Councillor McGregor.
It was just to pick up on communication and possible. I know with the first tranche that the schools hadn't cascaded that terribly well, and there was 2 or 3 kids that I picked up personally, my own children, that I was able to give the information to. Maybe through the comms unit, we do need to make better Twitter and Facebook and social network. There's DG job, which does retweet quite regularly. But again, I mean, I can go into that and I can get out posts are actually at the moment. And I think that particular age group we need to target as well, and not necessarily rely on the school, because some of the kids we're trying to target are not the best communicators with the staff. We need to look at other to get maybe a wee bit harder. One of the
been brought up by a number every modern training plan, and it's made up of essential criteria meet to or in order to job. In some cases, particularly home care jobs that are based out in areas, driving say at the number require a driver some sort of private sector.
With that, we have the recommendations, 1, 3, and have a reassurance of points that have been brought up with regard to both modern apprentice and graduate. That, are members happy to agree with the report? Go on to item 11, Workforce Strategy 2011-14 Progress Report.
Chair, really just wanted paragraphs that's paragraph 3.3, which shows initial progress, point 4, which shows other aims that have been achieved, and 3.5 in particular, the focus for the next period. In the appendix, there's a summary of the work against each of the workforce strategy themes and their future plans to further develop these. And these will be built into the HR plan and the implementation of one HR structure and business partnering arrangements that we're putting in with services, supported by CRM, the customer relationship management system. We're obviously working closely with the Council's corporate business support group, and the workforce strategy forms part of the work plan for that group. And previously taken update report to CMT and looking for more service-based responses to implement the priorities of the work.
Members, any questions? Councillor Ogilvie and Councillor Smith.
I'm just reading developing reward and recognition. Not the first part at the top of the page, but definition down the bottom. Read it twice now and doesn't meet the plain English thing. Create a scheme which recognises actions or behaviours as close to the point of origin as possible to maximise the benefits of reinforcement. It doesn't really say a lot. Are we going to give somebody a bonus? Are we going to pat them on the head? You know, I've seen these things and they can be divisive. So if we explain further what you intend.
Certainly, Councillor Ogilvie. Part of it is actually bringing around cultural change as well as changes in terms of the way that we work with teams and work as individuals to create and to develop. So it's about getting the attitude and getting the behaviours right, as well as actually direct. It's more about working collectively and across departments with you.
Just wonder whether we've also got a policy of no compulsory redundancies, but I just wonder how widespread, and it's not something we get reported on, but how widespread compulsory cuts in hours are within the council. I seem to be getting more and more reports of that happening in particular areas, and I just wonder how widespread that is, and what do we actually do to provide members with information on that particular area.
Clearly, as an alternative to actually the workforce become available, that can actually cut back in terms of hours, especially in services where workloads are actually with that. And that's always been the practice that actually posts. It's obviously something that's debatable require compulsory redundancy. We take any measures as something off. We look for people who want to actually themselves reduce hours. We encourage any flexibilities that there are in terms of bringing that forward to members. It's not something at all
we actually have a wide range of work patterns that are available to staff. Individual.
I take on board that there's a difference between somebody choosing to work 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week to make that lifestyle choice. You know, you have family commitments, etc. The difference between that and compulsory cuts in hours, and I'm getting more reports of that happening, and I don't see any information that gives me reassurance that we're not actually doing that route an awful lot more than we have in the past, and I can't understand why we can't monitor that, bring that information forward. It's a concern. I mean, there's a big difference between somebody making a lifestyle choice, volunteering to take less hours, and actually being told, actually, you're getting your hours cut. And that, just getting anecdotes that's happening more and more, and I'm a bit concerned about that, but I don't have any information to reassure me that we're not actually making a conscious decision to go down that route an awful lot more.
There was a programme under there was of certain staff, police staff, 5 days. That programme was actually taken forward to members, and I'm quite happy to start to monitor that if members have concerns that that is in fact happening, and to produce a summary of that information.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, just on the back of what Colin was raising there, and I'm pleased to say that, you know, I did take a case to Paul that was sorted out where a person was had 2 part-time jobs and was being, you know, well, you got to read, you know, one is being taken away from you, and indeed the job was on the process of being advertised and was advertised while the person, you know, was supposed to make that choice. I'm pleased to say that it was resolved, and I just spoke to Paul at lunchtime on it. But if that's endemic through it, then I think, you know, that there needs to be some mechanism for HR to be alerting or advising or instructing staff in certain departments. So I think there is an issue there, and more so cleaners on policies that we take, and then it's compulsory that hours are reduced as a result of the decisions that we take. But, you know, as Colin said, there's nothing in here about that. But if I could turn to the 2.2 on this one, and it's really about training of staff. Based on these assessments, we implement a learning plan for the council, supported with service learning and development plans, and then it goes on to say in the last that they agree with each service a process for collating PDRs, etc. And then on the next page, we support staff to build transferable skills to support their own career development and meet future service needs. I'm turning more to the single status, and I know it's a practice, and I've seen it in the fire service, for instance, that you'll often see them out with an L in the front of their vehicles. But I've not seen it for the manual workers side in some of our other vehicles, roadsworks, etc., etc. You know, and whether we do actually promote this, you know, on an individual, increasing their skills and their opportunities, and making available that development to taking on driving roles and HGVs, etc., if that's the correct terminology now. So I'm interested in that as to whether we do encourage and promote that kind of development within the manual workers side. So my next one would be, you know, in 4.1, access to annual leadership development programme is extended to develop and enhance opportunities for career progression, and what the reflection is on that in terms of female against male, and whether, you know, there's an active progression to allow females to come through and indeed take on greater leadership roles, right up to chief executive, if you like, and what the percentages of that as we currently speak. And I was interested in the last debate in terms of modern apprentice, and we have a strategy here in terms of recruitment and young disadvantaged kids who may not get the opportunity. Well, you know, what we actively promote to bring on young kids who may never have opportunities, and whether that's effective. It's perhaps a question I know it was touched on the last report, but you know how effective that is within the recruitment as to the strategy that we've got laid out in this document.
Chair, I'll just take these in turn. A number of years ago, the council actually had difficulties actually getting drivers, and we went through a programme where we actually allowed our existing employees to upskill to that. And I know that if we experience that again, we wouldn't hesitate to put such similar measures in place. In terms of the leadership development programme and the career development, we're very keen for a substantial proportion of females to take part in the leadership development programme. And I know the programme at LDP5, that was actually a feature of the programme to encourage females, to equip them to be able to go on to the next levels, and quite appropriately so. In terms of the MA programme and the recruitment, you heard from Claire that in fact we're very keen to work with organisations who work with people who are furthest away from the job market, to ensure that those kids are actually given the advantages and are actually encouraged and supported in terms of making their applications.
Can I just come back on that? You know, and I hear what Paul said in terms of in the past. You know, we've got restricted hours in terms of gritting in the winter, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, it's not just from a point of being shorter drivers, whether indeed we do positively encourage, you know, manual work to come forward and upskill. You know, given that some of them were hit the hardest in terms of single status and the loss of bonuses, etc. Whether we give them that opportunity, it's always available to them to upskill and increase their employabilities, you know, and income, wages, etc.
We're actually advertising a lot more jobs internally, and where possible trying to recruit from our existing workforce. So inevitably that would mean that we would have face more challenges in terms of making sure that the pool from which we can draw those employees are suitably skilled. And that's part of our programme of succession planning, both at the former manual worker, now local government employee level, and managerial terms too.
Councillor Dick.
Just in response to an earlier question there, if we mean that we're now going to ask and act on our staff's ideas about how to do their jobs more efficiently and cost effectively, then I very much welcome that.
Councillor Crothers.
Actually, just an earlier comment made in relation to, I think it was 3.5, and there's 2 or 3 things in I'd like to pick up on, but under 2.2 I haven't picked up on it because it says note the aims to be progressed during the forthcoming period as set out at 3.5. I take it that'll be updated to us at some point. Means it was rewards and recognition, it was actually one, and succession planning was another one that I was particularly keen on. So at what point do we get the detail of that? Because I don't see it specifically within the report.
These are actually things where we've developed the principles, so we'll actually report in the next update in terms of the progress we're actively making. We had a short life working group that have worked up recommendations in terms of rewards and recognition, but those have to be further developed. As you appreciate, the workforce strategy is up to 2014, and I've actually reported on all aspects within the report on the appendix, but you can see that some of them are not quite as well developed as others.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. I note the creation of staff focus groups. Now, I assume these groups are a forum to provide opportunities for the workforce to voice their views and concerns. However, is there a mechanism for the feedback from the focus groups to actually feed upwards to reach the councillors?
The way that the focus groups work at the moment, they actually feed back to officer level and to management teams. We have focus groups in each of the services. In fact, we had up until recently 2 focus groups within Chief Exec Service, and reports and feedback are taken on a monthly basis of the employees' concerns and issues they wish to raise, and formal responses would be given, as an example, by the Chief Exec's senior management team in response to those. We're actually about to take a
a review of the operational focus groups, and certainly if members wanted to have more information on that, we could bring more information back to members for that purpose.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. It's just pick up on a couple of points. The first one about leadership development and encouraging more females to sort of take up those opportunities. As a female, I personally take huge insults at that. I'm not for positive discrimination in any way, sense or shape or form. I think managers and people within departments, if they see talent, regardless of gender, they should be encouraging people to take up these leadership programs. And I think, you know, absolutely it should always be the best person for that particular program, regardless of gender. So I completely disagree with Councillor Scobie's view on that, and I hold to that. I think it's a very fulsome report. The appendixes have got lots of information for us, and I'd be very happy to move the recommendations.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think one general concern I have, obviously at the moment, I mean, we're looking at the workforce strategy, you know, and within there's lots of things that we can do to, you know, that are positive. But I think generally, and I probably won't be the only councillor, but obviously a number of employees also are our constituents, and certainly there is a level of a great degree of uncertainty amongst many about, you know, with regards to the latest administration budget cuts. For example, you know, 25% reduction in adult education. But there is this feeling, you know, that the ongoing integration, harmonisation of departments, centralisation, etc., that, and a lot of departments and managers will say, well, it's an operational issue and we've got to restructure, you know, and it's given a free hand to do that. But I think we as councillors have a responsibility as well with regards to ensure that the quality of services provided by the council across Dumfries and Galloway are not compromised, and we kind of retain that level of service. And the reason why I say that is that I can remember when we are used to, on a regular basis at service committees, we used to get the department hierarchy, structures, etc. Now, I've never seen one of these for a long time now, and obviously there's been a lot of restructuring, but I think we really, from a council point of view, need to understand, you know, what the structures are, where the people are, and as we go forward and change, we need to actually just monitor that and see the departments. I don't know what the best way to do that is, whether or not we do a 6-monthly that provides, or that we've got access to all the charts and the structures, and we can see where the changes, and there'll be a lot of changes going forward. We've given an open end to a lot of departments to actually restructure, and we need to actually see where that restructuring is maybe going to affect the services that are provided by this council.
I know we got a chat when we got re-elected, maybe an update of that to every member to allow them to see exactly where the chat, you know, where the new people are, what other ones are going to be.
I mean, that's a very high level. I'm talking about actually drilling down to departments that, and I don't see any reason why it couldn't be done at service committee on a periodic basis, that we actually get provided, you know how many people are here and what departments, etc., and we can track the changes as we move through the budget savings throughout the next financial year.
Chairman, of course that can be done. In terms of, quite right, we've got a facility on Connect, but that one's down a bit. I think the members more detail on that.
With that, had the recommendation moved by Councillor McGregor.
Obviously, I think it's probably almost incorporated into the plan, but that includes obviously providing information on areas such as compulsory cuts and hours.
That was great. Move on to item 12. Workforce establishment, 6-monthly monitoring. Flanagan. Back to the report.
Chair, I'll just introduce my colleague Kirsty Shannon to you all to present the report today.
This is the 6-monthly workforce establishment monitoring report and is presented to members in line with the Council's workforce strategy. The report provides an analysis of workforce information and demonstrates the Council's commitment to continually develop the reporting of such information. Outlined at section 3.1 is the importance of workforce planning and how the workforce data is key to supporting services in this activity, allowing them to consider all relevant areas such as the workforce composition, any employee skills audit gap, pay and rewards, and leadership development. Within section 3.5 and 3.6, page 138 of the report, presents information in relation to the workforce for fire police. However, this is the last time that this monitoring report will include this information in police and fire reform. If I can direct you to Council's workforce information, which starts to be reported from section 0.7 of the report, and also outlined within the Appendix 4, which is page 149. These diagrams show overall establishment quotas for the Council. 6 monthly comparisons for the Council are made within this appendix, which shows an increase in position. This increase is mainly due to our extended MA scheme, TUPE transfer into the Council, as well as internal movements. Section 3.9 outlines the Council's vacancies and shows an increase from April to October 2012. Information at that time highlighted that a number of those vacancies were actively recruited to by many of which were filled. Around 18 months ago, the Council carried out a housekeeping exercise on the iTrent system to record this information, and this process is about to commence again in 2013. An expectation with the April monitoring report. In terms of the gender and age analysis within Table 4 and 5, outlined in page 151, there's a concentration of the age profile from 40 plus age ranges, which equates to 71% of our workforce. The Council will continue to raise the lower profile ends in age. An example of that is modern. Within 3.11, report information staff turnover, which is based on permanent employees. Over the reporting period from April to October, there was an increase in turnover of 0.74. This broadly translates to 7.5% on an annual basis, which is in line with the average labour turnover nationally for the public sector, which is 8.5. The reasons for leaving the Council are illustrated in the report as well, and are mainly in relation to retirement, voluntary, and early retirement. The Council is committed to support various approaches to flexible working for employees, and this is outlined in page 139. The benefits this offers to the Council, such as improved business performance and enabling staff to have a more improved work-life balance. Example of the various types of arrangements that the Council offers: job sharing, part-time, annualised hours, compressed retirement. Moving on to the section with regards to maximising members, I'd like to highlight to members the continued downward trend in time loss for local government employees, 5.9 days per FTE, and for teachers, reduction to 0.4 days per FTE. These continued improvements are a combination of working in partnership with employees management union and managing their attendance in a more proactive way, including training, support and management, reductions have been achieved by many services over the 6-month period. For other services that are slightly below target, we've actually developed action plans for them to improve their overall. The report outlines the 92% of Council absences are mainly due to short term, 36% of which is 1-day absence. The tool used by the Council management working. The remaining 8% linked to long-term absence are highlighted in the report for the main reasons they must be followed by the Table 1 of Appendix 5 displays the absence reasons for services which have now been included within the report. And overall for the Council, reasons for our absence in line with the national reasons that were reported for more common minor illnesses such as stomach. Council recognises its commitment to develop and improve our maximising attendance framework, and a review will commence in 2030 to take on board the concept of wider national commitment. Present today as well in the Council's Occupational Health Service, which offers many proactive interventions with maximising counselling and physical therapy, which results in a reduction of costs and structural services. Employees who also come forward to ask for support whilst off sick are given the support for counselling and actually help to avoid future absence. Occupational costs have reduced over the last 2 years, which has mirrored the reduction in our absence management. Also outlined is our commitment within the recommendation to continually develop this information and report work strategies, such as recruitment and training spend and competence.
Councillor McClung.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It's just an observation and then a couple of questions. I note that the Table 2 in Appendix 4, teacher numbers up by 72 in the last 12 months, which is contrary to what some people would have us believe. My other questions are, in 3.8 of the report, positions transferred to the Council under the 2P legislation. We know where they came from. And 3.9, vacant positions, 314 in the last 6 months. Does this include the proposals for the modern apprentice intake or not?
Just to respond to those questions, the increase in teachers' positions reported are due to the annual exercise taken on board the reporting period from April to October. That would have included the intake from August. With regards to 3.8, that relates to the Frequent pupil transfer within this reporting period. And with regards to 3.14, yes, it does incorporate the increased rolling again.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks. Just referring back to Appendix 5, and it's in there saying that breakdown of the number of occupational health service referrals made by reason, and nearly 10% of them are depression. Is that standard? I mean, what does that indicate? Is that a standard across all councils, or is that seemingly high or low in Dumfries and Galloway?
As part of the framework, we are benchmarking with other local authorities to see the comparisons with our key reasons of absence and referrals, specifically with regards to the OC health referrals, stress and depression, second highest referral for this reporting period, and that's probably linked to the internal action that would take place with workforce stress. Managers are engaging with staff at an early point of their absence, and one of the outcomes would be a referral to occupational health to support them with their counselling programme and such like.
Have we got any trend information that we might be able to compare against other councils across Scotland? If not, we'll have that in a future report at some point.
Yeah, we'll certainly gather that information as part of the benchmarking exercise, and obviously this is the first time absence reasons for referrals have been reported within this monitor. So that gives ourselves a benchmark and to move forward.
As of no further questions, move direct. Councillor Smith.
I would just like an update on an issue that I raised some time ago, and it was a concern I had over the failure, frankly, of police civilian staff to be paid the living wage. There was an advert appeared recently on the police website advertising 3 cleaning posts at below the living wage. I think it was £6.94 per hour. I was even more appalled to then hear and read a statement from the police saying that that actually is fair enough because we have a different wage structure from the council, and that was actually stated by the police. Obviously I raised this issue because the reality is that civilian staff at the police are employed by this council, and we have a policy to pay the living wage. As a result of raising that issue, and I know the trade unions raised it as well, it was discovered that there were 23 members of police civilian staff not being paid the living wage, which is contrary to this council's policy. Now, not only were those posts changed, I understand, I also understand that having identified these 23 posts, that those members of staff would now be paid the living wage. Could I just get assurance that that's taken place? And more importantly, that those members of staff have now received their back pay and are now fully within the living wage. So when they are to be transferred to the new single police force or whichever organisation they get transferred to, because I think that's still up for debate, they will be on the living wage and they've had that money paid back to them. So it is appalling. It does suggest we're a bit half-hearted sometimes when it comes to living wage. We discovered last month that we aren't paying the living wage for overtime, and now transpires we weren't actually paying police civilian staff a living wage as well.
I'm able to confirm whether the people have received their pays yet. I cannot confirm, but I will confirm to the line. Obviously depends on the payment cycle. Whether it reached computer in time for the 15th of March, I don't know. But I can give an assurance, and I did give an assurance at that time. And that error was discovered, it was rectified, back pay was agreed out the month. It was an error made not within corporate HR service. It has been addressed. Back pay will be paid as staff will transfer standard rate.
Can I just seek some clarification on the numbers that's in here? These are comparisons up to October, is it? So it's 6 months out of date, more or less.
Yes, they are. We will be bringing April's data set, sooner to committee.
Councillor McComb.
Thanks, Chair. Have you any comment to make about the increase in absence amongst non-teaching staff in education? It seems to be contrary to the trend shown elsewhere in the council.
This has certainly been picked up with education services, and we've actually developed an action plan with education services, and that involves training of the managers that are responsible for keeping in touch with the employees, ensuring that return to work are carried out, and support mechanisms put in at an early stage of the absence. What we have seen from October to date is some significant changes within that service. Hopefully, when we come to the court at the close of the financial year, we'll be becoming less about working.
Yes, but is there any analysis of the reasons underlying the increase in absence?
Chair, I think the reason for the absence will be consistent with the other reasons across the Corporate Council. I think it is really important that with the scale of the task in relation to maximising attendance, what's going to happen is you're going to have highs and lows, and we've identified a low point within the non-teaching staff. I mean, interestingly, the school service had a flu jab offer to all staff, including school support staff, and whilst it's quite difficult to get any metrics from that in terms of its effectiveness, we do believe that in the next report that you'll see, that whether it's a flu jab or whether it's because the managers are more focused on the task in hand, we'll certainly have a better update for you after year end.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. Previous reports of this nature used to get flagged up. We had particular problems with home care. He's under DG First now. And I read nationally that the way home care is being structured by a lot of councils, and the question is, are we doing the same thing? Is that when they go from client to client, they don't get paid between the travelling time. So effectively, like Colin mentioned, we have a living wage. But if you take the travelling time away, they end up on about £4 an hour or something. So it was always a crisis report when it came to home care. We haven't had one recently from on that particular issue. So the question is, do we, because some councils, and I read this in the national press, don't pay their employees the travel time between clients, and thus their overall hours are reduced and the pay is quite reduced by that.
The response to that, Chair, is that we used to, but we no longer pay for travelling time.
That's like a double negative. Sorry, we don't pay. So when they're travelling from client to client, they don't get paid. Right. So my fears are realised. Okay, thanks.
With that, we've got 4 recommendations to note. Happy to note those. Move on now to item 13, plan preventative maintenance, works on property assets, current progress in 12-13 and plan cyclical workload programme, future years. So Haswell.
Chairman, nothing to add to the report. It sets out what's happened, where we're hoping to go, and gives members information about a future programme. I'm quite sure Mr Nelson will answer any specific questions from members. The good news story coming out of it have got a record showing the amount of local contractors being employed on our plan preventative maintenance.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
Yeah, a couple of points. Page 171, parochial for a change, Moon Ward Repair Primary School and Carden Bridge Primary School. These are reasonably new schools. I hope this is just, they're in the programme because they need to be rather than any amounts of money being spent on them. Similarly, can I welcome the playing pools and changing rooms at Hamilton Start Park. I think it's long overdue, much like it was agreed in the earlier programme for actually doing the football pitches, so that's most welcome. But there'll be 2 high schools in here as well. Now, considering we're going to be building a new high school starting very shortly, I hope again we're not going to be throwing vast amounts of money at the existing school.
Answer to that is you're absolutely right. We will not be throwing unnecessary money at an existing school. What we can't do is what happened in the past, assume that a new school would be provided 10 years hence and it didn't need any maintenance.
Yeah.
We've got to continue to maintain the existing buildings. That was the idea of bringing forward plan preventative maintenance.
Right, and can I just carry on to 172 in Nith Ward, DG1 Leisure Complex, who's loaning. Now that's due to shut at the end of the year, so I hope we're not going to spend any money on that at all. It seems a bit pointless if we're getting the contractors into, or we're still in litigation with the contractor. And again, Dock Park, Dumfries, I thought we're about to start the new refurbishment of Dock Park, so is there really any need for maintenance on that at this moment in time?
If I can indicate the reason for the PPM programme, what we have done over 4 years is indicate a broad spread of work to all of our assets. These are all noted here. The extent of work that have been carried out to these assets may vary quite a lot, with gutter cleaning, windows, or doing something more major. But what you will tend to find, and I can pinpoint one that was mentioned in report 6 today, on page 170, the Dunragget Village Hall is actually indicated. We'll be doing nothing. So we continually update. It's a dynamic programme. You will find other projects, other assets in here that are already up for disposal. But that doesn't mean to say we shouldn't keep cleaning the gutters out, etc. So trying to maintain our assets.
Just breaking news in Dunragget, there might be a use for that, because I see they've announced they're going to build the Dunragget bypass starting this year. So there might be a use for that for the contractors that are doing the bypass.
Somebody can buy it.
Councillor Dick.
No, just to welcome this report. I think it's significant that we're conducting a plan preventive maintenance, and really pleased to see so much of the work is going to local contractors. I'd be quite happy to move the recommendations.
Councillor Smith.
I'm just intrigued as to how we then actually find out what we're actually going to be doing. We've got a list of all the buildings basically in the region, frankly, here, but it doesn't actually tell me as a councillor what you're actually going to plan and do. Because Councillor McCartney raised a point, for example, Dock Park public toilets are on it, but we're actually going to demolish them in April. It's got nothing to do with plan preventative maintenance. I don't know how you plan preventative maintenance, which will be a pile of rubble come April. So I would quite like to know what we're actually going to do. I mean, we're effectively going to allocate funding here, but I don't actually know specifically what it's going to be spent on, and how do we actually get that information, because there's nothing in this report apart from a list of buildings.
We will be providing a monitoring report similar to the other asset class reports which provides the detail, basically like the capital programme. That will be provided to you, which will give the detail of what was actually expended against and worked on in that asset. You'll find that the ones for this year are actually in there as Appendix 1. No, it's actually in there as well. If you look in front of the list of assets, it tells you much was spent on the assets for this year.
Yeah, what I mean is we've allocated, the budget allocated 1.5 million for planned maintenance for 2013-14. It's just how do we know what the projects are going to be for 13-14? I wasn't entirely clear from the report. I know what's being spent this year, but I'm quite keen to find out what you plan to spend next year.
So, well, what we're actually doing is we're going to each asset, reviewing what actually requires to be done, how much needs to be spent against it, and ensuring that it's actually value for money and the asset is sustainable. Then we will actually provide it in a monitoring report to this committee.
Same point.
Yeah, just on Appendix 2, actually, I think that the process and the way it's broken down is a good way going forward, because it actually shows you word by word, but it's about the lack of detail. I just wondered that if we are developing reports like this going forward, then a little bit of narrative on each project would be helpful. Or I noticed that they've all got unique reference numbers there. I don't know if we as councillors have access to go in and look at these projects and see the detail behind each of them.
Can go behind them through a process called ISIS, based on PMIS. We'll be developing that with members. Can I say to members, what you've got here is a cycle. On a previous occasion, what we brought to members was a list of properties we're going to sort. Members didn't like it, because they didn't have all of the properties in their ward that they thought needed sorting. What you've got here, if we go to ward number 1, we will send a clerk of works to Liswalt Primary School. That clerk of works will determine what work needs doing. We can't do that until the clerk of works goes out. He then determines what requires doing. He orders the work up, and the work gets paid through a framework with a local contractor. What members asked for was a spread across Dumfries and Galloway of buildings that we would address. And as Peter has said, if we go to Liswalt Primary School and it requires no planned preventative maintenance, we will not spend any. What we're trying to do is give members as much advance notice of where we're going, and then reporting back as to what we've done. I'm afraid that only the clerks of works and the people who go onto the ground can say whether the gutters need cleaning out, unless a local member comes along and says, have you looked at that building? The gutters aren't cleaned. So we are doing our best to give members as much information about what we're doing, and then reporting back on what and how the money has been spent.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Leader. Just a very brief point, and we've raised it at education 1,000 times before. It might drum home at some point. Appendix 1, I've nearly gone blind trying to read it, and I'm very squinty now. And having sat here for 5.5 hours, I'm getting even squintier. So we really need to have slightly larger writing on these.
Noted, we'll circulate a separate appendix.
Right. We have the recommendations 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 to note, 2.4 to agree, and 2.5 to note. No dissent. Move on. Item 14, disposal policy. Mr. Haswell.
Thanks, Leader. This is a refinement to the Council's disposal policy, which has been previously agreed. We're finding where, not where a community exercises its right to buy in terms of the legislation, but where a community expresses an interest through an area committee in perhaps leasing or acquiring a community building sometime down the line when they produce a business case. There's no timeline on that at the moment. For example, there's a building in the appendix to the report which has been awaiting a business case from a community group for 3 years. We need to put some timelines on this, because we can't afford to continue to maintain buildings. One of them, in fact, we had an offer to purchase it. We stopped the sale to allow a community to get its business case together, and we're still waiting for it. It's a refinement of the 2003 Act by applying the regulations in 2010. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Smith.
I've read the report twice and I've got a sore head. I'm trying to get my head around exactly what the refinement is. It'd be quite good just to get it explained in detail. Does this in any way change member involvement in the decision-making process, hopefully not. And what do we do? Just one slight concern I've got is, I mean, I agree we have to speed up the process, and it does leave it kind of open-ended at the moment, but how do we make sure the community knows about potential surplus buildings? I'm aware of groups that are looking for premises, for example, but might not necessarily know about particular surplus properties. I could identify them, I suppose, but how do we actually make the public aware that there are properties that have been declared surplus to requirement?
When we declare a property surplus to requirements, we take it through the area committee. We anticipate that area committee through community councils who get the papers for area committee meetings will come forward and say, we think building X might be able to be used as a community asset. We would like to either lease it or buy it from the council at less than best consideration. We would then take them through the process. Councillor Smith's quite correct. At the moment, that process is open-ended. There is no timeline on it. What we're suggesting is that if you look at the page 185, the timeline which applies under the 2003 Act, which gives the community 18 months to take forward the Land Reform Act community right to buy, we apply the same thing to the disposal of land by the local authority under the 2010 regulations. So what we're specifically doing is putting a timeline on it. We're not altering member involvement at all. Members will still have their involvement. And in fact, it was members who raised the very building that I'm speaking about in relation to the community wishing to buy it. So we would take it forward. If the community has an interest in acquiring it, we would help them with business planning, etc., etc. But we do need to ask members to put a timeline on it. Otherwise, you continue to maintain buildings which are going to just sit forever and a day.
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks, Leader. I'm happy enough to move this. It shows in Appendix 3 there's nearly £1.2 million with the assets sitting in limbo pretty much. Just saying, so you can hear, happy to agree the recommendations that are in here. I'm happy with this proposal. It's shown in the Appendix 3 that there's nearly £1.2 million of assets sitting in limbo. But just to get, the main difference I can see when I was looking through it in the structural in Appendix 2 and Appendix 1, which is the current, and Appendix 2 being the proposed, is the third box, the community planning executive groups, community partners, planning groups. That's where the removal of that should, as well, along with the timeline, should speed up this process and make it still makes communities still have the chance, still have the right to buy, but it's just the process is being streamlined in such a way that it's like a twin track approach. Is that correct?
Councillor Ogilvie.
Yeah, I'm also interested in Appendix 3, but if you look at 311.5, I'm not sure. It's the last paragraph. This was not the expectation of the Land Reform Act, right to buy. Could somebody explain that part? And the other part is, if you look at some of the properties within Appendix 3, there's some huge numbers there. As Councillor Colours has pointed out, adds up to quite a substantial sum of money. That's money we certainly in the open market would be useful to the council at the moment. So that's the observation. The question was if somebody could clarify 311.5.
Haswell.
Just basically, so the Land Reform Scotland Act 2003 didn't expect that you'd have an open-ended contract with a community to look forever and say, we might buy it sometime, we might buy it tomorrow, we might buy it next week. What the Land Reform Act set out was a timetable. And what we're suggesting is that you apply the same timetable where the right to buy is not in terms of the Land Reform Act, where you pay the full price for a property, but where you have your separate disposal to a community for less than best consideration. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Geddes.
Well, going, Leader, to paragraph 311.3, I would argue that in certain circumstances the period of 18 months is overly generous, and I think that should be borne in mind.
I'm obliged to Councillor Geddes for that.
In other words, in appropriate circumstances, Leader, just get on and do the business.
Right, with that...
I'll treat that remark with the contempt it deserves.
Councillor Marshall.
Just one small point of clarity. In both it's got other council use next to the Strategic Asset Board. I take it that's when other departments actually identified there could be a use for that. I want to know, though, that there is times when a department actually puts their hand up and says they could use that, but it's overruled. Is that by the Strategic Asset Board, or does that come down the process?
That would normally be looked at by the Strategic Asset Board, sir. If the board could not agree, it would come to members. But basically what you could have, similar to a local community, a department saying, we might use that building sometime in the future. Can you just hold it over and we'll think about it? After a few months, you've got to ask them, have you got a business plan? Just the same as you would the community. I think in the ideal world, every building could be reused, but unfortunately we don't live in the ideal world, and we require to actually put a timeline on services as well. They may have a project which is going to come to fruition in 5 years' time. Why would we keep a building lying empty, paying for its maintenance for 5 years?
Can I come back? I think you're using an extreme example. I'm using an example that maybe a council department would like to use that, but they're overruled by the Strategic Asset Board because they may want to actually sell that asset. I just want to know, where do we see the decisions taken by the Strategic Asset Board?
They would come through on the monitoring reports. Decisions taken by the Strategic Asset Board would come through on the monitoring report. Can I say that the Strategic Asset Board, every directorate is represented at a very senior level on that board. The board is well aware of the pros and cons and how it's got to weigh up whether a building should be held in reserve for a period of time. If it were 3 or 6 months, it would not be an issue.
With that, we have the recommendations. Right. Move on to item 15, rent reduction and lease extension, Lockerbie Golf Club. Haswell.
This is a recommendation from the Lockerbie and Lochmaben Common Good Fund subcommittee. Hopefully it's self-explanatory. I'll answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Councillor McClung.
As I stated such a long time ago at the beginning of the meeting, I'm a member of another golf club. However, it's not specifically regarding this golf club. We have a request here for the reduction in money paid to the Lockerbie and Lochmaben Common Good of £2,100 over the next 5 years, which is 10,500. However, when you look at the appendix, in Appendix 2, you have the profit and loss account for the club over the last 2 years. And in 2010, they paid £9,100 in honorarium to their secretary, treasurer, and match secretary. And last year, 2011, they paid £9,898 in honorarium to those 3 members. Are we actually expecting the Lockerbie and Lochmaben Common Good to be down £10,500 while this club pays honorarium to its members?
It's up to members to decide. That's the information in front of us. Councillor McClung.
I would suggest that if Lockerbie and Lochmaben Common Good did not have the information which, from reading the report of the 19th of December that was sent to the Common Good, didn't have the financial report, I think they may actually have made a different decision. I would like to refer it back to them with the financial information that is now provided in this report.
Councillor McCaughtrey.
I would support Councillor McClung on that. I think it's common sense. I mean, what I don't understand is how the honorariums can be increased by almost 10% in 1 year. You know, they're not setting exactly a very good example to anybody. I thought honorariums were a kind of thing of the past anyway. But I don't think we do any harm to go back to the Common Good Committee. And if they need to go and interview these people, well and good.
Anyone otherwise minded? Fair that one to go back to the Common Good. Look at the Common Good. Move on to item 16. Former Dumfries Academy Dining Hall.
Chairman. Chairman, this is a disposal under the 2010 regulations. You have a report before you. You'll see exactly what the purpose is in paragraph 3.2. It's a member decision as to whether you're prepared to accede to the request.
Members, report. Councillor Crothers first.
The only point, I don't see it within the report. Absolutely happy to agree with this. It looks like a really good idea going forward, an excellent use. Will we see, when this comes to fruition, we'll see the benefits that the local area receives from this as it grows and builds over the next year. So do we get some kind of report back or even feedback from the organisation?
I can make sure members get feedback from the organisation. I think members are getting an invitation to go and see the premises. Considerable amount of work done on them.
Councillor Geddes. Councillor Cochran.
Well, I would agree entirely. I think it's an extremely worthwhile venture, so it should be supported. Can I get Mr. Haswell's assurance that it'll only take us 18 months, to get the lease prepared, agreed, and finished?
I will endeavour to give that assurance, sir.
Thank you.
I was just going to mention it's the kind of strange acronym they've got, a RAPER, because it's the Integrated Community Enterprise Trust, so that's ICE-T.
Councillor Maitland.
Has the Accounts Commission changed its view with respect to the occupation and property? It used to be that you had to show the true costs of occupying property. I mean, I think this is a very worthwhile proposal, but in essence, what we're hiding from this is a subsidy, £15,000 per annum.
The 2010 regulations now allow you to do this. Under the old legislation, you had to make an application under Section 74 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973 to the Secretary of State or Scottish Ministers, and the Accounts Commission looked at it. At that point, the 2010 regulations actually permit a local authority to do it, provided that members of the authority are aware that the actual rent should be £15,000. You are giving a community benefit, and the legislation allows for that, ma'am.
Thank you very much indeed.
With that, members happy to agree with the recommendation. We'll move on to item 17 now. Could I ask Vice Chairman if he'd be willing to take over a hospital appointment? I'll leave my papers, you never know, I might come back if I'm back in time.
Right, thank you. Item 17 on the agenda, Community Safety Strategic Partner Commissioning and Update. Is there anything you would like to add to your report?
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, just to remind members that this report is before you following the report presented to members in December when you agreed the Strategic Commission subject to the development of indicative targets, which weren't in the previous report. A great deal of work has been done by colleague Jim Hendry, Service Manager for Community Safety, and his team. Members were keen that staff were engaged with the process to develop the indicative targets, and we've endeavoured to include them along with a wee bit of narrative in terms of how we've arrived at them. So Jim and I are happy to take on any questions, Chair, that members may have.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just, I'd like some clarification on the figures and how you got to them, these KPIs. And the reason I'm saying that is because I don't really understand, for example, you've got 2,823 community safety issues outcomes reported in the past 12 months, and you're wanting a 10% increase. The target is 3,005. But where do these figures come from? These figures, for example, you had community wardens in the system, and there'd be community safety issues reported by them, but they were like in a condensed area. They were in North West Dumfries and Stranraer. the community safety teams, for example, and other teams are now spread out over the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. So it doesn't seem an awful lot, 182 increase for expansion in a wider area for Dumfries and Galloway. Another one is that on page 225, for litter issues, for example, you've got there's been a 30% decrease from 82 to 58 in enforcement measures 210 to 11. There's been no figures for 211-12. And the target is a 25% increase to 72. But that 25% increase to 72 is only 30% decrease of 58. So it's not it's not the higher figure. And again, these are an increased area that's going to be covered hopefully. And so I don't understand how where these figures come from. And these figures, whether based on the numbers of people out in the street, I know that some of these years they're talking about, there was a reduced number of people actually enforcement out in the street, reduced number of community wardens, for example, because of people leaving, not being replaced. So obviously the figures would have went down in some of these years because there's not as many people actually enforcing. And it's the same with the dog filing issue. The 33% decrease is 88 to 59, but the 25% increase is obviously in the 59, which is on the decrease, but to 74.
Yeah. To come to this cumulative figure, it's basically looking at everything that's happened across the 5 services that have been integrated. Now, I was keen that year one we weren't setting exact targets. I wanted a baseline to work from, for the very reasons that you mentioned there. We're going to have more people doing enforcement. It's a new service, so it's actually unknown what might happen in the first year. So I've tried to set reasonable targets. I've done that. We had a day with the staff involved. All of the staff were going to be doing this, and we looked at various aspects, whether it was the former community wardens, people with background in enforcement, litter, dog filing, etc., fly system, the antisocial behaviour team. And we'll set these targets in the first year. Some of them will be quite hard to achieve, some of them might be easier. Point out the amount of people that are now authorised to carry out enforcement across the region. So it was very difficult, rather subjective at times as well, but we've done our best to be reasonable, to explain the figures that we're working from. There was issues with one or two things with data capture as well that we're hoping to improve on. It's a new service, and we're hoping to set it up correctly from day one and to take it forward. So these are targets that the teams have been set. It's a goal, and it'll be really in 12 months' time we come back. We'll see how far off the mark we've been. As I say, I was hoping for that first 12 months to really set my baselines and see how the team were performing. But I was asked to come back today, setting the team some identifiable targets.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks. So basically, less than what they are, less than what they were before. You want to achieve less. Well, the target's less than what was before. And I can't understand how when you had less people, for example, in 210, 211, which the target was, the number was 58. It's a decrease of 30%, and the 25% increase is on the decrease. Where you've got more numbers, you've got a bigger area. So we would think, that you would have actually a lot more than that.
And potentially we will, but again, it was rather subjective. We spoke to the staff about it. We looked at the reasons why there's been a drop-off in figures in the last year. Is there less litter about? Has things improved? Is it down to the fact that there was fewer staff? We could actually see a spike. My concern about setting targets like this was when you're going from having 5 officers carrying out enforcement to 28 across the region, we could have seen a massive spike. So, as I said earlier, my idea was to give me the first 12 months, let me set a baseline, see how the team's performing, and thereafter I'll be able to set reasonable targets. It is rather subjective,
Once more, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. But there's, you know, it's if I was out there, you know, and it's easy to say, you know, I'm not saying massaging figures or that, but what I'm saying is they're not realistic figures they're going to come back with either, because you know if you're increasing litter issues is from 72, whereas before they were 82, and they're down to, so you're actually going down, and then so you're coming back. The next time you'll come back with a figure of 140, for example, and you'll say, look how well we've done. You know, or you'll come back with 84 and you'll say, look how well we've done, which isn't a real big increase. That's what I'm trying to get.
I think what Mr Henry has just said, however, is that give him 12 months and he'll come back and be able to set a realistic baseline. And I mean,
don't see the point of putting unrealistic then. That makes these figures, you know,
yeah, but by virtue of the fact that the service overall is going to be a new service, it's difficult to actually set a baseline, if not impossible, at this time. However, after 12 months, it won't be. Mr Greaveson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to add to that, I mean, I think that's why we were hesitant to start off with in terms of the putting the indicative targets in there, partly because when we spoke to the staff, the key issue and the key driver for the staff is as much about prevention and education as it is about issuing fixed penalty notices. So therefore, what is the success factor? And I'm sure we'll learn and grow and develop, but this was the starter for 10, given that members were requesting the indicative figures be produced.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. Shall I look at 3.2 in the report, and I understood, having had extensive discussion and communication both with Richard, Jim Henry, Alex Haswell, Uncle Tom Cobley and all on the issue of the community safety strategy, and I understood it was under review. On reading this document, it seems it was agreed in October 2012, and while I would make the point, quite frankly, I think you could drive a horse and cart through the strategic document in it that does not recognise authority within the document. What it seems to do is pass it from one to the other, you know, with no real responsibility being taken, you know, and I think that the strategic document has to be looked at again, realising that according to this report, in October 2012 it was agreed. I can't see how many of the points have been missed, and I've detailed those points to Mr Haswell, and still waiting on a response. But I turn to 3.1.2 in terms of the implementation or the improved arrangements, and this touches on the protocol that exists within the partnership arrangements. And quite frankly, I think there's a great deal of passing of the buck in the protocol, where authority is given on too often to an RSL, or RSLs, not being specific. That if we take 1.2 in the delivering community safety and the key performances, the number of complaints of domestic noise received per annum for 4 years, we didn't measure. You know, because this council felt it wasn't necessary, it wasn't a good use of resources. We didn't measure noise levels, etc. Now, just at the back end of last year, November of last year, we trained out the officers up, and we do. But when you look at the figures, there was a 3% decrease in calls from 5,013 to 500 in 2010-11, 11-12. As such, the team have been set a 2% decrease. Now, of those figures, if you happen to be one of the ones that are suffering, and you're part of a statistic, you know, in percentage of decreases, or should the case be increased, then you suffer. And nowhere do I see in the document, when I say suffer, you may suffer the noise for 1 week. You may suffer the noise for 1 month. You may even go to 1 year. I have cases where it's gone to 4 and 6 years. And we keep going back, engaging deploying staff either in police, community safety enforcement officers, etc., and no resolution. So within the protocol, I think that it needs a great deal of improvement, and I have had the assurance from Mr. Haswell that indeed this is going to be looked at, and he has a meeting with the director tomorrow. But these figures, you know, if you happen to be one of the statistics, suffering antisocial behaviour, let it be noise or whatever, then it's the remedy and it's the time that it's taking to reach that remedy that's important, not just the percentage figures, whether they're going up or down or whatever. It's the resolution to them. And who's got the authority in terms of lead or whatever. Many of these cases I've referred to machinery. The RSLs don't have the machinery lies with the authority. Yet the feedback is, well, they're the lead organisation, they'll do it. Now, how they can measure in with any machinery is beyond me. But nevertheless, this seems to be the attitude in the protocol. So what I would like to see is a report back on the protocol in terms of the operational issues and how they're effective, and for the performance to be timelined so that we can measure whether we are reaching the performances, not just by percentage, but whether we are reaching satisfaction. Because above here, it says that there's an 82%, I take it anyway, likewise, customer satisfaction were previously only monitored by the ASPO team and were 82% in 11-12. We don't have that now, but my understanding is more people live in fear of antisocial behaviour than what actually does, and that's the real issue. And if we're able to go out there and tackle some of these issues, tackle it in partnership with the RSLs in remedy, then we will get a higher satisfaction level. There's nothing in here that indicates it. So in the respect, Chair, my point is we need to look at the protocol, the operational issues, and I would dearly love us to return to the strategy and authority and responsibility.
Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Haswell, first of all, to take on part of the questions that arose there?
Yes, thanks, Chairman. This has been an ongoing issue for Councillor Scobie and indeed other members in relation to a specific part of community safety. I think what we've got now is we have the integration. I think Mr. Henry pointed out that it's increased staffing levels, and there are concerns among members. If we've increased staffing levels, why are we not performing more than we were in the past? What we've done is we've got the integration. We have a high-level strategy which, by its very nature, cannot address the specifics of the matter. You've now agreed a commission which has set some figures, albeit members may have some disquiet about them. The next area that's got to be looked at, as Councillor Scobie says, is the operational issue. There has been some interpretation of the legislation which has meant that, particularly in terms of ASBOs and antisocial behaviour within RSL areas, there's been some difficulty in determining exactly who is responsible for what, where and how, and who can actually enforce the thing if it is enforceable. What I'm giving members today is an assurance that we're taking this forward. Richard and I have spoken about it, and we have a meeting tomorrow afternoon to discuss a number of operational issues. One of the big things that isn't really addressed in here is the biggest community safety issue that we come across, and that's CCTV and the use of CCTV. The moment this council's got about 10 pockets of money that it takes out to do wee bits of work on CCTV, we need to actually bring the operational stuff together and make sure that we have operational arrangements in place that reassure members that we're actually applying the law and complying with the law. As Councillor Scobie's mentioned, we need to go back to discussions which were had, albeit several years ago now, with the RSLs and a number of other community planning partners, just to make sure that everybody understands the direction of travel in terms of this council's strategy and its commission. So I'm giving members that assurance that that's where we're going, and we will come back to members on that basis.
Thank you. Mr. Henry, is there anything, or Mr. Greaves, anything you'd like to add?
Just briefly, Chair, in addition to Mr. Halswell's comments, that work in terms of revising the protocols with our RSL partners has started. As a commitment from us to present that to the Director and then to the next CSP in June, but happy to obviously through the director, make sure members are involved in that process.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, that, I referred to dates, and that's the first time we've mentioned dates, and it's reporting back in June. I see this as crucial, to the issues. I'll give you an example, Chair, where I have been seeking to see what our legal responsibility is, not only in terms of noise and antisocial behaviour, but dogs barking as well. And I've had correspondence back from Jim and from the legal team to say, they've taken it to Parliament, and they've met as a working group, and dog barking is not an antisocial behaviour issue. Yet at the same time, as I pointed out to the manager or the legal department, we run a website, not that I know much about websites, but when someone pointed out and opened it to me, we find that dog barking is an antisocial behaviour issue and should be reported to the council. Yet on the same breath, I'm getting letters back from the legal department to say, this is not, dog barking is not a legal issue. Now, either we've not got our act together, or there's a flaw in the information we're providing out there to the public. I only make that as an example. Similar to, that there are people out there under the statistics who are suffering. I think it needs to be brought back a lot earlier than just reporting back in June. For the Policy and Resources Committee, we need to get the protocol right, and we need to get it sorted out quickly. And with my knowledge, there are 2 cases lying just now with the Ombudsman on antisocial behaviour and how the RSLs and eventually the Council has dealt with it. And in my opinion, and it's only my opinion at this stage, I think the Council are going to be found wanting on it. And we've got to get this sorted out. That's my opinion, Chair, and I'll hold by it. And we as an authority have got to make sure what the legislation, how it's interpreted, the operation is working correctly.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks. Just following on from Councillor Nicholson's point, hear the argument, why you set the SPI, particularly for dog fouling, quite low based on the figure of 59 and 25% uplift. I really think that within the narrative within there, you can't disguise the fact this is the #1 public concern, and it's an issue, that's been ongoing, and I think we need to raise the bar to send out a clear message. And let's face it as well, if we do increase that figure, when you come back, if you haven't met that figure, there will be reasons why, and it might be the fact is that initial warning has been enough, and that will be fair. But I think we have to send a clear message out, and I would propose, if you look at the 88 from 2010-11, if you uplifted that by 20%, that's 104. We're asking 2 a week across the region. But if you don't achieve that, then as long as there's a reasonable explanation why, but I would move that we actually increase that to 104. I would move that. The other thing I would like to raise is there was an earlier item in the agenda, which was item 10, and it was with regards to the enhanced modern apprenticeship programme. And one of the areas that I flagged up that I was disappointed to see there wasn't any opportunity for a modern apprenticeships was within the new service of community enforcement officers. So we've actually stated to the people running that programme to approach you, but I would hope that you would actually look towards actually taking a couple of modern apprenticeships, because this would be ideal, as I said earlier, for ones that maybe want to pursue a career in as maybe a police officer, etc. But I think it would be a good area for us to actually engage with young people and get them involved as modern apprentices.
Thank you. Mr. Henry.
Yeah, on that last point, if that was an option, as I say, I've got a team of 30 people across the region. It's not a large number, so we will see an increase in staff out there and enforcement figures. If modern apprenticeships was able to boost my staff and do something positive within the region, and we can make that happen, yeah, I would certainly be supportive of that. As far as the figure goes, quite often with these figures we are looking for positive outcomes, positive resolutions, and we're often told that fixed penalty notices are a negative, it's a poor outcome. The likelihood is that we will see an increase, and I would expect it to be over 100 in the first year, The type of things that I've set the team for positive outcomes is if we're getting a report of dog fouling, that we carry out high visibility patrols, we're educating dog walkers, we're improving the signage in the area, we're getting the area cleaned, looking at the number of dog bins, as well as enforcement side. So there's a number of positive outcomes that I would look, but it's about the whole approach, not just looking at the number of fixed penalty notices.
Councillor Carruthers.
You covered it, Chair, in your explanation. You thought I was the only one thinking the same as yourself, but obviously I wasn't with the KPIs. Or the...
Thank you.
Yeah, understand the questions from Councillors Carruthers related to the dog fouling issues. It's on page 225, and it's the indicator 22, and the proposal from Councillor Marshall was to increase the target to 104, as I understand.
Sorry, I meant that you'd actually answered the question for me earlier, which when Councillor Nicholson was going on about the information, how each thing correlated, and you gave an explanation as in we'll try to establish a trend as we go into next year, and you'd actually answered that earlier for me. I mean, I'll not come back to depend which way it goes. I mean, I disagree with what's being said, and as far as the dog fouling, and my understanding is it was 88 fixed penalty notices in 2010-11. That reduced to 2011-12, and we're setting the target for this coming year under the like an average between the two is 74, which is an increase on 59, 25% increase. I mean, that makes total sense to me. I don't understand why anybody would be at odds at that, if that's correct, what I'm saying.
Nicholson, yeah.
Yeah, it was me that mentioned about it. I don't know if Councillor Carruthers picked this up, but the 33% decrease from the 88, which is in 2010-11 to 59, and you've got the increase of 25% on that. But the reasoning behind it going down was staffing issues. So the bounty rate dropping it, there's not a drop in the dog fouling, as you will have noticed, or dog fouling issues, as you will have noticed by your constituents coming and knocking on your door about it. So the actual frequency of the dog fouling issue hasn't went down, it's actually went up. Frequency of the littering issue hasn't went down, it's went up. But the reasoning that the figures have went down is because of staffing.
I mean, fixed penalty notices we're talking about here. The target, how many we give out as an authority, that's what we're talking about in 2.2. Is that my understanding correct?
Councillor Lever.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased that the integration of the various enforcement officers and wardens and inspectors is completed last, and now beginning to work in areas which weren't working in before. And I'm not all that bothered about the number of fixed penalty notices we're issuing. I think we should issue as many as we need to do in order to get to tackle this problem. I'd quite welcome the day when we don't have to issue any fixed penalty notices because we don't have any litter problem, we don't have any antisocial dog owners, etc. We need to get to that position. So if we need to issue 1,000 of these, then so be it at the end of the day, as long as we can actually get to that. But I think also what we need to do as a council is actually advertising what we're doing in terms of this. It's no good you coming back with a report to us in a year's time saying, well, we've done this, we've issued 1,000 notices. So there's still people who think they can either drop litter or allow their dogs to foul the streets with impunity. So I think possibly working through the council's media with the local newspapers is to have a continual range of stories going in saying that particular areas were targets, such and such number of people are actually fined for whatever it is, and just keep the pressure on people. I mean, the vast majority of people, as it says in here, are totally against this sort of activity. It's only a very, very small minority, and that's who we need to clamp down on. And it isn't just by issuing fixed penalty notices. We make them frightened to not actually clear up after their dogs or clear up after they've dropped litter, etc. I think that's something which we need to do, is to actually emphasise that we are going to go after these people.
Thank you. Councillor McCautry.
Thanks, Chairman. I think we should let people get on with the job they're employed to do and concentrate less on meaningless KPIs and SPIs, quite frankly. I think in terms of performance, perhaps the scrutiny committee should take a look at it, because there is a move away from KPIs. A lot of these things are set and are absolutely meaningless. It depends how much resources you throw at things. I mean, I think the crazy one was the arsonist charter, and that's the fire master who had a target of 30 chimney fires in this deal for the year. Therefore, it was a failure because he only got 20. That was like saying to an arsonist, the way you start 20 fires, suppose I can hit my target. You know, and let's be realistic, some of these targets are totally meaningless, they are laughable, and I think let the scrutiny committee take a look at all these things. It's a new service, there are people coming in from different disciplines, they've got to bed in. Let's see how it goes for a year and come back to it. And hopefully, it's really down to the management of the guys out there in the streets. If they're managed properly, they will catch more folk for dog filing, they will catch more folk for dropping litter. So let's leave it live for a year and let the scrutiny committee take a look at all these KPIs and SPIs and put something meaningful in there instead of what the verbiage we've got here at the moment.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Just a simple question, Chair. Can we name and shame once we've got somebody? I'll give you an example. An MP that lives up the road from me got a guy at the door. He said he couldn't deal with it because he wasn't the constituency. He sent it to Lane Murray. Lane Murray sent it to me, and I sent it to Bryce Kelly. I found out through that complicated process that this repeat offender up in that area had been caught and given a £60, is it £60 penalty fine? I thought, yes. And but what we don't do is name and shame them. It was the point that Jeff was making there. We've got to tell the people that we're catching these people, and it's okay having the signs on the lamppost saying the £50 fine or whatever it is. We need to tell people we're doing it. And that's one part of the equation that's missing. So the question is, can we legally name and shame people that we catch?
Councillor, Mr Henry.
It would be good if we could, but I would suggest that we can't. It's a fixed penalty charge, and it's providing it's paid, then it won't go into open court. If it was a repeat offender and he wasn't paying it, then we could take legal proceedings. And once it goes into open court, then they could name and shame. But I would suggest the council would put themselves at risk if we were doing that.
Councillor Dick.
I think we need to recognise the work that the officers have put into this. It's been a long haul, and glad to see it finished as well. I perfectly understand Mr Henry's suggestion that we give it a year and benchmark it from then, and I'm quite happy to move the recommendations as they are.
Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
Seconded.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, it's just on the remark made by Mr Haswell and the response from the officer, Richard. I would like to see a report coming back sooner on the protocol, and reference has been made to, and I tend to agree with Tom McCaughey in terms of the KPIs, but on 2.3, I think that on antisocial behaviour, if that mean anything, then we should be looking at a timeline so that we know that they're being resolved or not. Whatever the outcome is, that there'll be timelines put there in terms of dealing with the individual cases, so that they mean something and not just an increase or decrease on the number of figures to reach the satisfaction level of the customer. So in that respect, I would ask if we could do that, but also that we get an early report back on the protocol issues, the operational issues, and how effective they are going to be.
Thank you, Mr Haswell.
Chairman, I'm happy to give Councillor Scobie assurance that we will come back to members as soon as we can in relation to antisocial behaviour and antisocial behaviour orders. Putting timelines on them, there will be statutory timelines on them. You can put a timeline of 10 days for somebody to go and speak to somebody. You go and speak to them. On the 11th day, the same thing happens. That is not within the control of the officer. That's got to be understood. In antisocial behaviour, you're dealing with people. People all have rights. People also ensure that their rights are not infringed. So we've got to recognise that there are issues in there. We will bring a report back to members as soon as we possibly can. It will not wait to June.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Officers have heard the comments and remarks made by members and noted those. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to second Councillor Marshall on the putting a figure of 104 in the dog filing issue and using that as a test basis if you want. And if we get a report back in 6 months, the officers have said the figures are unrealistic, they're just a testing anyway. So if we do that, you know, I'm quite happy to second Councillor Marshall on that and get a report back in 6 months to find out how these figures are working out.
Councillor Dick Maitland, are you happy for that to be incorporated into the recommendations?
No, to be perfectly honest, no. And for the reason that was given by Mr. Henry, that with that particular the fixed penalty notices, the more you have and set the target higher, it's a negative thing. I'd just like to see it bedded in over the year. Quite happy to go with the recommendations as they are.
Can I just say, if I picked up Mr. Henry, and I've been to a few of these things as well, you know, he's saying it can be perceived as a negative in some areas, not all areas. I know that there's fixed penalty notices and it's regarded as a positive. You know, things have actually started to take a downturn after the publicity of them, after the, you know, more people got fixed penalty notices. And when that happened, yes, that's a positive thing in some areas. So I don't think Mr. Henry was talking overall.
Well, it would appear that we might have a motion and an amendment on the table here. So, over to Mr. Crichton.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand the motion from Councillor Dick, seconded by Councillor Maitland, is in effect to agree the recommendations. The amendment from Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Nicholson, to amend SPI 22 with respect to fixed penalty notices dog fouling issues, that it be increased to 104 as a target and a report come back in 6 months. Happy to go to the vote, members.
Did we get into the detail?
Councillor Carruthers.
Expanding the fixed penalty notices target, what were the benefits that we put forward we gained from that?
Go to the vote, thanks.
We go to the vote. Councillor Collins.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Dick. Councillor Lever. Councillor McGregor. Councillor Maitland. Councillor Marshall. Councillor McCautry. Councillor McClung.
Motion.
Councillor McComb. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Ogilvie. Councillor Scobie. Councillor Smith. Confirm the decision of the committee is to agree the recommendations by 8 votes to 7, Chairman.
Thank you. Moving on now to item 18 on the agenda, appointment to outside bodies, Public Health Committee.
Thanks, Chairman. The report sets out the establishment of the Public Health Service, Public Health Committee, and asks that this council appoint a member to that committee. Happy to answer questions if there are any, sir.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Carruthers.
Does it have to come from this committee, Chair?
Sorry, you repeat?
Does it have to come from this committee, the appointment on 18, did he say? The appointment to outside bodies, does it have to come from Policy and Resources?
In terms of scheme of delegation, this is the parent committee. It doesn't have to come from this committee, but this is the parent committee who would make the appointment.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. Is the committee feeling satisfied about the reporting arrangements of this committee? I know it's, you know, meetings behind closed doors, it will be closed meetings. The minutes of the meeting will be reported to the board's open session after approval and draft by the chairman. Would it, you know, for openness and public scrutiny, would they not be able to be published on in public view via a website or the
Governance arrangements lie with the health board, so we've been asked to appoint a member to the committee. It's actually, as I understand it, health board.
If we appoint a member, could you not put that forward on behalf of the council, that recommendation?
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. I believe, I mean, he doesn't sit on the committee, but I believe that Andy Ferguson social work is particularly interested. And if there are no nominations from this committee, perhaps we should refer it to full council to allow Andy to appoint.
It can actually be decided here, and we have a nomination for Councillor Ferguson. I'm happy to second that nomination. Do we have any other nominations for this post? In the absence of any further nominations, then we have Councillor Andy Ferguson. Councillor Nicholson.
Can I put something in there that's only if he accepts it? Because he's not here, he's neither kind of accept or reject. So if he accepts that position.
Okay, thanks very much. Move on now to item 19 on the agenda, proposed restructure of the Commission for Ethical Standards in Public Life in Scotland. Mr Hazel.
Thanks, Chair. This comes forward from Crerar. There's a proposal to amalgamate two commissioners. You'll see there's a saving of about £40,000 per annum. There are two questions. I can either answer the question based on what the committee tell me to answer the question, or I can leave it to political groups to answer the question if they want to answer it differently. The two questions are set out in paragraph 3.4.1.
Any member have any questions? Councillor Nicholson. Okay, thank you. Happy with the recommendations then? Asked to review the proposal and restructure of the Commission for Ethical Standards in Public Life in Scotland. 2.2, decide if you wish to respond formally to the two consultation questions. 2.3, subject 2.2, opt to respond to this consultation from your own political groups. Or 2.4, remit to Director, Chief Executive Service to respond on your behalf. I've had one nomination in that regard thus far. Members asking for 2.4 as the preferred option, is that?
So, Chairman, can I take it as the answer to question 1, yes or no? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on now to item 20 on the agenda, review of proposals to improve arrangements for independent monitoring of prisons. Mr Haswell.
Thanks, Chairman. Members will see the background to the Council's involvement in the appointment of prison visiting committees. There's been a review undertaken by Professor Coyle, where he's recommending that in actual fact the prison visiting committees cease to exist and that an alternative voluntary independent prison monitor system be put in place. In the meantime, while we await deliberations at a national level regarding Coyle's review, he has brought forward a number of recommendations which would enable this authority to apply best practice as to how they treat with the prison visiting committee. We're recommending that the review proposals be used as a basis to work with the prison visiting committee at the moment, knowing full well that at some time in the future there will be a decision taken as to whether or not Coyle's recommendation for the voluntary independent prison monitors is adopted by the Scottish Government. Relatively simple, it's just an improvement, hopefully, in the way in which the Council treats with the visiting committee. I'm happy to answer questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Lever.
2.2, when, or is there a deadline for the Scottish Government to respond?
The last information I have, sir, is that the Scottish Government have received Professor Coyle's review document. The Justice Minister is reviewing and will perhaps, I think, consult on a proposed way forward. I cannot second guess how long that will take with Councillor Lever. I would like to think it would be in the next few months, but I can't guarantee that, so I'm sorry.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me. Happy with this report. I see it coming forward. It's showing what's happening in the future as far as prison visiting committee goes forward in Scotland. But it has been brought to my attention that, as you can see, Councillor Wipers, one of the members on that prison visiting committee, he's off, injured at the moment. I think there's maybe a slight problem there as far as low attendance by maybe some of the members there. How can we, council, if it's possible, help and aid in any way the prison visiting committee, make sure that they aren't put under any undue pressure? Are we looking to help them in any way and make sure they've got a high enough attendance, enough actual members on the committee to make it work?
Chairman, the short answer to that is yes, this committee, this council can help. I, in actual fact, have a meeting with members of the visiting committee tomorrow to discuss a number of issues, one of them being the workload. The point I would make is that it's for the prison visiting committee to determine how it operates its rota. So there is a considerable amount of flexibility within the rota. If you determine you're going to have 2 people visiting every week, then it becomes extremely tight if you lose 1 or 2 people. If you do it on the basis of 2 a fortnight, that reduces the pressure on individual members. I have a meeting with the members tomorrow to discuss this and other things, and I will come back to this committee if that's necessary.
Okay, no other indications of questions. Can we go to the recommendations to note the recent report by Professor Coyle? Noted. And 2.2, agree that the review of proposals be used as a basis to work with the Dumfries Prison Visiting Committee. Is that agreed? Thank you. Item 21 on the agenda, third sector funding associated with the furniture project Stranraer. The officers have anything they'd like to add to the report at this time?
Nothing to add, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any member, any questions? Councillor Smith?
As a general point, I'm not going into detail about the Stranraer project. Local members could advise on that, but I'm concerned about the sheer number of projects that are constantly being directed towards area committees, but there's no corresponding funding being directed to them. We've got a 2-tier system at the moment that when we did the original split between moving regional projects to effectively, the projects that used to come to this committee to area committees, the funding transferred with it when we did that to begin with. Now when you get a situation whereby a service that was previously funded by this committee goes to another service committee, the funding transfers as well, if you look back on the various decisions that have been taken over the months. However, we're now in a position where every single time we transfer something to an area committee, the funding stays in the centre. Now that's unfair. We've actually got a 2-tier system. It's a different policy than we had when we originally transferred a lot of things to area committees, and now all of a sudden area committees are being treated as second-class citizens as far as funding is concerned. So we've got a significant increase in the number of projects going to area committees, but no funding in order to actually meet those requirements. Now, next month, the Nistale Area Committee will find themselves in a position whereby somewhere in the region of £200,000 worth of applications will have to be considered at that committee. There is only £90,000 left within the discretionary budget, and that's a real challenge. So there's a real problem there that we keep dumping things, frankly, on area committees, and we retain the funding in the centre. There's also, frankly, a lot of confusion over what the criteria is for a project that's held within the centre and what goes to area committees. There are numerous events, for example, that sometimes they're funded centrally. The Pike Band Championships in Arran was funded centrally, that's fair enough. But then we had a situation whereby an ice hockey tournament was being funded only by Nistale Area Committee, or that was the request. What is the criteria to determine whether something's held in the centre or something's dumped on an area committee? We have a bizarre situation at the moment in which some projects are now going to all area committees for funding because they're being deemed to kind of be regional projects, but maybe not quite. So there's a real There's a real two-tier service being run here, and decisions are being made that whereby you dump things in area committees, and frankly, they're not going to be funded because we're putting far too much onus on what is a reduced budget. Remember, the budget was reduced by £200,000 recently, and we're now at a stage where projects are missing out and money is simply being held in the centre. And we have to really review that whole situation.
Thank you. Officers, any comment?
I can't comment in detail about that at all, Chair, but I'm happy to take that back to Director of a debate.
Mr. Hazel?
Perhaps I could just say that, you know, we are recommending that the funding that previously went to the furniture project be held in reserve for future commissioning. But if the committee preferred to transfer that funding, decisions.
I'd like to cut across say this committee adopted a number of recommendations in relation to policy for the framework for third sector budgets. And part of that was that if project were seen, a project which received ongoing core funding, and there's a subtle difference between that and perhaps the Pipe Band Championships, where a project which was receiving core funding, if it was perceived to be working across Dumfries and Galloway, then it would remain within the third sector budget, because that was a policy decision this committee took. If it were not, and were only delivering service at a local level, it should be applying to an area committee for its core funding. Now, that is my understanding of the decisions which you took. There were two projects specifically which members had some reservations about. One was this project, where it was suggested that the project was actually across Dumfries and Galloway as opposed to a Stranraer furniture project, and the other one was the Motability project, which came back to your last Policy and Resources Committee meeting, and which, as Councillor Smith correctly says, is now applying to all of the area committees for funding, but the budget has still been retained at the centre. Now, that was a member decision. The member decision is that where you refer a funding application from the third sector funding to an area committee, budget does not transfer with it. This was part of the idea, as I understand it, of the Council's policy of retaining a third sector funding budget to support future commissioning activities which were cross Dumfries and Galloway and which required core funding. That was certainly my understanding of the decision that was taken. I'm not commenting on the rectitude or otherwise of the decision. I'm merely advising members that was the decision that was taken. And that's the reason this report is back before you, because you felt it was not, or there was a dispute, a diversion of view, whether this should be funded centrally at its core funding or whether it should be funded by an area committee. Officers have come back having reviewed exactly what the functions of the furniture project are, and it's for members to determine if they adopt the recommendation or not.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Smith.
I mean, I don't think anybody disputes that. I mean, we know what the policy is. What I'm questioning is the policy. I'm actually saying that we're now in a position whereby, because of the increase in number of recommendations coming forward to transfer things to area committee, and because, frankly, we've got a reduction, for whatever reason, we're not going to go through that debate again, but we've got a reduction of £200,000 in what was previously available for discretionary grants. The pressure being placed on area committees means that these projects are now effectively, we might as well cut some of these projects, frankly, because they ain't going to get funding, and that's the decision we're taking. And I think the policy sometimes has we make decisions whereby a project previously under the responsibility of this committee is transferred to another service committee, which has happened on occasion as well. We transfer the budget, but when it comes to area committees, we don't transfer the budget. But secondly, there needs to be a real proper debate and discussion as to what constitutes a regional project and what constitutes a local project. Because as things currently stand, frankly, there are some that come to area committees and you think, well, actually, that's a regional project, but they're not funded centrally. It's all very well transferring things to area committee, but nothing ever seems to come back from area committees, even though, frankly, they probably are regional projects. How do you actually get a regional project, for example? It's not entirely clear to me. It's a very ad hoc process we've got in the moment. But we're now in a position where it's unsustainable, this policy that we've got at the moment. Area committees don't have the budget to meet some of these particular demands. And okay, they've got to make difficult decisions, but frankly, they're having to make ridiculous decisions now. Certainly in this deal, I don't know about other areas. certainly in this deal, it's getting to the ridiculous stage where projects that were previously had very legitimate cases for funding are being squeezed out, and we're actually holding now £108,000 centrally because we're transferring things to area committees that don't have a budget to meet them.
Yeah, thank you. I think cut cloth comes to mind right enough. But, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I totally agree with Councillor Smith and Colin on this. Was debated, not at the last one, but the one before, policy and resources. I think it's a point as to whether it is Wigtown or a Stranraer service. Indeed, the Stranraer furniture project moves the removal service incorporated, and it moves tenants and other people, private owners from Stranraer across the region and indeed wider afield. So it's a moot point as to whether it's a Stranraer. It happens to be based in Stranraer, but it provides that region-wide and wide service. So in that respect, I would like to do consider it as a region-wide service. And I know we had that debate, and it's debated on the terms of mobility scheme and this one. And I think it could be, I would like to see a region-wide service. Similarly, in 4.5, and I think they are looking at sustainability, not only in terms of the furniture project, but other projects that they have in the pipeline, and again, subject to the commissioning and tender and procurement process, then in partnership, they hopefully will be a region-wide, but that's so that they are sustainable and can move into that. But I'm dealing with it with the specifics in terms of its furniture project. It has been at the area committee, we considered it against the discretionary budget that we had, and there was unanimous support for the furniture project, what it does, and indeed they took the liberty to deliberate on it, subject to it coming back here for funding from the central pot. And I would have taken that to mean that the committee were in favour of it being supported centrally in their decision. And I hope that is the case. I know Mr. Huswell says that he hates cutting across colleagues. Well, I know difficulty cutting across Alec in terms of the monies that should follow. And I think Colin has laid out the case that we're seeing more and more being transferred to an area committee, but no money following it. And it does put the area committee in an invidious position, with a budget already under pressure, and as Colin says, a 200,000 reduction. So I would like to think we can consider it. It does provide a region-wide service. We can interpret it that way, and it's legitimate to do that, and to fund it from the centre and use that 29,076 would allow the area committee to deliberate on a bigger pot. So I do see it as a central project, and I would hope that we're able to fund it from policy and resources with that £29,076 and use it, because the furniture project is going to be an important project given where we are with the imminent bedroom tax and people moving, transferring, mutually exchanging and so forth. Fundamental services would like to support the centre. Happy to.
Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
People do struggle with this, and I certainly do. I looked at this report and I thought I ought to go back to first principles, because what we've got to try and work out is whether this is, we agree our priorities corporately, and then we've got to work out, is this something that we would buy in order to achieve our priorities? Looking at this activity, bearing in mind we do get some referrals, I am assuming that probably there is a limited aspect that people probably would say, yes, they would buy it in order to achieve the priorities. That's what I'm assuming is happening. So I have a certain sympathy that, in fact, actually, that there is an argument to say that this probably ought to be supported in some form, but I don't think fully, because what we're saying actually is that does it cover the full region or does it cover an area? And there is an argument to say that, in fact, actually, it covers a particular area. So I don't think I'm being particularly helpful on this one, but I think that the idea of being quite clear in our minds that we've got to be more hard-nosed about what we buy is the right way forward. And in this particular instance, the area committee has got to decide whether or not it values the activity locally and pro tem, and we should be looking urgently with the £29,000 whether or not we would buy it as a corporate commission. So I think the recommendation is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor McCautry.
Thanks, Chairman. I think there's a wee bit of difference between this one and the one last month. I think if you look at what was decided last month, the counter-amendment put forward by Alistair Geddes, seconded by Ian Carruthers, which won the day, and that was that the Dumfries Galloway Care Trust be directed to make application to all area committees for core funding according to usage figures on a percentage basis. Because it had been proven that the service was used by people from right across the region, and that was the recommendation. And obviously to work with the organisation to try and expand the service further than where the core service is in Dumfries and one or two other things. So there was a recognition last week, the counter-amendment was carried by a large majority, that it was a region-wide service and therefore all 4 area committees should buy into it. And to date, Nistdale has paid its 57%, Wigton has paid its 11%, and there's recommendations going to Stewart Area Committee tomorrow from officers that they pay their 17%, and there's also a recommendation going to Stewart, the Annandale and Nistdale Area Committee tomorrow that they pay their share. So that one's been covered by being sent to the 4 area committees, and for the 4 area committees to make up their share of the tab. If you want to do the same with this one, that it's referred to the 4 area committees on a pro rata basis, because the report says that it's only operating in Wigton, but we're hearing it operates across the region. If that is the case, if somebody can come up with the figures of how much of a percentage usage there is in Nistdale, how much of a percentage usage there is in Annandale and Nistdale, how much of a percentage usage there is in the Stewartry, then that can be treated the same way as shop mobility. If it's only based in Wigton, then obviously that falls in the Wigton area. But I think it's a totally different one from the one last month, and 2 area committees have already recognised that.
Thank you. Councillor Lever.
Councillor McCautry's put a lot of what I was going to say, because it's clear in the appendix that it does actually say that it only serves the Wigtown area. So reference maybe forward item 7 about the 3G pitches in the state of the football ground, etc. Some of the information contained within that wasn't correct. Is this the same instance here, that the information contained within this isn't correct? And I'm also concerned that we do seem to have 2 sorts of piggy banks effectively. We've got a corporate change fund, so anything above the Central Council reserve of 7.16 million, whatever it is, goes into the corporate change fund. We seem to have created another one, a reserve, in order to enhance the commission process. So we're moving money into that. I'm not quite sure whether that's got a finite capacity to absorb any additional money to go into that, or whether we just keep funneling money into this until such times we decide we're going to do something about it, whatever it is it does.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor McCautry actually put it forward very well. I would agree with what he was saying in principle. But we have a similar project in Annandale, Nistdale, Annancan and Moffat-Can. And just if we'd be reminded where they get funded from, I think the area. But just a reminder of that, Councillor McCautry was speaking in absolute sense for me.
Thank you. Officer would like to comment on any of the remarks I've heard thus far?
I don't have information with me on Moffat-Can or Annancan. I'm not sure how much, if any, they get from you.
Thank you. Councillor Dick.
Yeah. This project is based in Council Scobie's in my ward, and provides, certainly has provided quite a valuable assistance. I don't have figures about how far they go. However, there's an issue here. I know at the moment that there are issues over what they're doing in relation to what they were originally set up to do, and pricing and otherwise sustainability. Now, on that basis, I think the one thing that this project is likely to do is to provide a service come the issues of welfare reform, because it's exactly the kind of provision of cheaper furniture to low-income households that is probably going to become more valuable across the region. For that reason, I would ask that either the 29,076 follows this issue to the area, or more preferably, pending some kind of clarity about what the issues of welfare reform are going to be over the next year, and the work that has been offered at 4.5 for sustainability and assistance, I would suggest it's rolled over for a year.
Okay. Councillor McComb.
Thank you, Chair. If this service is regarded as providing a useful facility for the community, and if it is deemed worthy of continued support, surely it is illogical to transfer the project to an area committee, but not to transfer the associated funding. There is little or no sense to that.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. I was just going to say that, you know, there seems to be changing policy in the hoof here, because you did it last month about the funding, and Councillor Dick, I think you supported the going to area committees. The one thing I would say is that, you know, I think it's been mentioned that Annan's got a furniture project, and Dumfries has a major furniture project as well. There's a lot of, you know, the stuff that's in here. You know, I don't know what services is provided by the Whiteland one, but it might be worthwhile trying to find out again, and seeing what percentage of services they provide out with their area.
Councillor McCautry.
Yeah, I mean, I think, keeping back to last month, but there's a similar thing there, where we actually asked that it be rolled over for a year to be given a further chance. And this was a project, Short Mobility, which covered all four, covered people from all four parts of the region. Now, you've got to mind, Councillor Dick, he voted against doing that last month. And this one, which is only peculiar to the Wigton region here, is probably less of an argument for rolling over for a year than the one last month. You know, I think we've got to see a level of consistency here.
Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you. I'm going to be completely consistent. I'm going to agree the recommendations, propose that we agree the recommendations as I did the last time round too.
And I'm happy to second. Councillor Smith.
I asked for the mover and seconder the recommendation just to also agree to bring forward a report on guidance to specifically state what services or events should be considered for central funding and what should be funded at area committee level, because that criteria is not entirely clear. I could give you another example. This committee funds Stranraer Credit Union. Now, I guarantee, and that's not on the table today for some reason, but I guarantee if we check that, then it may very well be that you would say, well, actually, that should go to area committee as well. There's a whole, I mean, there's a real inconsistency here that some items are being dumped on area committees, but others are actually being held centrally, and I'm not clear what the criteria is. So I would ask that we get an urgent report on that. What events and what services should be provided centrally, and what should be provided by area committee? Because at the moment, everything's just being dumped on area committee without the associated funding.
Absolutely happy for that to be brought forward and incorporated into those recommendations. Maitland,
yes, absolutely happy with that.
Thank you. Councillor Dick.
Well, I would move in this instance, for the reasons I've previously given, that the recommendation 2.3 is changed to roll over the 29,076 centrally funded till the end of next year, till a sustainability is established and we know the implications of the issues of welfare reform on the wider region and this project.
Do you have a second?
Chair, I thought I'd
Sorry,
moved something along
councillors.
the Yeah, I thought I'd moved earlier that we did award the 29,000. I'm happy to, didn't accept that as a motion, but I'm quite happy to second Councillor Rick. Now, whether we remain consistently right or consistently wrong in terms of what was said on the last time, there's reference made to Stranraer Credit Union, there's reference made to various things in asking for a further report. This is a service that the Stranraer do provide, and I would ask you to accept that, and that would be the basis of the rollover for the 10-year year, for the sustainability and everything else. So happy to second that. I would hope, I would ask members to accept that, notwithstanding, or rather not on the basis of what we agreed last month, but there is a rollover on this year and this project. Happy to second.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, can I just ask the movers of that and the seconder that, what is the basis for it? Just so we can get it clear, just so I can get clarity about what is the strategic part of that organisation and what's the percentage and where does it actually deliver to? How many does it, deliver to outside the area? Because you did mention it again, that's the Stranraer project. Now, I'm quite relaxed about things here as well, because I will then, if that is the criteria, I'm quite happy that the furniture project in Dumfries and the furniture project in Annan will be afforded the same criteria.
Chair, I'm already saying, and it's anecdotal here, I don't have the evidence before me, but I'm quite sure we can find it, we can get the evidence if that is what's required in that respect, that they do provide the service throughout the region and wider afield. I've known them being, to transfer people from London this way and other places. So what I'm saying is it's a UK, and that's information that I know of. It's anecdotal, but that information can be deduced by officers asking and bringing forward that information. All I'm asking is that they accept the information I'm providing on face value, and it can be confirmed without doubt.
Chairman, can I just remind members, the reason you deferred this was to go back to the furniture project to get information. You have an appendix which contains the information provided for this committee by the furniture project. Can I just remind members that's why you deferred it? You did the same the time before, and as Councillor McCaughreys quite rightly said, that project said so many % of our members come from here, so many from there, so many from there. You have the information in the appendix. Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't like it coming across when a vote's already been called, but we're now introducing issues which are not factually accurate. The report contains the information which you requested at your last meeting in the appendix.
Just a point of clarification, Chair.
Point of clarification?
Yeah, and just to ask, to clarify whether indeed that question was asked, so that the information was provided. Sometimes, in the question that's asked, I don't know.
Chairman, you sent an officer called Harry Hay back to get the information. He produced it based on the information he got from the furniture project.
I'm not sure if that question was asked. That's the question. Was it asked?
We have a motion and amendment on the table. Can I ask the officer to clarify the situation? Yes, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, can I just say on the appendix and the information I got back, it does say the service works within Wigtown area only.
Councillor McCaughreys.
I think the reason why Councillor Scobie can't remember whether the question was asked, he wasn't at the last meeting, that's why.
Mr. Crichton.
Can you just clarify the motion from Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor Collins, is in effect to agree the recommendations, noting that a report will be brought back to this committee in relation to third sector funding in terms of your decision taken in December last year. The amendment of Councillor Dick, seconded by Councillor Scobie, is in effect to roll over the funding set aside for third sector budget and to award this to the furniture project. Members happy to go to the vote? Councillor Collins.
Motion.
Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Dick. Mr. Lever. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Maitland. Councillor Marshall. Councillor McCautry. Councillor McClung.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Ogilvie. Councillor Scobie. Councillor Smith.
To get this report, because these decisions are just building up. We might end up with another one next month, who knows? We need to get this report urgently.
I would like to commit to the next Policy and Resources Committee, sir, but I need to speak to colleagues in customer service. We'll have to produce this report. I will come back to them.
Chair, there is nobody here from that department, get the reports from that department. So why is it not like people can answer these questions? This is an issue that's a real concern for a lot of people.
I'll come back to them.
Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm, decision 10 votes to 4 is in effect to agree the recommendations in relation to the third sector funding for the furniture project Stranraer.
Thank you. Move on now to item 22 in the agenda, wind energy electricity generation from street lighting, for street lighting, progress report. Okay, do officers have anything they'd like to add to the report at this time?
No.
Thank you. Have any members any questions? Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good report. Glad to see it back in front of us again. There's been a lot of work carried out on this. See in 2.3 of the recommendations it says to explore the possibility of a partnership with NHS, Dumfries and Galloway in the provision and installation of wind turbines. I wonder if you could elaborate on that a wee bit more. What does that actually mean? What kind of partnership are we looking at there? And it's also within the body of the report referring to 3 turbines, 225 being potentially. That's no maximum, I take it. I think that's an aspiration, but we could go above that if we wanted to.
Yeah, we've been approached by NHS and Galloway, to explore the possibility of a partnership with them. They don't have specific needs. They would just like carbon offset. It's not as if they want to place a turbine by their hospital to directly, provide the electricity for that. So it's really just to, if there's a way and mean that we can, provide more carbon offset that we need, then they could come into partnership with us. If it's not possible, then they're perfectly open to sort of possibilities, etc. just now. But it would be more of a financial partnership rather than directly providing electricity for the communities. And yes, certainly if we could house more than 3 turbines, and NHS, Dumfries and Galloway are still interested, then yes, we would house more turbines.
Thank you. Councillor Dick.
Glad to see this report there. I think this has got the basis for considerable revenue savings in the future.
Councillor Ogilvie.
When this report was before us it was to look at our own land and maximise the potential to, and there was, I think, 6 sites identified. Reading the report now, it's maybe known as clear cut. Equally, we wanted to go for the bigger turbine to maximise the returns. We can't do that either because now we're asking to do a trawl of landowners to see if we can. And the other point was the wind farm companies won't let us because they've got a business case that wouldn't allow us to get 1 or 2. Now we're going to do a trawl of landowners to see if we can build a medium-sized wind turbines. It's only great on the other a few months ago. Now it's getting a bit more complicated. But great, offset costs and that. Just how realistic are we? I mean, are we going to get land? Will we have to pay an extortionate price to some farmer or landowner? I just wondered where we might end up.
Yeah, that's why in the report we're trying to steer towards using our own land, because we've spoken to a number of environmental consultants about this, our own planning department, and the feeling is, the advice that we're getting is that if we go down the route of leasing land, that we're opening ourselves up to bidding war, and whatever we bid will be outbid by a developer who've got, you know, a lot more stake in this type of project. So we kind of want to avoid that, and we want to try and house it on our own land as far as possible. However, in the last paper, I think we said that we had 11 sites. We said that in the too. Realistically, there are maybe 3 or 4 sites that we thought would be an option, and they tend to be disused refuse sites. But on one of the consultations of the paper, we got feedback to say, well, this site isn't suitable for this reason, that site's not suitable for that reason. So in actual fact, what we're thinking might be the more realistic option is much smaller turbine power sites, and the carbon offset being, you know, the turbines providing an education for the school. I mean, that's what's happening just now at Glenwood Primary School. It's been a huge success, but the carbon offset going to lighting as and it seems like that's going to be the easiest option for us. We're talking, if they are smaller ones, then we're maybe talking about 20. If each school can house 3, as at Glenluce, then we're only talking maybe 7 schools. So there are lots of advantages to us trying to land.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. Is there any limiting factors? You know, if you're going to go down school estates, I mean, where I live, all the schools are quite inside the urban area, if you like, and I'm sure that's true of other bigger communities. So we're looking at more rural communities with maybe a bigger land, plus the topography and the wind rates. It mentions in here that, you know, you've got to be high up, basically.
Yeah, or they've got to be, you know, coastal sites, maybe like Stranraer. We've got 120 schools across Dumfries and Galloway, and there's a huge range in locations and exposure and wind speeds. So we do feel we've got a lot of potential with that route, and it's certainly a route that other councils exploring wind turbines as well, and they're having success with it as well. So we'd obviously steer away from the urban setting towards the maybe more westerly setting.
Very much. Then there's the transmission, because all your lights are in the urban areas. There's lots of villages without street lights. So it's just this dichotomy of you know, having the resource where you might need it, but then you've got the transmission cost. But I'll leave that. It's just a sort of statement.
Thank you. There's no other Councillor Carruthers.
I don't know what a fair Labour night is. Well, no, I think it's a really good news story. But just on the back of what Councillor Ogilvie brought up there, we've got a Glinger or Glensia, Glinger it is known locally. There's a school that's up for sale at the council at the moment. It's on a prominent kind of area. Is that the kind of site we've been looking at? But obviously it's on the open market at the moment. I don't know what interest is generated.
Don't actually know the school off the back of my head, but yes, potentially if it's sites that are in exposed locations, might be the idea. And one of the other benefits potentially of going for what likely to end up in rural areas is a lot of the schools there are all electric buildings, so they get a better benefit from the electricity generated, but we still get the offset for the street lighting across it.
Thank you. Go to the recommendations. To agree to procuring a partner to further develop and manage a wind turbine project. 2.2, to further investigate the feasibility of siting of small to medium maximum capacity 225 kilowatt turbines on council-owned land as detailed at Paris 311.1. Agree to explore the possibility of a partnership with NHS Dumfries and Galloway in the provision and installation of wind turbines. And at 2.4, to agree in principle to call for expressions of interest from landowners to enable the leasing of land for the siting of turbines should our council's land holdings be insufficient or unsuitable to deliver the required carbon offset, subject to principles included in paragraph 311.2. Thank you. Move on now to item 23 on the agenda, Annual Energy Management Report. Do the officers have anything they'd like to add?
No, and I'm standing in for John Curry, who's currently on leave.
Thanks, Chris. Any members, any questions? We go to the recommendation. Members are asked, sorry, Councillor Nicholson.
Not so much a question as just to note, getting disappointed in the electricity consumption going up. It's not just the cost that's went up, it's the electricity consumption.
Councillor Lever.
Yeah, it's also disappointing the amount generated by biomass is actually going down rather than up. I seem to remember the chief executive saying that he was in negotiations with the Buccleuch Estate, the idea of producing a pelleted wood feed plant down here. I think we really need to progress that as quickly as possible as well. Could we have an update on that? Or not in due course, because it's a term which officials tend to use within the next 2 or 3 months.
It's strange because there was a big growth in the number of pallet producing factories in Ireland when the biomass boilers came out. Reverse seems to be the case here. Councillor Ogilvie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Several years ago, we agreed energy champions in each department to drive down usage. We've also shrunk the office estate, and so it's unusual to see the consumption going up when we're shrinking the estate. Plus, we're supposed to have champions. So it'd be interesting to see if we still have the champions. I mean, they may have left, who knows, and what focus we're giving each department or each directorate to look at these energy costs.
Councillor Dick.
My understanding, and correct if I'm wrong, that the electricity consumption is going up, but the gas and oil have gone down quite substantially. That was an offset. I understand the biomass issue about supply could have been a little more efficient had it at a local supplier, because biomass tends to be efficient providing you've got a supplier material within a 50-mile radius. I think that was part of the problem of the initial ones put in here.
Chris, is there a comment you'd like to make?
One or two of these comments will have been picked up, particularly on biomass, in the carbon management report, which I think is probably going to go up as a briefcase. We're going to corporate management team with that on the 27th to look at some of the key operational issues. And I shall try and remember the list of questions in order now. But in terms of biomass, some of the boilers have had problems with breakages. There will be a report, I understand, coming up to Policy and Resources in May through Property Services, which is the post-occupation evaluation of biomass as we've learned so far. I think biomass is critical for the council in the future in terms of us reducing our carbon emissions, but we do need to pick up on the lessons we've learned in the journey so far. So we have got sites that are working quite effectively, but some of the sites just we've had problems with the storage tanks not working effectively, various other problems. So I think we are getting on top of that now. We know what the issues are. So I think that will be something that will be coming back to committee in the very near future. May's when the post-occupation evaluation report comes up to members of the Policy and Resources Committee, and thereafter I think there will be discussions about how we further biomass across the area. And now I'm struggling to remember what the first two questions were. Energy Champions, yep, it was this again. We have relaunched Energy Champions. We've got Customer and Community Services, three of the departments. We're piloting that, and we will roll that out to the rest of the council or the rest of the departments over the next year. And I think we've been really, really pleased with the uptake and response we've had so far, with some really, really good feedback from the new Energy Champions, and we're really pleased with the way that's working. That forms a core part of our cultural change programme to get people to take individual responsibility. So that's back on the agenda very much at the moment.
Thanks very much. Councillor Nicholson.
I'm still disappointed in the increase in the electricity consumption, and Councillor Dick mentioned about the gas and oils went down. Well, that's excellent, and that might do with insulation, but a lot of the electricity in schools and they had old storage heaters, and they were then converted, and they've got gas central heating now, so they actually should be using more gas than electricity. But it's the electricity consumption overall, and I think the point was that that's where the carbon, most of the carbon uptake comes from. So it's something we need to get a hold of.
if I could respond to that, there are, you're absolutely right, electricity is a much higher carbon fuel, but there are specific reasons. For instance, up at the Ice Bowl, we've now gone for 2 ice rinks, so we saved 1 million kilowatts of electricity on that site, but we replaced it, 1 million kilowatts of gas, because the old rink was gas heated, but we replaced that with 1 million kilowatts of electricity, so that's increase of carbon footprint now by about 500 tonnes. So it's part of that decision-making process about any development we do in the council, is having a look at the impact that will have on how it impacts on our carbon management. So there are issues like that that have had an impact. Increased computerisation in schools. All of these things have a potential impact on the carbon usage and the electricity usage within the buildings. And a lot of the newer buildings have a bit more air handling, air conditioning, that type of thing. So we are well aware of the potential impact on that, and we are hoping that, you know, in the future, if we get the design right on these things, we should be able to drive down the electricity as well as make sure we reduce our overall energy consumption altogether.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief, because a few times rushing going on. Just on 3.13, or 3.1.3.1, sorry, it does relate to energy consumption rather than electricity, and the trend is going up. So is that, I mean, you've maybe partly answered it, or maybe fully answered it in regards to the Ice Bowl, but where it's an increased use of energy. So is that directly relatable to the Ice Bowl? Is it because we're using more electricity? I'd like to get a wee bit more information on that.
I probably can't give you a full answer, which you would have got if John was here, but some of the energy consumption rises, certainly previous year, were very much down to the temperatures. We've had a couple of really cold winters, so that did knock things up quite substantially. I think John's figure was about 18% rise was directly attributable to cold winters. So that will, you know, I think in the future we will see that fluctuate. This winter, to my mind, hasn't been too bad. We've not had those -15s and things, but you will get a degree day impact on our consumption just because of the amount of heating we have in our buildings. But there are sort of technology impacts as well as other impacts which increases consumption. But I think ultimately, as we reduce the number of buildings, get them staffing levels in the buildings to optimum, then we will start to see that sort of reduction. I suspect I always get the feel it's a bit like sort of turning a tank around. It will take us a year or two to build that momentum up to actually start reducing the numbers of buildings we've got, because you can't just chuck people, well, I mean, we sort of move people around to be effective as possible, but it does take some time to actually get that properly organised so we maintain the sort of service delivery where we need it, but whilst actually reducing buildings as well. So I think there will be a bit of a lag before we start to, my gut feeling is there'll be a bit of a lag before we start to see the sort of reductions that we're really looking for.
Thank you. Councillor Ogilvie.
Thanks, Chair. Just as the debate went on, it just struck me. We've put a lot of solar panels into schools and that, and I just wondered the impact. I mean, some locally in my area was over a year ago, so there must be some sort of correlation between the benefits they were meant to bring and the reduction in energy costs per school, if you like.
We're starting to get the figures through. We're really pleased with the overall performance. Most of the sites have actually exceeded what we've got as a target, so that's great. We're reckoning on about 500,000 kilowatt hours have been produced by the solar panels across the whole estate. Some buildings, Ice Bowl, again, we've not had a single kilowatt exported on that yet, so everything that's generated is used on site, which is very much the favoured way these things happen. Out west, actually, they do really, really well. I think they seem to be a bit sunnier over there, where the cloud happens a bit further inland, so that's worked very effectively. So, generally speaking, really, really pleased with them. They've performed better than we'd expected, which was what I'd hoped I'd be able to come and say. And we will be coming back and reporting exactly what's happened with the renewable investment, hopefully in the near future.
Thank you. Mr Haswell.
Chairman, just to go back to Councillor Lever's point about the Buccleuch Estates, yes, I'll take that on board. I know there were discussions with Buccleuch Estates. Councillor Lever mentioned coming back in due course. I've found a better one. I'll come back to him in the fullness of time.
It's quite speedy, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Just go to the recommendation. Members are asked to note the update on energy and carbon emissions, and in particular the increase in electricity consumption, which has the greatest CO2 emissions of any of the fuels. Okay, noted. I have no other business. Thanks very much, members, for your attendance.